Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Ornaments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are.
Is this mycelium?
No!
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, tombe dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine de rêves finis et défier le destin aigri. Je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence et je être entre tentation et résilience, c'est toute ma vie. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée, car j'étais reine au rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence, car j'étais reine au rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues, car j'étais reine et je danse. Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
The true key is often hidden behind the door of absurdity. Tonight's story is about to begin.
Do not forget, my dove, never open the seventh door.
Rare flowers, brilliant gems, and exotic secrets. They should be free.
Only the most precious are kept under lock. Only the purest fear the cover of dust. My dove, slumber with them and become an eternal treasure of mine.
It's a pity that a trap set for prey would one day trap the hunter.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
A great peace. Ornaments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are. Is this mycelium?
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
When you hit the uncharted place, gotta get out of your mind. Stomp it out every single time. Whoa, yeah, we're making history. This moment we're gonna own. Slam it down, exclamation point. Whoa, this is how we do.
Hey guys, welcome to the second day of NAEU qualifiers for the COAVII Joining me is the one and only Chocho, and I'm Nelomelo. How are you guys doing? How are you doing, Chocho?
I'm doing fine. It's currently my time, 6 a.m. So things
Oh,
are looking kind of fresh, kind of new. It's a Monday here as well. So but before that, we have to talk about our matches today. It's already the second day, and right before that, let's just talk about Gear Up Booster. Gear Up Booster ensures a comfortable gaming experience and reliable network support. Try Gear Up Booster now and elevate your gaming to the next level.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to have better pings and you want to keep winning in your games, well, Gear Up Booster will help you. You still gotta play good, but to definitely help your gameplay with the pings and stuff. So thank you once again for our official network support partner, Gear Up Booster. So do give it a try if you guys haven't yet. But Chocho, yeah, you were saying about today's matchup. What are we gonna be expecting today?
Yeah, today's one is going to be really exciting. We will once again determine our second representative for the NAU region in COA 7 global stages. So that's going to be really exciting. So just yesterday, we had our first day, and Team Omni has qualified already to represent NAEU. So that's something very exciting and something that we're actually looking forward to. Their server side have been really strong and showing very good progress. And yeah, let's just jump right into our prize pool first.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. A total of 4 million Chinese yuans, approximately 560,000 US dollars. So that's a lot of money going into the Call of the Abyss 7 event prize. The champion's gonna take a big slice of the pie for 1,700,000 Chinese yuan, followed up with the runner-ups, 520,000, reducing subsequently. But everyone's going to be walking away as long as they are in the top 20 placings. So yeah, Chocho, I mean, like let's say you're competing, if you win 1,700,000 Chinese yuan, like $200,000, what are you going to do with it? Divided by 5, you have $40,000.
I mean, I will buy a car if I have my driver's license, but I don't have it. So yeah, I can't even buy a house here in Singapore with 200,000. So I guess I can use it for investment, maybe not.
Wow,
Let the money build up.
Yeah, thinking about investing from a very young age. I like that. Okay, smart managing money. But right up next is the placements as well. Let's have a look at the lower part of the bracket. It's going to be B4U versus Raven and CH4 versus QNIY after this, followed by the TBD matches in match 6 to determine who's the second representative to make it to the COA 7 group stages. So Chocho, B4U versus our Ravens, what can we expect from either of these teams?
High expectations for both teams, of course. These are very familiar team names that we're seeing in the NAEU region. And I think a very unique addition that B4U has now in their team is definitely an ex-member from FCN, Green. This player is an all-rounder, plays the rescuer, harasser, kiter roles, and yeah, I think it will be a very good addition to B4U's survivor lineup. But the question here is whether B4U will be adding Green into the main lineup, because the 4 core members are still there. Would that affect the synergy of the team members, or would it actually value add to the team? And Green could be a possible asset to Team B4U. And now looking at our team profiles, Sprinzer is still the soul hunter, the main carry of his team, and yeah, very high expectations for Sprinzer's hunter plays later on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to the plays of all these players, and yeah, I mean, adding this lineup is already super strong. Like with the addition of Green, I think they're just bolstering your position. They're just strengthening it even further, taking a step ahead. And it's never a bad thing when you have more than one or two. You can have 1, 2, 3. You have more than one OBers, supporters, rescuers, right? So hopefully, like what you said, Green is gonna be an additional support to the team. But right up next, we are going to be looking at Sprinzer, no stranger to not just the NAEU community, Southeast Asia community, but throughout the world in the global stage. Sprinzer, who does not know him, he is the main hunter for B4U. Amazing stuff. He mains Dream Witch, he has the Wax Artist, And he actually received rave reviews from even the Chinese community for his gameplay in the global stage.
Exactly, and yeah, Sprinza wise, he's no stranger to all of us. Plays the Nayet as well. Made an amazing play, I believe, at Chinatown against YHB in the last IVT. So if you guys haven't watched that, something for you guys to actually keep note of Sprinza. He's an amazing hunter. Not sure why there's no stats, but we shall see later on in the matchup. He might surprise us with a possible opera singer pick, maybe even a full skull like what Mushin did yesterday. Now moving on to Schmidty, a very core member, core survivor in the team, plays the Kaider role mainly, but also Prospector and Antiquarian as harassers. So yeah, very OG member of Team Before You, and someone we can once again anticipate when it comes to gameplays.
Yeah, Schmidi, and we definitely love him for the gameplays that he has shown through the past events, and of course, his channels on social media as well. He loves to cook apparently. So, fun fact for people who might not have followed him yet. But next up, we have Roland from B4E as well. Not only plays the patient, he also gets relegated the rescuer role, the mercenary, the first officer, and I have to say, Roland has been very stable with the rescues. You rarely see him flunk his rescues. I just have to say, perfect timing in rescuing. Like, people struggle to rescue before half, and he manages to do that just in the nick of time. So I would say very, very stable rescuer, and much needed in the team as well.
Exactly. You don't really want to see a double down situation.
Yeah.
And yeah, Roland is that guy that you call for when it comes to rescues. And also, now moving on to Milik. No stats here, unfortunately, but we do know that he's the Mind's Eye main, Mechanic main, and plays the Entomology as well as Barmaid. So mainly decoder / kiter roles. Hopefully today we'll see Milik once again pop off with his kiting and also uninterrupted decoding if possible. And I think this is one of the more anticipated players as well. Green, the new addition to B4U. We do see a containment time of 82 seconds, which is is rather decent, close to a 3 cipher kite, and has a escape rate of 50%. Yeah, Green was in FCN the last time. However, FCN hasn't really been seeing much successes, unfortunately, and hopefully this time around, Green in this new team Before You, he'll be able to show us a new side of him, and maybe if Before You do qualify, we'll be able to see Green in the offline stages as well.
Yeah, I mean, the tide raises all boats, right? And well, when every single team out there is stepping up their game, if you don't step it up, you're gonna get left behind. And Green, I would just say it's just a strategic move that Before You is picking him up. They see him as an asset that can further bolster their strength as one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in NAEU presently. But speaking of another strong member, the OG for Before You, Paul Blems, giving Paul Blems, no pun intended, giving problems to the opponents, Hunter left and right. Definitely breaking ankles left and right as well. A very regular show in the COA stages as well. A long-time member for Before You. Plays not just the Antiquarian, but apparently he has a perfumer in his arsenal as well. And a priestess. Who could have forgotten that priestess support? Hopefully it won't be banned as much today, and then we can see some priestess support too here going on.
Maybe, yeah. And also he has the female dancer, and I think yesterday we saw this very well perfumer play against a opera singer. Maybe fingers crossed we might be able to see it. And yeah, moving on to Ravens now, RV. We do have Pablo, Dakiri, Marlboro, Peach Goodnight, LX, TY, as well as Tonkatsu. Yeah, speaking of Tonkatsu now.
Oh wow! Wow.
In this hour.
Yeah, I know, right? Tonkatsu, fun fact, he plays photographer as well, but more about him later, because, he makes me hungry now. So, but first up, we're going to start with Peach GN. I'm not sure if the GN stands for good night. Oh, yeah, it stands for good night. So Peach Goodnight plays not just the opera singer, not only the wax artist, but also the Clark, which we have not really seen a lot anymore lately. So it's glad. I'm happy to see a Clark main out there, and shout outs to all the Clark main out there too.
Yeah, and speaking about Clark, right? Yesterday, in our finals match between FCN as well as Omni. Omni actually banned out the clerk in their first in
Ooh.
VO3. So yeah, definitely a showing and also understanding of Mushin's clerk at that point in time, and maybe Sprinzer's clerk also could be as scary. We'll see how RV reacts to this clerk that we might potentially see from the side of RV. And now LX, not sure what the L means, but
Ling Xue. I believe his
sure.
full name is Ling Xue, but LX.
Ling Xue. Okay.
Ling Xue, yeah. Plays the X-Boy, so I would love to see me some Robbie gameplays. Anyone else excited for Robbie's gameplay? Please do make some noise in the chat. Cho, I know.
I really love this X-Boy character, and I think one person that plays it exceptionally well in the NAEU region, we'll see in the later team, CH4's Ling. Yeah, I think
that's right.
He's just built different. He's Bloody Queen as well. So we shall see in the later rounds. But now moving on to Pablo. One of the main members in the team, has been Ravens for a long time as a survivor, plays the Cowboy, Aeroplanist, Mercenary, as well as Embalmer. And hopefully after the changes, new patch notes with the Cowboy, we might potentially see that kind of playstyle, as well as the play from this Cowboy when it comes to harassing.
I mean, one thing's for sure, you gotta play some off-meta characters. You gotta play something surprising, right? Because you're up against B4U. They're so used to all the meta characters and based on off experience, right? So gotta try something daring. And speaking of daring, Norton never shies away from the action. Dakiri is a prospector main. Well, you gotta love prospector. You can decode, you can kite, you can harass, you can support. He's just an all-rounder, all in all.
Ooh, and now Marlboro, we do see here 74.6 containment time, slightly lower than the expected containment time that we need that for that 3 cipher kite. However, does very stable rescues, 1.18, higher than Roland's rescues. So I think Roland's one was exactly at 1.0. So we'll see how stable Marlboro's rescues will be. Most likely will be the rescuer for the team, or if not TY, which we'll be seeing in a while's time. But Marlboro also plays the patient from the stats that we have here, so we'll see how it goes. And unfortunately, we haven't really seen any. We did see Novelist play yesterday by Momo. So I'm trying to see whether Before You or RV's Survivor side might potentially play that out too, and whether could play as well as Momo did yesterday.
Yeah, we would always love to see new characters. I mean, less frequently used characters being utilized even more in competitive scene. Next up, we have TY playing the Mercenary, filling in the rescuer role. So he also plays the Gravekeeper. Also, another character that we don't really see much, right? Gravekeeper, super strong as well. Like, hey, Cho. Yeah, I mean, Gravekeeper, you can hide.
Because it's in the morning, my nose is kind of leaking. I was not taking shit.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Take all the time you need. We all understand. Like in the morning, I mean, I get cold in the mornings as well. For your information, guys, we woke up at like 3:30. So you get the sniffles. But
hopefully, you guys won't hear it too much. So try my best to hold it in. Oh, but TY, right? You know, we were mentioning. Okay, we'll mention that in a while's time, but look at our map ban first. We do have B4U banning out the Moonlit River Park. B4U's Hunter going first. As for RV, they have selected their survivors to go first with the selection of Ever Sleeping Town. Now, speaking about TY, right? TY was actually the ex-member of ACE in IBT October 2023. So we'll see how TY addition to RV would potentially change the matchup. Would it be an asset, liability, or if not, TY is just going to be a bench warmer for today. We have to wait and see how that's going to be played out. But hopefully, we'll see all these hunters and survivors play. And for RV, they have 3 hunters.
They do. Yeah. So, unfortunately, we didn't see. Did we manage to see Tonkatsu being featured just now? I would remember because he has that, because he has a photographer and a hermit in his arsenal. So if Tonkatsu actually manages to bring that out up against B4U, hermit might be a problem, especially if they catch B4U off guard. Like we saw that,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but well, definitely looking forward to seeing if Tonkatsu will be brought out. But as of now, Peach Goodnight and Ling Xue will be the two main hunters being featured in the Ravens lineup. But first things first, Chocho, I think we should give some shout outs in the chat because there's a lot of people giving the support. So how you guys doing in the chat? I saw a few messages saying, hey Chocho, a lot of sims for you, I feel, in the
No
chat.
Sims, no Sims. I sim for y'all. They don't sim for
Yo,
me.
there you have it, Chocho simping for you all. And me too as well. I'm definitely simping for the matchup to come because it's definitely going to be super interesting. Sprinzer's coming up first. I'm always excited to see him play. You see him in the interview. You saw him when he was giving the interview, when he was playing with his face cams on. Super cool. I see Cole Veins, super cool, calm and collected. But when he plays, bro, it's nothing cool, calm and collected. It's super sharp, aggressive, and it's like he chose violence for breakfast.
Yeah, I mean the aggression, but yet discipline at the same time. I think that's something that Sprinzer has in his arsenal, and also his character pool is rather large. He really goes in depth when it comes to starting up a new hunter. I mean, keeping up with the meta. That's not something every hunter can do, and I think that kind of splits Sprinzer away apart from the rest of the hunters that is not playing as competitively, and also why Sprinzer has been around every single time and before you as their sole hunter, and also participating in COA every single year.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's like an excellent track record, right? And imagine being in Raven's shoes, where the survivors have to face up against such a strong hunter right from the get-go. But yeah, make some noise in the chat. Mai saying, Chocho, you're so gracious. So that's a shout out from Mai to you, and just a little bit of shout outs here as well. I mean, Fiona, Perfy, Luca, or Cleanus, Anxiety. I hope you don't have anxiety. Cuppy Noodles. Woo! I want some noodles as well. Chizilla, Juno, Andromac. The list goes on, Chocho. Any shout outs you want to give while we're doing the band picks?
Yeah, shout outs to everybody here. 90s Kawaii, Erga Hater,
Edgar,
RV
hi.
Spin, and also Luca, AU, Milk You, Milk You. So,
Whoa.
I feel like I'm reading out the names without understanding it, and then I understand it after. But
I saw that. But just to pinpoint it, Ors, IU, just saying, Chocho's so pretty. They love your hair, and yeah, it's a lot of praises for.
yeah, you know, dye. I mean, I guess you can bleach your hair, but it's not good for your hair, so I don't recommend everybody to do it. Just stay your original color. It's beautiful as it is already. Don't destroy your hair like I did. Thank you.
Yeah, don't destroy hair. I stopped bleaching it too. Anyway, but coming into the band picks phase, we already have 4 survivors lined up: the coordinator, the acrobat, and apparently Embalmer is gonna be in BO1, and the first officer. So they already have their 4 lineups. Embalmer's going to be a choice in Ever Sleeping Town. So I guess they're really just looking to solidify a draw. If they can draw against Sprinzer's Opera Singer, that's going to be huge, right? Because Sprinzer, Opera Singer, I mean, I don't want to make preemptive assumptions, but it's strong. It's super strong.
The team comp is very strong. I mean, the coordinator's gun can go against Sprinzer's Opera Singer, the Embalmer, the Coffin, the Watchers as well that can counter the Opera Singer. I think the only constant that we have here may be the kind of slow decoding, and maybe in the initial start as well, the servers are going to rotate a lot, so that's going to hinder Cypher progress a little bit at the start. We have to see how Sprinzer gets his first down, but this is our first time seeing Sprinzer's Opera Singer in 2024, I believe. And
new year.
yeah, new year, new him, showing us a different side, and we'll see how his Opera Singer will potentially stand out against RV survivors.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what you said, it's a pretty strong lineup. First Officer is definitely a rising popular choice compared to Mercenary now, because the hypnotism can definitely help, juke some opera singer swings. And the gun by the coordinator is going to help as well. I just hope that today we won't see. When I play coordinator,
Yeah.
the biggest fear of a coordinator player is
Hitting the wall.
shoot. Yes,
Or
exactly.
missing it, or like getting that hit registered, then you shoot. Or
Oh my
okay,
God,
but it's
that
very funny,
hurts.
right? As a survivor, you're scared of that, but as a hunter, right, you dodge it, but then somehow the gun curves and it still hits you. So
Right,
it's
curve.
just unlucky every single time. Yeah.
Exactly. But with Sprinzer, we've seen him dodge the guns before, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. So let's hope that the gun is not the only thing he has to dodge. The tram factor will also be another RNG to consider in this map. Yeah, sure. I mean, the stage has been set. Round 1, first half. Guys, make some noise in the chat because it's B4U Hunter Sprinzer versus the Ravens survivors. Bringing the commentaries is me, Nello, and Chocho.
Right, so this is the starting round of today's day number 2. Now entering the match, hopefully both sides will be able to show us excellent performance, and Opera Singer seems to be focused on the coordinator that's in the middle double story area. Dakiri not being too impatient there, premature drop down did not happen, and now Marlboro will be getting this
Marlboro.
first chase and has already placed down his coffin. I wonder where he placed it.
Probably in his heart. No,
Yeah.
he placed it at the big gate, yeah, where he saw it. I just love this skin as well. Marlboro, trying to run as far away as possible from his coffin. The tram is there. Let's hope the tram doesn't leave.
Okay,
make
gonna
it.
get up there.
Is he
Don't wait too
tempting?
long.
No, why? Why? Oh, he doesn't want to go back to his coffin. That's why. Smart. Yeah, we overlooked that the coffin is the final destination for the tram. So Marlboro is going to try and play around in the graveyard, still trying to break ankles. You have to kind of wait a minute. Sprinzer, not falling, not doubling back, not playing this mind game. He's so decisive, man. Just went straight for the hit, got Marlboro down when the Cypher is, well, not a single one has been done. A lot of progress though, Chocho.
Yeah, and Embalmer has coffined already, so Sprinzer will be making a teleport dash towards the coffin. This short Titanic effect on Embalmer will help him last and hopefully get into a safer area where he can kite better. However, Sprinzer is being really smart about this, waiting for that Titanic to end before he actually does that. Also, Sprinzer actually plays a lot of remnants at the area, so it kind of prevents Marlboro from actually potentially kiting out after the Titanic has ended. So very smart move coming from Sprinzer and very decisive decision to just teleport away. Yep, and now Cyphers are looking pretty healthy, 2.5 Cyphers. However, the Embalmer will be on his last legs already.
Yeah. I mean, that's the good thing about Embalmer, right? He didn't bring... Oh, this is the one time that Embalmer brings borrowed time. But he might not survive until the end game. But First Officer's already making the rotations. Activating the watch, TY. Sprinzer's gonna land that hit, but, well, the speed boost is gonna allow TY to rescue Marlboro. Marlboro's gonna decide to run into Sprinzer there, Chocho. Ideas?
Yeah. I'm guessing the game plan here for Marlboro is that he just doesn't want that double down situation. I'd rather run into the hunter than for them to run towards the same direction and potentially getting a double down situation. So looking at the big picture wise, I think Marlboro did a great job. And now looking at this Cyphers, 3.5 Cyphers and 1 half health First Officer, and they are healing up. So Dakiri needs to be careful though, because teleport will be up in the 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Sprinzer already eliminating the first survivor, but in 3 minutes. So I have to say, the strategy of putting the Embalmer in BO1 in this map against Opera Singer definitely paid off. Whoa, barely avoiding the tram there. Definitely paid off. Like, the kite wasn't the longest, but because of the coffin placement, because of the tight turner, it bought so much time. And now Cyphers are actually pretty healthy. Like, everyone's at full health. Coordinator still has the gun. Sprinzer's gonna chase TY next, but hey, first officer still has another clock. Sprinzer, charge attack, gonna miss there, but I guess he's gonna not commit, right? You don't really want to waste more time committing to a first officer. Teleport's up and ready, Chocho. Is he?
I think Sprinzer just taking his time. I guess, I mean, his teleport is ready now, but he decided not to teleport to the coordinator and was kind of focused on TY. Now, TY has no items left, so late game wise, First Officer is just a whiteboard. He doesn't have anything to work with. Now, TY will get this free hit over at the Fate Gate area, however, he just needs to make sure that he doesn't die at the Cypher. But Sprinzer, I think he knows that that's probably going to be the game plan. He will change his targets to Pablo, which is decoding one of the last two ciphers, and Pablo needs to make sure that he doesn't down here at the last cipher as well.
Yeah, I just love that about Sprinter. He's not tunnel vision. Yeah, he got the TY. Like, it makes sense to chase the first officer again, right? Because he doesn't have any more items. But not being tunnel vision, super important. Stopping Pablo from completing the cipher. But Chocho, look at the cipher, super dangerously close to being done. They're just trying to bring Sprinter away from that last cipher. But Sprinter, after landing that first hit, he knows he just wants to deplete the survivors of the resources. He wants to make sure everyone is injured, not at the full health state. He's really being really like a great spatial awareness there, not just being tunnel vision at all.
Yeah, and also one thing as well from the survivor side, they're actually responding to Sprinzer's aggression by taking the time to heal up instead of forcing that 60% cipher. So, great choice by the side of RV, but the Terror Shot got registered. Doesn't matter, one hit he'll still be down anyways. And now, Sprinzer will be chairing the first officer near the cipher, so I wonder whether the servers are going to decode a new one instead at the S palette area, because forcing the cipher doesn't seem to do good for them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you can start a new one, and maybe that's why. Like, Sprinter, he's bringing him closer to the old cipher. Oh, a free rescue going on, and Dakiri managing to body block at the same time. Wonderfully done. So the question is he going to use the gun? He's in position. Oh, no, he's not going yet. Yeah, Pablo realizing this, he cannot get injured because no one else will be able to rescue at that point. Sprinter taking his time. He's not even gonna be, chairing the first officer yet. He just wants to make sure everyone's injured again. Oh, Pablo, what? The ball, the bounce into the wall.
Yeah, a little misstep over there. And I think one thing I'm really scared about is that Pebble is actually rotating nearer and nearer to the two that's actually healing up. So things are looking like kind of sticky right now. Sprinzer, I think he's being careful, so he's just teleport back. So a blessing in disguise for the side of RV survivors. And now the three of them will be having a meeting at Fate Gate. We'll see whether Sprinzer actually catch them off guard here.
Yeah, mini gathering, probably discussing what to eat, tonkatsu maybe. But Pablo's EG! Yeah, that leap is not going to be far enough, and he does not have flywheel. He has tight turner. But Sprinter, again, like, the game plan here seems to be just depleting resources, making sure everyone is constantly injured, and camping that last cipher. No one can start a new cipher because Sprinter, he's just applying so much pressure at this point, Chocho. Like, he might probably even force Dakiri to use the gun, but man, if the gun's being used this point, it's gonna be so hard to come back from.
And also the kill pressure from Sprinzer is really good. Now TY will be down at the last cipher. Coordinator still has a gun to work with, but I believe Dakiri kind of wants to hold onto this gun so that she has certain kind of late game potential when it comes to the detention period. Now Pablo will be trying to decode the Fate Gate cipher, but it just started, less than 10%.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised TY tried to force the ciphers. He should know that Sprinter has teleport ready at hand. Probably should have looked for an item first, right? There's an item nearby. But yeah, Dakiri making the rotations. Oh, the gun's gonna hit! And yeah, Sprinter getting the taste of the gun. It's gonna allow Dakiri to make that rescue, but I'm not sure if that really matters because there's no tight turner. TY's at his last chair, and Sprinter is just gonna rotate. Everyone's gonna take a turn on the rocket chair. TY's on top, but ciphers are pretty close now that you think about it, Chocho. 10%, it's already close to 70 now.
Yeah, but Sprinzer should know that too. His kill pressure is very strong, and he's very clear-minded when it comes to what objective he needs to do now. If once a person loaded, he also know where TUI is, so the hit does register with that charge attack. Now Pablo is still trying to push for the last cipher. Sprinzer doesn't want to give any chance anymore. We'll just chair this first officer. Pablo most likely will just pop the cipher, and it's a hard escape. I mean, he only has two balls left, in fact, a white one and a red one. Pablo trying to make a mad dash for the gate or trying to out-rotate Sprinzer, but Sprinzer has clear sight of Pablo.
Yeah, he doesn't have borrowed time. That's the important thing to note as well. If he can kite out the duration until Dakiri's sent back to the manor, that would be legend. But as we say that, unfortunately, he is not going to be utilizing any more bombs. And he's going to be the last person to be sent to the rocket chair. Sprinzer, 4K, off the bat, opera singer. Wow, what a first half, Jojo.
Yeah, Sprinzer ultimately just coming right on top of all of them. I think, yeah, this is what an experienced hunter usually would show us, this kind of performance. Very stable, very clear-minded, very consistent pace of how to snowball and what objective should be focused on. But now, I was, you actually said something about opening the chest, right, instead of just forcing the cipher, because at that point in time, one survivor was down, two of them were half healths. Yeah, it seems to be a wiser choice to actually open up a chest at the corner house area instead of just forcing a cipher. I mean, there is a chest over there, so it was quite a curious decision from the side of survivors instead of just forcing the cipher. They were actually so clear when it comes to healing up. They know when to push it, when to not push it. But when it comes to the worst possible situation, they decided to push it. So very curious behavior from the survivors, I would say.
Maybe I would say they're probably deciding on the less popular choice, like what you said, just forcing the ciphers and betting. They're probably assuming that Sprinzer is too tunnel vision, chasing survivors on the other side of the map to not notice the ciphers moving, right? So, but I guess they found out the hard way that no, Sprinzer's not tunnel vision. He's perfectly aware of the surroundings. He's perfectly aware of the ciphers shaking. And that's why, like, when you decide to commit to that assumption that the hunter's not watching, that's where Sprinzer just catches you off guard, and that shows why he's the top tier hunter at presently. Just perfect awareness of the entire game, coupled with perfect game sense and aggression, disciplined aggression. I think that's just it's a well-deserved 4K. Raven did their best early games to mid, but Sprints are just one step ahead towards the end of the game, Jojo.
Yeah, so that happened, and
That happened,
unfortunately,
for sure.
things didn't work out as to what they wanted to. But looking at our statistics here, over on the screen, we do see Embalmer with 55.3 seconds, our initial kiter. I think if we're just gonna like take a look back, and we did see how the Embalmer potentially wanted to get onto the tram, and you mentioned something like, because of the coffin being at the fake gate, he doesn't want to get near it, which is actually a smart choice, I would say. But giving a free hit like that might not have been optimal. I guess after rotating in the 11th area, he could go towards the middle double story, two palleted areas right after right beside the gate. Maybe that could have potentially helped him kite a little longer. Maybe rotate upwards into the middle double story area. If he gets a hit, he can go upstairs, drop down, go towards graveyard still. So I think there were quite a number of ways RV could have potentially kite longer. And also I think one thing I really like about TY's first officer is that he isn't too conservative with his items. He knows when to use it, and he uses it effectively as well. So kudos to that. And as of now, we do have the B4U survivors as well as RV's Hunter that will be coming up for this second half of BO1.
Yeah. And can I just say, you think early game to mid is really actually pretty decent, right? It bought a lot of time, 3 minutes down, then he finally got the Embalmer sent back to the manor. He got the Embalmer sent back to the manor. But that's the thing. They couldn't handle, do you agree that they couldn't handle the pressure by Sprinzer in the late game and their resources were being depleted and they didn't know what to do. When little by little, okay, oh my god, I used up my watch. Okay, no more gun. So it's like they couldn't. I think they're not really prepared to deal with that kind of pressure, especially when their resources have been depleted, right? They don't even look in the chest, like what you said. They don't even look in the chest.
They're not making full use of what is available in the map itself. And like you've mentioned, their early to mid game was actually pretty good. Their ciphers were pretty fast actually. 3.5 ciphers, and Embalmer flew back to the mana already. So from there onwards, there was actually a lot of space they could actually work around it. I mean, even Coordinator was decoding at the graveyard freely after the Embalmer got sent back to the mana. So and also the last 3 ciphers were actually spaced quite far apart. The as palleted area as well as the shack area. So I wonder, it was quite a curious decision to see them wanting to decode the one in the middle, which is at the fake gate, instead of the diagonally opposite ciphers, which would have made it a lot harder for Sprinzer to actually map control at that point in time.
Yeah, not to mention he brought teleport, right? Not excitement against the guns, not a blink to. It'll be even worse if he has blink. So I just think that with a teleport, yeah, you kind of have to make use. You can't be too afraid to go 1v1 against an opera singer without a blink in the early games, because that's when you are able to buy even more time, right? That's when you are able to buy even more time when he does not have the presence. He misses his teleport back to the shadow, and that's it. Bro, just put down all the pallets. Just put down the pallets. Go to the other side of the pallets. Just be sure not to fall into the shadows, right? And if he misses that, then that's it. Yeah. Gotta get into the zone, bruh.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's the method that Eli also mentioned yesterday when he commentated as well. To just, if it helps to buy time, especially in the early game, where it's early stages where cipher progress is actually very important, then just slam the pallets. If it helps you gain the distance and prevent you from getting an early hit, everything you do is important. Just even getting a half health hit, right? It slows the decoding process of your teammates already. So really every second counts, even if you want to prolong your kite, I guess. I'm trying to think about how they could have played it differently. But then again, Sprinzer actually played it really smart. He brought teleport, right? Which either could mean that he's very confident in his chase potential, or if not, he really just wants to target down the Embalmer, forces the Coffin use and use that teleport. And that worked out exactly as he planned, if he was actually planning to do that. So the RV's Hunter definitely have to break a leg here to try and even scores out, because this is BO1. RV's map selection, and currently with this 5-point lead onto B4U, right? I wonder how they can come back in the second half, and what Hunter could, out of the 2 Hunters that they introduced, what Hunter are they gonna play? Because they do have an opera singer by Peach Goodnight.
That's true. Opera singer by Peach Goodnight. Even if you want to send out Ling Xue, his hunters are kind of off meta, so probably Peach is gonna be the one coming in first. But one thing's for sure, I totally agree with you. Ravens definitely need to break a leg right now. It so happens that there's a my leg in B4U, so maybe that's the leg they need to break. But they definitely need the luck, and of course, they just kind of focus right on minimizing the loss. Go for whatever you can. And always keep calm, cool, and collected, especially when you're facing against veteran players here. But Chocho, interesting stuff going on. Apparently, Problems is not going to be playing.
Oh my goodness. Now, you and we had this conversation actually right before we started. We were wondering if Green was going to be in the main lineup, who is he potentially going to be taking the spot off? And it is, for me at least, Problems was not one of the players that I imagined to be replaced, considering how consistent Problems' performance have been, not just in the COA stages, but even in regular season, rank times. He's always been very consistent. So quite an interesting situation that I'm seeing here. I wonder whether the the removal of problems in the main lineup might potentially change how things might turn out, and also whether Green could successfully adapt to Before You, because the synergy that Before You survivors had before Green joined has been so amazing. They have been working so well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, everything to work out. And I think there's a lot of Before You fans that's cheering for them. Hopefully, they do qualify as well. So we do have the Gardener as well as Explorer being picked over here.
That's true. I mean, I'm just looking at the lineups here, Chocho. Like, you replace Problems with Green, who is a harasser and OBR,
Yeah.
and you bring out the Explorer. So, it's like you're putting in a harasser main, and you bring in the Explorer. So, I don't know, man. I mean, you're an S batch. You're an S batch Explorer. When you were playing competitively, like. Is Ever Sleeping Town
No.
a good map for Explorer? No. The instant no.
Mainly because there really isn't any places you can hide. You can play around the terrains and walk slowly, sure, but going against an opera singer, I think picking Explorer is fine. I think it's a very common pick to for in BO1 now, especially in the Chinese mainland servers. We do see a lot of hunters banning out the Explorer in BO1 too, because of the fast decoding that the Explorer can manage. We see, and also because he can hide, right, and not easily found, there is a high chance that he wouldn't be found by the hunter too. So it's like there is a character in game, but you can't find this person at all, and this person decodes fast too, and picks up pages as if like nobody is watching, and and then suddenly, all of a sudden, the 100% cipher just pops, and you think that, oh yeah, you still have time, but actually it's just a delusion lah. So now looking at our survivor side, it seems like a potential aeroplanist is picked over here.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's a delusion, right? Especially when the game is going so high paced. But hey, who knows? Putting Green in, picking this kind of picking an Explorer to fit in this lineup. You think maybe it's like an experimental warm up kind of strategy? Like, it's not the final C yet, so maybe they're like, yeah, let's try and see what we can do with this lineup against an opera singer. And they're putting Green on the Gardener as well, so I'm like, okay, maybe Green. They want to see how Green's gonna do in the team, how well he fits in, and I guess this is his debut here, Chocho. His debut showing.
Yes. So yeah, Green in that green-colored Gardener uniform that we're seeing there. So, I mean, this Kimco is really great against the opera singer. Aeroplanes can fly into the sky. It kind of negates any hits at the same time. Explorer will be spawned all the way in the corner graveyard area, so that stuff will be locked. If Milik can actually have a page over there, that would be an excellent a place to actually just dig, because low chances that the opera singer would just rotate all the way there just to get you. And now might potentially go for Green or Schmidty, but knowing how strong Green's chasing potential is, I think Peach Goodnight might potentially opt for the Aeroplanist, which is actually harder to chase if you're talking about the skill that the Aeroplanist has.
Yeah, no OBRs at all here, no harassers at all. We've seen Aeroplanists jetpacks and rams the hunter slightly, stunning the hunter slightly into the wall, but that's about it. We saw in the C qualifiers. But hey, Before You survivors with Green's debut with the team versus Raven's Peach Goodnight Opera Singer. Battle of the Opera Singers here, ladies and gentlemen. So make some noise in the chat because it is me, Nalu, and Chocho bringing the commentaries for this round 1 second half.
Heading into the match, it seems like Peach Goodnight has different ideas on how to approach this. He wants to go for the potential mercenary in the mid area. Roland will be getting this first chase.
Oh, wow. Roland already using the first pad, trying to rotate through the S-Palette. Green, super smart, already rotating away from the area, even placing palette just to help up a little bit. Roland gonna try and buy a bit more time. The moment he breaks, probably gonna start rotating away. Already using the second elbow pad, putting down pallets again. But Cypher Sun barely moving. Oh my god! What a beautiful teleport, Chocho! Straight into the mercenary while he was dashing.
Yeah, the Remnant, excellent usage of it, and now Roland will be able to rotate out towards the figure area. We do see him not rotating towards the center because that's where the Explorer is. The Blink registers, and now Roland will try to die all the way to the corner. This is a very fast down now. One Cypher combined together. This is a completely different situation compared to RV Survivor that we saw just now. This is a lot more dire situation, and Explorer has 50% pitch, so about 1.5 Cyphers right now.
This is so brutal, man. I think this is even more brutal than the ones when I played Mercenary against Happy, opera singer in Ever Sleeping Town, right? I think he burns through as fast as me.
Yeah, but I think one thing you mentioned as well, the first officer being a very a favorite pick for the rescuers now instead of the mercenary. We do see it why now, right? I mean, the elbow pads, they use 3 and that's it. They're GGs. But for first officer, one watch, if you successfully, can buy about 15 to 20 seconds each time. And now, don't want the double down situation. Roland's gonna run towards the corner, but Mylake might see this double down regardless. 50% on his body. He needs to use it ASAP. But Roland is making a mad dash for that corner house.
Wow, Peach, good night. He knows his stuff, man. He went for the Explorer and still, what? I mean, that was such a good opportunity for Roland to hide away at the very least, but double down situation before you might actually be caught in a pinch here because basement is here, Jojo.
I mean, it seems like Peach Goodnight's greediness, right, is working out here. Explorer, who is the person that is digging the pages, also expended self here already. So, Aeroplane, it seems like he wants to come for this rescue. Used his first jetpack already. Has Tide Turner. We'll see how Peach Goodnight does the camping over here, but seems like it will be a very stable rescue. We'll see if he goes for the double down again.
He wants to go for the double down, but apparently I think he just wants to play it a little bit safe, get Roland down, and he's gonna die in the basement. So, hey, perfect place to die, especially if you wanna give a little bit more distance to the hunter to head back up again. But Chocho, as all of this is going on, I believe a 6th Cypher is being done at the moment, and the page apparently boosting the 2nd Cypher all the way up to almost 100%. Cyphers are finally picking up, but everyone's injured, Chocho, except for Green. Apparently Peach wants everyone, except for the Gardener, so I guess it's working out so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think he knows that chasing Green wouldn't bring him any good. He knows Green is a very strong survivor. Even when he was in FCN, he was a hard carry alongside with Momo. So, smart choice from the side of Peach Goodnight, and Schmidty making use of his 2nd jetpack, using his airborne skill, and now we'll try to kite it out, but the hit does register from the pallet.
Peach Goodnight, make sure you guys remember this name because he's actually applying a lot of pressure onto B4U survivors, and the last Cypher is actually in the middle of the map. So yeah, everyone's injured except for Green. They can definitely still make something happen. Mylake, it has Page. Oh, he does not have any Page, but Green's already coming in with a perfume as well. Gardener, who wants to be the perfumer.
So safe.
Yeah, I like that.
This is something about Green. 3rd jetpack being used, so Schmidty has pretty much nothing to work with when it comes to the end game. Green has no items too, since he just used the perfume. So we'll see how they work things out, because late game wise, if you think about Explorer has a book, but that book doesn't really do much, honestly. So late game, the 3 of them is gonna be itemless. So
yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so Peach Goodnight deciding to just allow Schmidty to... Wait, he's traveling back. Mylake is already ready. He's already ready with the Page. Oh my... Yeah, he has to down... He has to down the Explorer here.
Nice.
And then, if he changes to abnormal, then that's gonna pretty much... yeah, that's gonna pretty much... That's gonna mess up B4U's Cypher Prime.
Now it's like you dig up the 48% page, and now it's completely useless. I mean, I'm not too sure. Maybe there was some miscom saying that, oh, it's more than 50%, so I'm just gonna put all the page so that it pops. But turns out that it only reaches all the way to 90%.
Oh my God, it's so close.
Yeah, and now Green
Green!
will potentially get this free hit, unable to get that shield off, unfortunately. Cypher is at Night Center, 49%. It seems like Gardener wants to push at Center Cypher regardless.
Yeah, he's definitely heading there. I'm not really sure why. He already knows that the Hunter... wait. Okay, Smitty's heading back. Yeah, he doesn't want to risk. He should probably do the same thing that Sprinzer did. Just make sure all their resources are gone. Make sure everyone is injured. Apply that pressure. And Green still forcing the middle Cypher. I'm like, okay. Alright.
Alright, very, very risky situation.
Wow!
Green.
Going back. Noise. Yeah, making sure everyone's injured. That's good. So far, so good.
Mine is still in this area, so if he downs again, he'll be flying back to the mana. Aeroplane is starting a new Cypher. Green is still pressuring the center Cypher. Peach Goodnight wants to focus on Green. That hit red business. Terror Shock happens, and Miley and Schmidty will be in a situation where they can't either decode, decode nor heal each other up. Schmidty down once again. Explorer does not have self-heal and is the only one that's standing right now.
Yeah, do not underestimate Raven. Raven is here to play Peach Goodnight. On the verge of getting a 4K. Explorer's gone. Explorer has no more page. I think the page, that 48% page, was their last glimmer of hope, right? Because, oh my goodness, another abnormal putting the nail onto the coffin. I think he knows my leg is probably nearby. If he cannot find anyone, then he's probably gonna check basement. But yeah, Chocho, this is a little bit. I feel like this is too hard for you to swallow. The Explorer strat apparently not as efficient as they thought it might be. Oh, my leg!
So Peach Goodnight trying to find where Milik is, but you know, both of them now expended their self heals, 2 half healths. Green will be a little bit more conservative, leaving the Cypher first. And really unfortunately, also one thing that we've realized that the last 3 Cyphers are actually at one side of the map. Center Cypher being the centered Cypher in the 3. So yeah, very hard situation that we're seeing.
My leg went out.
Yeah, but. My leg has showed some legs, and we'll see the ground once again now.
Yeah, shouldn't have went out. He doesn't have self-heal anymore. He shouldn't have went out. Shouldn't have gone out, and now Green also has no more self-heal. What can you do when you're the last person standing and the Cyphers are nowhere near done? Peach Goodnight playing this to perfection. Before you, Green. Let's see what the Gardener can do in this situation, but I don't know, man. Wait for the Gardener to crawl to the dungeon. Oh, beautiful double back there. Oh, not gonna work this time, Chocho.
Very hard. Both of them have no self-heals, 2 of them down as well. So it will be a return of that 5-point lead back to RV, balancing out the score. So in RV's map selection, it's a 5-5 score, a tie situation that before you can, I believe, still accept. But I would say slightly disappointing on their end, because I think they might have wanted to just go for at least one escape in their survivor side, which ultimately seems like the synergy is not really coming through as what we expected.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's not about the individual skills anymore here. You don't see them playing, making a lot of mistakes, except for the final part of the 48% password draw. But do you think, and that the players' composition, the team composition, has a huge role to do with this? Because I think there's plenty of other good setups, right, that they could have went with, not the Explorer. And don't get me wrong, Aeroplanist is great, but against an opera singer, you're not gonna buy a lot of time, right? An Explorer.
I think the main part, definitely, if we're just gonna look back at the root problem, is the rather fast down by the Mercenary, even with 3 Rebel Pets, right? And also because of the nerf on the health bar on the Mercenary as well, it kind of slowed everything down. He got his first hit fast. Cyphers weren't really progressing then as well. Yeah, I think other than the Mercenary, picking a first off might have been a better option for the side of the survivors. Picking Explorer, I think it was still fine. I really do feel that is the execution part from the side of my league, or maybe certain miscoms in the team, because it's very unlikely that you want to put all your, it's like putting all your eggs in one basket. You just force everything out. So I mean, I've played Explorer before. That's not the way to go, unless, right, I usually would just hold on to the 50% page, right? And I would keep decoding normally. If the hunter comes, just pop it immediately. Instead of putting everything in, the abnormal is, your Explorer is actually a counter to abnormal. But because Mylek did that, and that was his last page, I believe. So things just went downhill from there, very unfortunately. And yeah, it's a very rather disappointing situation that we're seeing of Before You survivors at this point. And now I have a question for you. Do you think Green might potentially be subbed out here, and problems come back in, or what do you think?
It doesn't. I mean, if you want to sub out Green, it has to be because he's not fitting in well, or he's made a little bit too much of, like a little bit too many mistakes. But he's done nothing wrong that game. He's been decoding the most. He's been rotating. He's not giving free hits. I think he should definitely still stay and keep playing. It's definitely the execution part, like what you mentioned. I mean, logically speaking, if you know that the cipher requires like another 50%, like what you said, you gotta decode first. When the hunter comes, then just pop. It's a counter, right, to abnormal. So you do not just use up all your page. Maybe he's afraid that if he goes down, the page will drop and stuff. But it's totally fine. Your teammates can pick it up for you, right? Your teammates can pick it up for you. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but even if you pick it up, right, Peach Goodnight is also smart enough to just target down whoever picks it up and just keep downing them over and over again. So maybe it's just a possibility, because I'm not sure who the shot caller is in Before You survivors. Maybe last time it was Problems, maybe now it's Green, maybe they're not used to Green shot calling. It could be possible. I'm not sure. If you guys know who the shot caller is in Before You survivors, do let us know. But other than that, I think things started looking was still okay actually, but yeah, things really just went downhill from the 48% being inputted into the center machine. Abnormal happened. GG's.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Like, he can target down anyone else, right, who has the page. But, well, better than using it up and then getting abnormal. I think that's the worst case scenario, because that's basically your trump card. That's your ace in the hole. The hunter comes, pop. You have the ability to instantly pop the cipher. And you lose that advantage. The hunter abnormals it twice, and then all of a sudden you're left with nothing you can do, right? You cannot do anything in that situation. Green with the perfume was actually good, even though, well, the hunter didn't hit him and he didn't get any damage. He managed to avoid any damage, and he could have went in for another rescue. So he actually did. I think there's nothing wrong with what he did there. Nothing wrong with him in this game. But hey, we're being set up for game number 3, Chocho. So, I mean, I'm excited. RV putting up a lot of fight onto Before You in this first game. So, guys, looks like we are having ourselves a super close game. Hunters carrying.
I would say. Yeah, and also for these teams, right, whoever that's going to qualify for our third matchup of today, because we have the first and second one, I believe they do want to end it ASAP, because the earlier they end it, right, they have more time to rest, and it also helps them to prolong their stamina all the way to matchup 3. So but since Before You has decided to, we shall, give them the lead for, give a 50-50 right now, and we'll see how we'll do in BO2 with their own map selection from the side of Before You. So that's going to be interesting. I wonder what Before You would pick. But if my memory serves me correctly, I think they do excel quite a little bit at Chinatown. I think they really have to consider what their survivors or what they have practiced.
They're actually going to replace Green with Problems. Maybe that's the support they're looking for. Nothing wrong with how Green played as a Gardener last game, but maybe they just needed that extra support with Problems. But honestly speaking, with Explorer, with Mercenary going down, what other support can you expect, right, in that kind of situation? But hey, going back to the roots, OG. But here's a statement I want to make. I don't know if you agree with this or not, and I don't know if every one of you in the chat agree with it or not. Sprinzer is always gonna 4K. His goal is 4K. He's always gonna 4K. His mind is always gonna try and go for the maximum, right?
Yeah.
And I mean,
Oh.
the only difference is the survivors lineup here so far. So I guess maybe that's why Problems is being brought in. But apparently another change is going on with Ravens too, Chocho.
Yeah, but on the side of their hunters this time round, Peach Goodnight is gonna take a rest for now. Good night. And now LX will be coming in, and the character pool we've been notified of is the violinist as well as the sculptor. And yeah, he seems to be rather confident in his character pool. So I wonder how the Before You survivors will react. Which hunter are they gonna ban? And whether LX has probably a hidden hunter that has not been notified to any of us yet.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like best of one, that opera singer play by Peachy Goodnight was Raven's best bet, right? Coming into this, because that's their ace in the hole. But best of two, I have to say, Sprinzer, one thing for sure, he's stable. His results are always consistent, right? So that's one thing Ravens has to deal with. But another thing Ravens have to deal with is, well, Sprinzer going first in game number 2 in Chinatown. So, I don't know, man. Setting the pace first.
I think
the pace first with survivors.
Yeah, I mean, if you already said it already that like Sprinzer, 4K is the goal, then Survivor side of Before You needs to focus on just one objective, which is to get at least one escape. Decode all 5 ciphers and then one escape. Don't go for too risky plays, play conservatively, but enough such that it kind of pressure the side of RV's hunter. So currently, the kill pressure from both sides seems to be quite evened out. For the side of Before You Sprinzer, he is like finding opportunities, right, and taking advantage of them. Whereas for the side of RV, right, hunters, they're actually waiting for that opportunity and that mistake from the side of Before You survivors. Once they do it, we have to see how RV's hunter react to it. So hopefully LX can potentially outplay Before You survivors, and it would be really interesting if RV could get the advantage of their opponent's map selection here.
Yeah. I mean, Problems is gonna bring a whole new problem for Ravens team as well. It's hard, especially when you play off meta characters like Violinist and Sculptor, but hey, maybe Ravens know what they're doing and they have an idea what they want to do. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely love to see a Violinist. We haven't seen that for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, are you a fan of Violinists?
I feel like violinist mains, right? They do have a certain pattern when it comes to chasing lah. And when I was actually playing rank the last time, which was like seasons ago, what I do is I always these competitive players, right? I save their hunter plays, I look back, and I analyze how they play their violinist lah. So there's always a certain way that they play it, and once Before You survivors actually do know how LX kind of play around his violinist, I think it's very easy for them to counter. I mean, picking a team comp, I mean, psychologist will be great here. Barmy is actually great here. Seer as well. I think if you're saying any weak characters he can go for, I guess the decoders are one of it. But we have to see Before You with this back to the main core members that we usually see, right? How are things gonna change out? Like, is it gonna be a more unified version of what we saw in BO1, or is it gonna be something that like you said, Problems is a support main, so what kind of support can you bring to the team, whether it's through the support through the bees, priestess portals, which I highly doubt that LX would just let out lah.
Yeah, I mean, Problems is definitely a great guy, a great player. I like what you said. I would love to see support too. Being in this team, I mean, they've been together for the longest time, right? Their synergy is already there. Their communication, their synergy is already there. So just by bringing Problems back, I don't think it has anything to do with how Green has played that. It's just like, yeah, they just wanna get this done with. Okay, we're done experimenting with the Explorer and with the debut of Green in the first round. Now we just want to get back into the zone first, one thing at a time. We just want to make sure we get this over with. Then probably, yeah, I think there's always going to be a lot of opportunities for Green to come back in the later rounds, right? But heading into the band picks now, ladies and gentlemen, Priestess and Seer, two strong characters being taken out of the game. So no pesky Priestess in Chinatown, very annoying in this map as well. But RV is going to respond by picking up Ada and Sichi. Is it Sichi? The Antiquarian and Psychologist.
Yeah, and also I think they're trying to cover all grounds when it comes to Sprinter's character pool. The last time we saw him, he played Nayat at Chinatown, but he also has a Dream Witch in his arsenal. And he has multiple single hit hunters. So yeah, picking a Psychologist seems to be wise. It seems to, but then again, once these first two have been picked, right, it's globally banned out already. And since it's a confirmed BO3. We have to see whether this might ultimately bite them in the back, because the Wi-Fi heal from the Psychologist actually does quite a bit of aiding and also reduce time to heal up, increased efficiency when it comes to the decoding process. And then also picking the Antiquarian is also a very strong harasser. If they have other harassers such as the Prospector as well that can be used in the later rounds, then I see picking this seems to be not a huge issue. And RV is responding to Sprinzer's mercenary band with this first officer as well.
Yeah, I mean, give him the comfort. Give them the comfort. They need OBRs here, right? They need it to make it happen against Sprinzer. They realize that without OBRs, it's gonna be it's so hard to 1v1 Sprinzer at that point. They had an Embalmer to do it before without any assistance, but now, yeah, things are different. But hey, Jojo, it's gonna be Psychologist and the Patient tandem here, so probably a little bit of the Bond plays going on here.
Maybe the attraction may happen too, but I was actually hoping to see, other than a patient, I was hoping to see a support character that could come through, like potentially a toy merchant or entomologist, etc., instead of another kiter, because now it's looking very kiting based. Right, there is no support other than the harass from the Antiquarian. Now picking the Dream Witch over here, we shall see how these survivors might potentially play out. But any easy first chase here now?
With Sprinzer, everyone is an easy first chase. Yeah, but Psychologist is made to tank Dream Witch, right? Psychologist is practically what everyone chooses, especially when they're expecting a Dream Witch for the tankiness, take 3 hits, and of course there's the Wi-Fi heal, the remote heals happening. So that support in itself is already super strong. Patient as well, as long as he doesn't hook when he gets bitten by Patroller, I think that's good enough. Even TY with the watch hypnotism, I think that's already it's making him an undesirable target. Right, so I guess the only ones that Sprinzer can really gun for is probably the Patient, and yeah, Patient's the closest. I mean, I don't know, man. Unless if you think that committing to a Psychologist, which is already stationed on the corner double story, is a good idea. But do Dream Witch mains favor that position? Do they really want to chase in that position?
I don't think they want to, but since Sprinzer has pretty strong sandwich situation that he can generate against the survivors, I think it could be possible. We have to see what Sprinzer chooses in the end, because we tried to predict what he's gonna go for, but he always goes for other survivors that we don't usually expect. So, but I think one thing that is kind of sure is that he most likely will be going for the Patroller, then trump card detention. But we will be seeing our round 2 first half of our first match in day number 2 between B4U's Hunter and RV Survivors. I'm Chocho and I'm joined by Nello Mello, who will be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Right, heading into the game. Unfortunately, we won't see any Tomie. We don't really see Sprinzer bring out that skin always. But the Dream Wish is gonna find TY first, leeching onto the first officer. So I guess the idea here is to take out the first officer, the rescuer first, and that way, yeah, it's gonna give a lot of problems to the survivor teams in the later rounds. But hey, the first pocket watch has already been expanded, but Sprinzer is committing towards TY. TY already the second activation of the clock. Still chasing TY. Oh, the spawn follower. Oh, missing by a bit. TY has actually doubled back, going back down, but the leech is waiting for him. He's caught. Oh, he's being sandwiched here. But hey, taking the leech hit is better than taking the main body's hit. After all, right, Chocho?
Yeah, and I believe Sprinzer is gonna put the patroller first before and hope that the follower will actually follow along, because he doesn't really want to patroller when the first officer is using his hypnotism, especially when he's near the spawn follower. Now, we'll be putting the patroller onto him, almost a near 3 Cypher kite already. If he can last a little bit longer, and
oh, nice
timed vault over there.
Yeah, beautiful time vault over there. But now that second bite by the patroller, yeah, it's gonna deny him the vault, and he's going to have. Yeah, Sprinzer's gonna have the first survivor onto the chair. But hey, the ciphers are pretty good so far. 2 ciphers being done with 1 almost into completion. Chocho, Pablo ZG, yeah, going into the restaurant. Oh, that's so dangerous! Oh, the flywheel.
Really? Yeah, and I think one thing I really like about RB survivors is that they're not too conservative with their items when they use it at good times. Now, first officer still has 1 more watch to use for this kite, so yeah, definitely have a lot of potential. But Sprinzer's gonna be placing the patroller when first officer is in hypnotism mode, so he's really trying to play a good game, but still manages to bite successfully.
Wow, that hunter's instinct is like, yeah, I don't really care if you use the watch, my doggo's gonna bite you either way. So TY gonna be going down, but hey, while all of that is happening, 3.5 ciphers have been done and everyone is at full health. So Raven survivors, they know what they're doing. They're actually, I would say they're ahead at this point, right? Because it's as long as you get a draw against Sprinzer, it's already a victory in itself. An instant rescue? What? Huh?
I guess he
was
just
that an instant rescue?
It seems so, and yeah, I think they just wanted to just not get a free rescue, don't want to get injured again. And now 3 full health survivors that is on the map. Ciphers are looking extremely healthy. They couldn't get 6 Cypher as well, so we'll see how that goes. Pablo. Oh, use double back a little, but we'll still get that spawn follow hit, unfortunately. Main followers. Oh, the patroller will be on from the main body, and we'll get Pablo. It seems to be a down situation, and the last 2 ciphers, 60 to 70% each.
Wow. I mean, this game is insane, man. Raven's putting up a hell of a fight against Sprinzer, but that one hit, the charge attack in the end, is going to down Pablo. But Chocho, ciphers are almost primed, right? Like, psychologists can easily come in for the rescue as soon as she finishes that cipher, but wait.
I'm not sure about the easy part, but because it's a second skill Dream Wish after all. But yeah, we do see that Sprinzer is doing some preventive measures to prevent a free rescue. So
the flywheel as well. Okay, spot follower change. Terror shock. Oh, it's too far. He's gonna get it in time. Oh my god, that's so fast. And mind you, Sprinzer still has trump card. He can easily go for a teleport. Oh wait, no, he's not going for a teleport. Yeah, I think he's just
play from the patient as well. I mean, he has flywheel and he hasn't used it the entire match. He did use his item effectively though. It's just that the flywheel is like non-existent.
Wait, he knows? Wow, that's so weird. He knows the timing. He knows the timing. He knows the timing of the gate. Yeah, I think he's just gonna wait. Wow. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that too.
Okay, right. So anyways, Andy Korean manages to open the gate, so she will be able to escape. Psychologist will use the flywheel and has no items since a whistle. We'll see how she plays around here. Manage to buy a little bit more time for her team. but it should be a matter of some seconds. But manages to out-rotate Sprinzer. Sprinzer wants to focus on Pablo, but Pablo doesn't have self-heal already though.
Yeah. I think they should just be happy and take that one escape.
But I think Psychologist might out-rotate. Am I wrong?
You think?
I feel like she could though. Anti-Korean.
No, she's trapped. She's trapped in this area. She can't go anywhere. She's trapped in this area. Yeah, Sprinzer's not gonna let you out rotate him. So Daikiri, he's like happily waiting. And can I just say, there's no support at all coming up from the Antiquarian.
Yeah.
Right? Beating up the patrollers and stuff, but maybe the Antiquarian's just had a, happily decoding on his own. Rightfully so. I mean, you always have to decode when you can. But hey, breaking the streak of Sprinzer. To be honest, it was looking like a draw at that point, right? Raven was looking like they could pull a draw out of their hats at that point. But Sprinzer, not a 4K, but nonetheless, it's still a win. It's still a 3K. It's still very, very admirable to do, considering how well Ravens played the early games. That was a 3.5 Cypher's kite, man, by the first officer.
They did a very good job. I think it's really I mean, what could they do at that point, right? Because last two ciphers and Psychologist had to pop her cipher first, then head for the rescue. And Sprinzer, of course, he saw where the cipher popped and pretty sure he knows where the Psychologist is coming from. So he played it very smartly. His attention to detail is excellently done. He forces out the flywheel, gets the hit, and still manages to pop off at the end during the end game. So getting this 3 kill is definitely very well worth it, considering, like you've mentioned, and very good early game kite. And yeah, other than that, do you think there's any special highlights or mentions that we can talk about that match?
I would say
the blind patrol.
The patroller bite, onto the first officer that was in hypnotism mode, right? He's already used up his watch. That was amazing. He caught hold of it, and like what you said, it's just these simple little things where he notices where the Psychologist pops the cipher, knows what direction it's going to come from, and even with the flywheel, he still manages to down it. So I would say, all in all, it's just his awareness, which saved him from a potential draw. I think he wouldn't be very happy with himself if he didn't get a win for Before You right there, Sprinzer. But I think that was the best outcome possible for Before You. And our Ravens, that has to be a little bit of encouragement for them too, because that's a 1 escape against Sprinzer's Dream Witch. Yeah, and mind you, Sprinzer is dubbed Xishen, is it? Xishen, the West Dongshen, the Dongshen of the West, because technically he's from the West, right? So a 1-man escape. That's something to write home about, man.
Yeah, and I think one thing about Sprinzer's Dream Witch, right? I think this round, right, the Saurus didn't really give him a lot of chance to map control and cipher pressure as well. So I think that's one thing that we didn't really see of his Dream Witch in this matchup, very unfortunately. So if I was thinking whether if actually Sprinzer decides to far camp or just go outside and pressure certain rescues or ciphers, I think there was a possibility that he could have gone for more kills. And maybe a 4 kill could have been possible. We have to really take a look at the cipher progress and see where the ciphers were, because actually I think the ciphers are actually quite far apart and quite far from the chair too. So
yeah, I mean 3K is still, I mean we've been singing Sprinzer's praises, but 3K is still very admirable, right? And Ravens putting up a fight against his Dream Witch is definitely no easy task. Yeah, no easy task for any teams, and Raven included. Although I would say, if there's anything that I think the rotations could have happened better, is Antiquarian should be the one coming in. Antiquarian should be the one coming in for the support in the midway instead of the but I guess he had no opportunity to rotate towards where the action was going on. Something like what happened with Before You's game in game number 1. Like, hey, I have a gardener here, but somehow I'm not getting any action against Opera Singer. And by the time the Opera Singer is fully fed, I get some action, but it's too late. I can't do anything anymore. So I guess that's the feeling Antiquarian had. Probably has 100% stick there too.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's really upsetting also is I think in the same map Chinatown yesterday we saw a toy merchant pick, but however we didn't see any successful catapult usage in that map itself. So yeah, it's like picking a character, however it doesn't really do much use, and that's really sometimes a bit disheartening. And also for the players themselves, like you want to show your full potential, your catapult placement that you've been training, however because of this and that, the survivors didn't rotate over to this side. So yeah, sometimes it's very unfortunate, but now that the Antiquarian is globally banned out, they definitely should be thinking of potential other rescuers that could be picked. And yeah, we also didn't really see the attraction between Emil and Edda in that matchup too. So
yeah, everyone was kind of playing solo, right? If you notice, there was barely any supports. It was just a 1v1. Yeah. It was just 1v1 the entire game. Patient coming in. Did he miss the hooks? I hope not. God, I wouldn't want to remember that. But he went in for a pretty early rescue. Avoiding damage, yes, I understand, but why are you so afraid of getting damage when you know that it's the first officer's last chance? Like, great, you rescued without getting injured, but I don't think he even tried to body block for the first officer there, right?
Yeah.
It was like, okay, I rescue, I run away straight away.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
think
that
I saw
was
that.
the
I
game
caught a glimpse of it.
plan. I'm not sure because maybe they didn't even want to rescue initially in the first place because first off they didn't have any items to work with, and
yeah, you might as well just let him sit there. You might as well just let him sit there and give the niders, right? You buy him even more time. Yeah.
So I guess when it comes to details wise, the Survivors RV is not quite there yet, but definitely they do have a lot of rooms for improvements, and we are hoping that this would actually happen in BO3 when it's their turn again. But we have to move on to our second half of this match number 2 of this BO2 before you Survivor going against RV's Hunter. What should be the focus point for before you?
Before you just play the game. Just play like how they always do. Don't give up the 4K anymore. Yeah. I would say that the Survivor teams of before you, before this, people were saying, okay, this is what people say, not me. Before this, they were saying before you was just like it's just all Sprinter. It's just all Sprinter. But you gotta call it where it's due. The survivors have definitely stepped up as well. They definitely stepped up. We've seen Schmidty in action with the support, with the acrobat kites, with the prospector support. We've seen Roland with rescues, great rescues as well. Today might not be his day. First game might not be his game. People have ups and downs. You can't have a good day every day. Even for my leg and problems, I still remember insane mechanic kite, 3 ciphers kite as well, back when mechanic was popular. Problems as well with the super support, which we are going to be seeing very soon in this second game. So I think overall they've built themselves up to be better. They don't just stop like, okay, yeah, we our Hunter's gonna 3K 4K every time, we're fine. They don't just stop there. They keep going on. And for those of you in the chat who thinks I'm yapping, just speaking the truth, man. You just gotta call it how you see it. Sorry, Chocho. Wow.
Oh no, because I was rather surprised at the Seer plus Entomologist pick right from the get-go. I mean, these two characters are rather consistent, and Seer being in this BO2 globally banned series is rather interesting. We don't really see Seer being picked just because of the support and how strong Seer is when it comes to the later rounds as well. I was thinking maybe a third, fourth pick could be possible, but I'm guessing that before you don't want to waste this chance anymore, and also that it could be potentially banned out in the third ban from the side of the Hunter. So maybe there's a certain strategy that they're going for, I'm not sure, but for now I'm not really seeing it. The Seer, Entomologist and Cheerleader picks for now.
Yeah. I mean, cheerleader pick is definitely super good here. We've seen yesterday Omni's WWY, right? Bringing in the cheerleader kite against opera singer. It's being utilized more and more now. So I'm definitely loving that. And the ability to refresh the survivors' items cooldown as well, abilities cooldown, that's a great asset to have. So no problems there. Super good going on. And first officer to solidify the deal. So with this kind of lineup, what do you think Ling Xue can is the better choice for him to play up against this lineup, Chocho?
I feel like they're kind of gearing up for a potential sculptor. I feel to just gather the distance, and also sculptor when she tries to place the statues, right? It's hard to control. But we are seeing a potential evil reptilian pick at Chinatown. This is the second time I'm seeing this in these qualifiers between SEA as well as the NAEU currently. SEA, we had one reptilian player that played at the Chinatown as well, I believe, if I remember correctly. And now in NAEU we have Alex with this evil reptilian, so rather surprising. And this will be my first time seeing the NAEU region with this evil reptilian. So looking at the spawns wise, it will be spawning at the corner between the seer as well as the cheerleader. Very strong potential chase, and Mylic can potentially also give the B support all the way to the hotel area. We have to see how Schmiedy out-rotates the evil reptilian, but from my knowledge, I think Schmiedy could potentially, I mean, since he can see the hunter at the start, he can actually kind of rotate back towards the hotel, if you get what I mean. I mean, he can go towards the center, get the vault, speed boost, get to the hotel, or if not, play around that squarish building and get back to the hotel and start his rotations there. So yeah, Evil Reptilian does struggle a little bit in close, tight, narrow spaces, especially in buildings. So hopefully Before You survivors capitalize on that. And we will begin round 2, second half of match number 1, day number 2, between RV's Hunter versus Before You Survivor. I'm Jojo, I'm joined by Nello Mello. We'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, coming into the match, I'm so excited to see Evil Reptilian. For once, we're not going to see yapping, we're going to see a lot of leaping here. So yeah, I'm very excited with this off-meta turning into meta pick. I mean, Evil Reptilian, what can we say? He's just so good when he's at full presence. The unlimited leapings with consistent mana depletion. So his first target is going to be Schmiedy. Not an easy target. Schmiedy is on the seer duty. Oh, beautiful leap. Oh my god, the minimal leap. But Schmiedy kind of foresees and he kind of foresees this like one step ahead and sets up the negates any damage coming to him.
Yeah, the seer, I mean, he's always one step ahead, even with the seer too. I mean, with the bird support, the timing as well coming from the side of Schmiedy. Very excellent play, but now it seems like Schmiedy might be seeing the first hit. I'm not sure how much of the owl that he has sucked out of by looking at the hunter, so we have to see how Schmiedy potentially kites out. It seems like he wants to jump once again, does have the smashing potential, and manages to down seer right at this instance. Combined cypher progress about 1.5 ciphers.
Yeah, I mean, Schmiedy going down, but hey, at least it's not a short kite, it's a decent kite, close to 3 ciphers like what you mentioned. Lucchino though, the one thing I would say is like, he still has his blink up, so Roland needs to be very, very careful, even with the watch. Oh my god! He was betting on that hit, the blink hit to hit initially, but Roland breaking ankles, finally gonna hit him, but he's gonna rescue Schmiedy successfully. Oh no!
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing that we're talking about, right? I mean, the buildings wise and the certain corners that just can't allow the Evil Reptilian to just jump on very easily. Now, second skill will be popped after this. He registers, and Schmiedy returns the favor and will die at the corner, prolonging the time needed to chair him.
Yeah, I mean, so unfortunate that leap happening, but hey, doesn't really matter because the cooldown is just super fast. You can just easily leap after that. And he's got Schmitty down again. Roland still has one more watch. Cheerleader still on decoding duty. Entomologist, probably should commit to a B support here, but yeah, it doesn't really matter, right? Oh, unlimited jump! Here we see it. Okay, the unlimited jumps going on, but hey, the hypnotism by the first officer has definitely saved him. So I guess before you, they're gonna sacrifice Schmidty. And I think Ling Xue knows about this. He's like, yeah, we know you're not going back for him anymore. And they're just gonna keep working on the remaining ciphers. Mylek though, still in the corner. I'm not really sure what's he doing there. Probably trying to rotate back. But
you know what I would like to see now?
Mm-hmm.
First officer opening a chest.
I agree. It didn't happen last game, but yeah, I mean, you definitely need an additional resource to help your fight against the evil reptilian, right? Ling Xue? What? He wants Roland because Roland doesn't have any more items. He wants him. Okay, that swing.
Yeah, but the ciphers wise is looking very healthy. Last 3 ciphers, actually probably last 2 already. After 90% cipher will be popped. Mylek, I think, trying to not give side and try to go for a potential steal, I'm guessing, because there's the tinnitus. LX doesn't know where the survivors are located at just yet. Now, Cheerleader is still pushing for that cipher, and Mylek giving pressure on the chair.
Yeah, pressure. Oh my god, this is so hard, because what can you do here? Like, unless if you have a flywheel here, then you might be able to avoid the storms. But otherwise, Ling Xue can just keep going. Wait, what? Oh, the short storm did not hit, but hey, the blink hit is finally gonna land Roland onto his knees. He's gonna teleport straight away. Oh, he's going back for my legs. Probably should not commit so much into it. Oh, gonna miss a little bit. The bees pushing the entomologist a little bit faster than what the evil reptilian has expected. But hey, the leap is gonna be available very soon. Oh wait, what? Those are what jumps are those though?
I mean,
I don't see him landing a slam.
Unfortunately, that did not happen. But I mean, as long as he survives, I guess it's good. But they have to open up the 6 or if not 7 cipher. But they will just focus on healing up first. Problems need to be careful not to be scouted out here.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be careful. Before you, still in this game, even though Schmidt's out, Mylek needs to buy enough time. He knows that Ling Xue has already changed the traits, no more bling. Even if there is, it's on cooldown. A little bit of mind game going on here, Mylek, with the help of the pallet boost. Doesn't really matter though, because there's... Oh, fine, he landed that one that time.
Yeah, and I think amazing stuff from the survivors. I don't think they were expecting an evil reptilian, considering there is no 12 that I'm seeing. I think they were kind of expecting potentially a sculptor, if not a violinist. But yeah, it's definitely a surprise pick for the side of Before You survivors. And one thing to note is that first officer and entomologist has no items. So when it comes to late game, right, they might just down immediately. But now, problems, not giving a single chance.
Yeah, not giving a single chance indeed. Like, here they know that they don't have to worry about abnormal. Ling Xue, yeah, he's just breaking pallets at that point. Everyone's just so spread out, right? And as an evil reptilian, what can you do here? You can only go searching. But then again, which direction should you go? Both survivors are still healthy. Entomologist, you just gave up. Just found a syringe. Roland, wait, Ling Xue.
Roland?
Oh, he stood long enough to make an impact. Roland! Oh my god, Roland! Wait a minute.
The smash hit happens, and now Roland trying to run for his life. I'm not sure whether this is his last chair or not. I don't remember clearly. Misses that swing, but I think the kid will still connect in this drop down hit.
What?
But he decides to jump down instead.
Yeah.
But the cipher is ready. It popped.
Yeah. He wanted to use the storm. He wanted to use the storm to, so that he doesn't need attack recovery, he doesn't need to swing. But Roland's still buying a lot of time. Gate's already at 50%. Ling Xue does have to be pretty careful.
was the
Oh
wrong
no,
gate.
the wrong gate! What?
Oh,
What?
my best bet there was that entomologist being nearby. Probably the tinnitus was popped up. That's why Alex was like, okay, if it just disappeared, it means that they're probably still around the vicinity. But entomologist was making a mad dash towards the cheerleaders gate instead, not that gate. So fortunately enough for the survivors of Before You, it's a tie situation coming this second half, and it's a 5-3 lead for the side in favor of Before You.
Yeah, in favor of Before You taking game number 2, although it was pretty close.
Yeah.
The score is 5-3 actually. A draw in the 3-1 in the first half and a draw in the second half. So you gotta say it's still no easy feat to get for an evil reptilian in that situation, right? So getting a draw, not too bad. In game 3, it's definitely still very possible to do a comeback in game number 3. And Chocho, yeah, I mean, any highlights from that game you want to point out?
Yeah.
Any lowlights, highlights?
Yeah, highlights is that I nearly said the S word on stream, but that was
what
because
do you
of
say?
I nearly said it. I was like, shit, and after that I stopped. It was because of the
sorry.
blind blink hit that happened initially at the start of the match. He tried to predict where the first off was. If Alex managed to pull it off, that would have been impressive. But I mean, it kind of reminded me of that blind patroller thing that Sprinzer tried to do. But doing that on a blink sounds a lot more riskier considering the large cooldown period that it has. So missing that blink kind of method because it kind of slowed down the chase, I would say, in the second time. Second survivor. So yeah, I think that was one of the highlights, I would say, the missed blink hit. And I think the evil reptilian, right? I mean, you leaping around, I think it definitely requires a lot of courage, the leap of faith, right? When it comes to picking this kind of characters. I really believe that Before You servers didn't expect the evil reptilian pick in this match itself, really. I think it's a violinist or a sculptor, but it came out unexpected and they all didn't have flywheel. Much to Alex's favor.
Yeah, that's true. But hey, they still managed to pull off a draw, and that's exactly what they need to win game number 2. And Before You already securing 1 win under the belt. And quite honestly, if they could pull out a draw in the next game, it's Before You's game to take. But I have to say though, Raven's showing a lot of heart. Bringing Before You to a game number 3, that's no easy feat, right?
Yeah.
Considering how yesterday's matches, a lot of them went 2-0.
One-sided, yeah.
Right? A lot of them went 2-0 sweep. So, and this is Before You we're talking about. So not going a 2-0 sweep in itself is already an achievement. And not to mention, the scores are not actually that far apart, Chocho.
Exactly. So Ravens definitely do have a chance of coming back in this BO3, especially when it's their own map selection now coming BO3. And I think, I mean, looking at the containment time, right, I feel like it's not really mentioned as well that Roland actually did an amazing kite at the start. I think Schmidt's kite first. Schmidt kited first, managed to rotate all the way back to the hotel and contained so well. 76 seconds, right? I mean, it looks very little, but considering the time and also not interrupting his teammate Cyphers, I think that is a pretty decent time already. And if he also manages to dodge out LX potential jump over there, potential drop down hit, that could have been a longer kite for him. So I think a little bit of errors here and there, but still ultimately still getting a tie, definitely well deserved.
Yeah, definitely well deserved. And speaking about well-deserved as well, yeah, I mean, a little bit of things going on in the chat just now, and honestly, we're real. Can we just be real for a moment? Like, we're real people here. We're real human beings. We see what you say, we hear what you say, and we love to hear your feedbacks as well. So if you guys have any feedbacks, any constructive feedbacks you want to give, of course, we're more than welcome to hear. And we heard you. Some audiences probably think that they want to give it a try please feel free to keep in touch. We don't ignore people, so
Exactly.
we definitely take your feedbacks into consideration. But of course, if you're just trolling, well, honestly, I'd rather see something else.
I think one thing that I think a lot of us know about is being keyboard warriors, right? I mean, typing behind the screen and everything. I
Yo.
think really not understanding that people like us also have feelings. So yeah, let's hope to create a very positive and welcoming environment, not just for us, but also to the new viewers that's actually coming to tune in for this NEU qualifiers.
For reals, for reals. The Queen is speaking the truth, right? Thank you so much for that, Chocho. And yeah, she said exactly what I wanted to say as well. We're always welcoming new viewers into the community. We've been here for years, but there's always going to be new people coming in. And I mean, you want to give a good first impression, right? So I do not want the first impression to be something weird going on in the chat. But yeah, I mean, we all have a part to play, and it's up to you what you want to portray as a community. But Jojo?
No, when you said like we've been here for years, I suddenly felt very old.
Yeah, we've been here for years, but not that old. I don't know, man. I mean, we actually met a few great people along the way, right? We managed to, like, in case you don't know, we have community tournaments. We hosted them as well. We get people from NAEU as well. We had Croshiro Gaming, we had Psyche, and guess what? Some of these people actually, they built on that, and they decided that they want to do commentating, and they built on that, and who knows, you might have a little bit of surprise coming into COA Grand's group stage.
Sometimes there might be like a empty spot and we need someone to fill in, and be a English commentator. So yeah, do feel free to contact Nello on IG Nello the World, and also let them maybe your potential, but you might potentially shine. I mean, I also didn't know initially that commentating is a job that I wanted, and then now and Posh, I think they convinced me a lot. Yeah, people around me were like, "Oh no, you don't suit this kind of job. You're not suited. You're too brutally honest and stuff like that." I guess, yeah. But Nell and Posh really trained me, to become a lot better, a lot more fluent in the way I speak. So I think that's something that I'm very appreciative to all the commentators out there.
Aw, sure. It makes us feel even older now. But one thing's for sure.
You were here longer too, so.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing for sure, don't let anyone say no to you. Don't let anyone tell you you can't do this. Don't let anyone tell you. Head back. We sidetrack a little bit, but let's head back to the scoreboard. The score, like what I mentioned, super close, neck and neck, 10-8. But of course, before you has round win advantage. So game number 3. I mean, do you think we're gonna see Tonkatsu, or are we gonna continue with Ling Xue?
We're not gonna see Tonkatsu apparently. We'll be seeing Peach Goodnight once again. So I guess LX will unfortunately not be showing us his violinist and sculptor plays. Instead, showed us Evil Reptilian, which is there was a huge nerf to it, and he managed to play that out just effectively. And now RV will be picking their map. It will be the Moonlit River Park, which they initially banned out in BO2 going against Before You. So rather interesting choice. And RV's letting their survivors go first.
Yeah, I mean, Moonlit River Park, making use of the Uber rides. I don't know any of you if you guys are happy using Uber, but the survivors, the teams in IDV definitely love their Uber rides. And Moonlit River Park, perfect place to do that. But mind you though, Ravens, Before You loves Moonlit River Park too. So I gotta be really careful with that, because the win condition here, if Before You gets a 4K, because based on this it says 0 escape, right? So I assume it's gonna be Sprinter coming out first. If Sprinter from Before You gets 4K, we're not gonna be seeing a second half. But anything more than 1 escape, we're gonna be seeing a second half. So that's the win condition going on here. And Gris, you can't hide it. You're 200 years old by now. I love your sense of humor, Gris. But yeah, we're ancient. We're the ancient ones. So we're the ancient ones. But Chocho, Chocho's
Younger.
way younger. You can tell by the fashion, the hair, the skin.
What hair am I supposed to have when I reach my 40s then?
No, that's
I'll do that hairstyle, I guess.
That's exactly the hairstyle you need.
Like my physical appearance or like my body wise, it seems like I'm young, but like internally I feel old.
Oh my god, that's how I feel every day. That's how I feel every day. It's like, yeah, I cannot even part my hair.
When you hit the uncharted place, gotta get out of your mind. Stomp it out every single time. Whoa, yeah, we're making history. This moment we're gonna own. Slam it down, exclamation point. Whoa, this is how we do. When you're hitting that wall again, we'll be climbing up over it. Let it crumble underneath our feet. Whoa, and when you hit the alarm, we were wide awake, raking it in. It's gonna lead us to the red. Whoa, this is how we do. When we enter the room, yeah, stronger than you. This is how we do. This is how we do. When we enter the room, yeah,
And we're back. We're not stuck. We're back. We're not stuck. I'm sorry we broke the internet somehow. I guess, when the truth is spoken, it splits the internet. I don't know. I don't know. But one thing's for sure, we're back more energized than ever. And even my doggos are energized. You know what?
Energized. They are alive.
Can you stop wanting attention, my doggo? Huh? Can you stop wanting attention, little boy? Oh my god, stop licking me in the lips. Okay, sit.
It likes you. It kisses you. So it likes you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, man's best friend. So, I mean, yeah. And you know what? Before the unwanted break, we were actually talking about food. Like, do you guys have that feeling where you sort of want to eat, but you have no idea at all. You don't crave anything at all. It's like, I don't know what I want to eat. I don't feel like eating anything at all.
It's like eating for survival, or eating for survival.
Oh my god, that's... If it ever gets to that point, I feel like it's gonna be so meaningless. But
yeah, I feel like food is life, especially when you enjoy the food that you're eating. But if you don't know what to eat and then you keep doing that as a repeat over and over again, right, I feel like it's gonna get really like sad.
Yeah, it's really sad. But okay, here's one thing that I want to ask you. If there's one kind of food, one kind of dish that you can eat for the rest of your life every single day, what would you choose?
Sashimi.
Sashimi? Really?
I love sashimi, but
wow.
I mean, I'm still
every single day?
Not every. I mean, yeah, but sashimi has different kinds, right?
No, just one kind.
Salmon, because I can like torch it too. I can smoke it. I can eat it raw. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
gotcha.
Salmon.
Okay. Yeah. If you, now that you put it that way, it sounds more doable. I can't imagine eating raw salmon every single day. But for me, I'll eat chicken every single day. Yeah, that's why I look like a chicken, right?
No.
No?
Who said that?
I don't know. Apparently, people say if you go to KFC or KFC too much, you end up looking like a chicken.
Actually, to be fair, somebody actually told me that because I do eat beef, right? And then I love beef so much, and they said my parents told me that if you're gonna keep eating beef, you're gonna smell like beef one day, and that got me scared. They got me scared when I was younger. I didn't want to smell like beef, but
exactly.
I mean, smell like a meat is just weird. But moving on to our main focus of today, our ban pick in BO3, first half between BO4U's Hunter Sprinter versus RV Survivor. We do have the Seer and Priestess being banned out here. We have to see the bans from the Survivor side. Maybe Opera Singer and Dream Witch. That's my best bet.
Yeah. And about the picks as well, Wu Chang.
Wu Chang?
I don't know. I've never seen Sprinter play something like Wu Chang.
I think you should return the favor. Play the Evil Reptilian.
Evil Reptilian, yeah. Probably a mirror match, right? Going on here. Yeah. But honestly, I would love to see me some Wu Chang plays, the Woo Woo plays, right? Because Wu Chang is so cool. Like, he's the only character that makes umbrellas, like bringing umbrellas looking so dope.
Yeah, I guess so. It's very handsome. It's very handsome, that character.
He is. Any Wu Chang fans out there in the chat, make some noise. I mean...
And also, I think one thing I need to point out as well is that Wu Chang skins, right, never fail to pop off. It's always so good.
That's true. Like, even the latest one, right? Oh my god, I can't wait to have it. It looks super, super cool. It just makes you forget about... It used to be Far East Wind, right? But now there's so many beautiful costumes coming in, beautiful skins coming in. It's a fashion show coming in here.
Yeah, every time with Wu Chang. But I feel like other characters, there's probably a skin that you probably don't think it looks very good. But I feel for Wu Chang, it's just built different.
Yeah, he is built different. He catches up to people differently. He's the only guy, he's the only hunter, the male character that can stun you and make you fall for him, or fill you with dreams and love that makes you hallucinate about him all the time. Right? So the white form, the black form, right? That's literally what happens when you get hit by the white form, right? At full presence, you hallucinate about him. He's everywhere. He's left and right, right? So he's one of a kind for sure, for sure.
Oh, but now I think the chat is curious as to what's the name of your dog. The black one that appeared just now.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
The name.
The name of
The dog.
the dog. Oh my god, sorry, because I'm just
Does
looking
he
at
not
him
have a
now. He does. His name is Dog.
Oh wow.
I'm just kidding. It's Toto.
Oh, Toto, like Totoro,
Yeah.
Toto.
Toto. Yeah, Toto.
Oh,
He's a stray dog. No, he's not a stray dog. He's an abandoned puppy. Yeah. Just pick him up, and well, he's been abandoned because he only has 3 legs. So yeah, but he's living happily now, so I'm grateful for that. Pretty naughty, but hey, something else is naughty coming up in here. Wax artists in Moonlit River Park, Jojo. We might be seeing some FPS pew pew halfway across the map.
Oh,
Right?
IDV physics once again. Yeah,
Right? Remember
I don't
GJ?
understand, but hunters do. So we shall see how that work out. He spawned between the forward patient as well as the aeroplaners, but most likely will be going for the forward. I think he kind of guessed as well that the patient is actually spawned at 4th stop doesn't want to go through the hassle of back and forth, especially with the hooks. So I think chasing forward here seems a very viable option, especially when forward seems to be the one that might have the tight turner as well. We'll see if Marlboro did bring that persona into the game. I think that could be the first chase. I think that's the easiest chase for him as well, just forcing out the ball and prevent any potential harassment coming from the forward. So yeah.
I mean, I'm just waiting to see some phenomenal wax bombs going on halfway across the map. Like you still remember God J on this map back then when he was the main hunter of GH, and his main was wax artist, and people would often respect Bandit. So looking forward to that coming into round 3 first half. Remember, guys, 4K, and we're not going to be seeing a second half before he's going to be moving on. Bringing you the commentaries for this round 3 first half is me, Nello Mello, and Chocho. Let's go.
Okay, so unexpected, not going for the forward, but instead we'll be going for the patient. Wants to deal with that hooks and the hassle to go through back and forth, but a bit of misstep coming from TY, hooking not through it, but just hooking and going to the next door of that same space area. So a bit of hook usage that's not used correctly by TY, and yeah, it kind of gave Sprinter that free hit, and now 50% wax on him.
Yeah, it's okay. His item has been refreshed by the cheerleader. Well, a little bit soon, right, with the hooks, but you can never be too careful because you're already at 72% wax and 100%. Wow! Prinzer! FPS God happening, and it's not even 1 minute into the game. And Patient has used up all of the hooks, Chocho.
Exactly. I feel like I talked about TY being a good usage of his items when it comes to his first officer, but I think when it comes to character roles like Patient, he's a little bit too not too conservative. Yeah, a little bit too aggressive with using his hooks, and I think the misuse of that first hook really caused that free hit, which led to that very short cut as well. The panic can definitely be seen through the fast hooks without any patience to wait for Sprinter to come back up. And I think one thing to mention as well, Sprinter did a very good job getting all that wax onto the patient, which led to the instant down. Now, for ciphers being decoded, for putting that pressure onto the chair, I think he might just ball all the way to the chair to get that free rescue.
Probably should. He doesn't seem like he's balling all the way towards the chair.
He doesn't have fight as well.
Yeah. Oh, now he definitely needs to go.
Eh?
Away. What? Oh, it's Pablo with the airplane is coming in with the tide. Okay, beautiful rescue. Yeah, he's gonna give that hit onto Pablo first, but mind you though, Chocho, everyone is here. I'm just worried that the ciphers are not gonna be enough. It's still one cipher, Chocho. Oh my god.
So, yeah, a rather fast match, I would say. TY trying to kite for however long he can there, but ultimately we'll see that chair and send back to the banner, send back to the mana. And now 3 of them left in the match, 2 of them half health. Right now, 4 escape is looking impossible, whereas for 4 kill for the side of Sprinzer is looking very optimal for him. 60% chance of getting that.
Yeah, I mean, man, this is looking hard. Like when you have a forward in a game like this, right? You have to consider, will the ciphers be fast enough? Because, like, by right, if you do not want to rescue the patient, you should probably just skip the Nidus and not be in sight for the hunter to just like chase you instead. So because of that rotation going on, Marlboro coming in, Pablo ZG coming in. Cheerleader was the only one to finish the cipher, and look, Chocho, it's almost 3.5 minutes in, only one cipher again been done. It's gonna be really hard here.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely is. Sprinzer, if he's gunning for that 4 kill, this is definitely a good step in the right direction. The kill pressure that he has on the map itself is amazing. Marlboro seems to be the potential next target. Full health forward with about not even 1/4 ball left in his hands. So I wonder whether he can make full use of it and potentially last a kite that could be about 3 ciphers.
Yeah, 3 ciphers. I mean, I don't know, man. Even forward has so little footballs left. Yeah, he's gonna use it all up, but I'm not sure if it's gonna make much of a difference because Sprinzer is already at full presence. He can use the hot wax and the hit. Oh, the beautiful flywheel, right? Beautiful
Exactly.
flywheel, but I'm not sure if that's gonna make a lot of difference here. Yeah, Mobo's gonna fall to that hit, and again, only one cipher, Chocho. Yeah, this is hard to swallow. Wax Artist here is perfect choice against this lineup in this big map. Yeah, Sprinzer has an iron grip on this match so far, Chocho.
Yeah, it is very tough for the survivors of RV right now, but for Sprinzer's side, it seems to be rather it's looking like a situation that Sprinzer is looking into right now. Actually, they're trying to come for this rescue. If a terror shot happens,
Oh my
double down
god.
even.
Oh, nice!
It's a double down.
Yeah,
And the
it's hard.
rescue does not happen, unfortunately. They brought flywheels. I'm not sure whether they were prepared for this. It seems like they weren't. Considering going at Wax Artist, I guess you can fly with the wax, but it really requires high level of skill and precision, and also to keep a note of your wax and looking at the hunter at the same time. So it requires so much attention. But now, dungeon has been revealed, and Cheerleader has struggled free. So Cheerleader trying to kite it out, but she has no pom-poms, no cheers to actually bring her nearer or further from the pallet as well as the hunter respectively. So now Pablo will be the only person that is full health in the map, still running around, and there is no ciphers over there. So unless Sprinzer can see from here, his eagle eyes, can he see it?
Probably. Eagle Eyes activated. I mean, it's kind of hard to play in this situation. Sprinzer definitely ate in this game. He's controlling the game so well. He's not even in a hurry to chair or whatever. He's not in a hurry to do anything. It's 3 ciphers. At this point, it just feels like Raven survivors are sort of delaying the inevitable. But we'll just have to wait and see. The mind games might frustrate Sprinzer enough. Who knows? And maybe they'll open up an opportunity for Cheerleader to stand up and run and decode.
Now, things are looking very tough for the side of RV survivors. 2 of them left in the map, 3 ciphers left.
Nice.
The ground, and Pablo seems like he will see the ground very soon, a matter of time. Charge attack failed, however, he does have 800 wax.
Yeah,
So-
plenty of supplies. Plenty of supplies to work with here. Teleport straight away. He's like, okay, it's fine. Oh wait, what?
The photo of the Roll Cipher, but
Oh,
that
Roll
shouldn't
Cipher.
matter.
Cheerleader should stand up here for sure. You should not wait any longer.
Yeah.
But wait, maybe he might not find. Yeah, he doesn't find the cheerleader yet, so maybe delaying it might
I
be
feel
a
like
good.
Sprinzer, I feel like we are seeing a side of a clumsy Sprinzer. Like, he's very serious and very not clumsy at the start of the match, and he knows what to do and everything. But when it comes to a situation where he kind of like pretty sure that he knows that he's gonna get a 4 kill, we do see a side where he just teleports wrongly, he forgets where he down the cheerleader, and now he's having a hide and seek situation with the cheerleader that's on the ground. It's kind of cute, and we see him trying his best, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, he's still looking. He's taking his time. Probably has one of his hands with a burrito or something. I don't know.
one hand on
but-
burrito and then eating at the same time, so he looked away for a second and he forgot.
Yeah, he forgets. He's like, okay, wait, how do I do this? I left click. Okay. Okay, cheerleader's finally gonna stand up, and that's gonna reveal his position to the wax artist. Brinzer, yeah, 64% wax. He's just.
Oh, this is what I
wait.
mean. Like, it's so hard to flywheel the wax. You still have 88%. So, like, oh, that's difficult. Now, the Kiri trying to kite it out, but the pom-poms will cause a slowdown after being used. So, it seems like the Kiri has rather
Okay.
submitted to his fate. And
What do you think he's
Sprinzer
doing
just wants
here?
to be friendly here. I think Sprinzer
What do you
wants
think
to
he's
let
doing
the-
here?
I think Sprinzer wants to be that friendly hunter that we want him, right? To give that tie.
No way, no way. I think he just wants Aeroplanes to bleed out a little bit more. That's the Sprinzer I would expect to do. He wants the Aeroplanes to bleed out a little bit more. Yeah, see,
But
he's
you see,
buying
he's not
time.
eating.
He's buying time. He wants the Aeroplanes to bleed to death. Then he hits the cheerleader.
Oh, that's toxic. I think he's gonna let the dungeon. I don't think Sprinzer.
No, the 4K is gonna settle it. Why would he give a dungeon? He just
Fair.
he just knows that Pablo might be gunning, because the moment he chairs the cheerleader, or the moment he leaves the cheerleader on the ground, he's gonna be bleeding to death before he can even find the aeroplanist. So the smart play would be to just slow down the cheerleader at all times and let the aeroplanist bleed to death. That's his game plan, I
Okay.
feel.
All right, sounds very right. So we shall see. Once she go into the roller coaster, I guess Sprinzer is gonna follow along. Eh?
Okay.
Okay. How?
Oh, he wants to
Right
see.
where Pablo is?
Oh, he
Oh.
sees! He knows Pablo! He saw Pablo. Oh my god, because he knows that he's definitely crawling from the first station to the dungeon, right? So this is the only route available. Wait,
RV
what?
Survivors. Oh, missing that
Uh.
swing, unfortunately. Great timing from the side of Pablo, and now trying
Now
to
he's gonna
buy
bleach it
time.
either.
But yeah, there's no dead pack. There's nothing you can really do here. So yeah, the surrender does happen. So we have to give our congratulations and flowers to Team B4U for finish up their first matchup of today.
Yeah, congratulations to B4U too. A little bit of an unorthodox method being used at the end of the game there, but I feel like, yeah, because he's having a hard time finding the survivors, right? The last survivor during the in-game. So I think that was definitely what he was trying to do, bleed out the survivors so that, he just needs to share one and that's it, gets the 4K. But ultimately, he decided that, yeah, Pablo's too far from the dungeon and both survivors are going to surrender. But I gotta say though, Ravens has definitely put up a lot of fight, bringing B4U to game number 3. So guys, please do show some love and support, and congratulations not just to B4U, but for Ravens for showing a lot of heart. And yeah, we're definitely looking forward to seeing you again. Davi in the chat, Toto is trying to commentate. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm the only person that these dogs have. I can't throw them out, so if they occasionally make noise, I hope you can excuse me. But yeah, Shosho, any highlights from the last game? Like, super strong start too, like Sprinzer. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of for the side of
Well, someone's waiting
please
for
excuse
Eli
me
to
as
come
well.
online.
Please excuse me as well. So, for the side of Sprinzer, right, he actually did an amazing job. I mean, he managed to capitalize on the kind of nervousness, missteps, and panics from the side of the patient. Managed to instant down him in that situation, and manages to snowball as well. I think it was a great. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the servers did intend to rescue the patient, considering that there is no more hooks on the side of the patient. But because forward actually did have the tight turner and was the one giving the tornadoes and got that hit already, Aeroplanes was kind of forced to actually go for the rescue with the tight turner. If not, Spencer would have just went straight for the forward, which is half health already, and it would cause the snowball effect to be even worse than it was already. So, sorry, my nose is getting blocked out.
Oh my god. Okay, I cannot laugh. I cannot laugh and then the dog's gonna start licking. Nah. Put you down.
Yeah, but I think Sprinzer did an amazing job, but we have to look at the stats first. The Curie, I mean 137 containment time, mainly because of that Sprinzer's method of trying to get both of the servers to be near to their blink out time. So as for patient, 65 seconds, unfortunately isn't long enough for that 3 Cypher Kai.
Yeah, I mean this is something that we don't really see often. Like until the late game, it's only 2 ciphers being done. So definitely one of those rare performances where the survivors couldn't even complete 3 ciphers and above, and against a Wax artist to boot in this big map. So that says a lot about what's going on here. But ultimately, you just gotta admit, Sprinzer's pew pew gun, like that Wax,
Yeah.
it's super accurate. I can't even do that with a mouse and a keyboard. And
I can't even do it at all. Like regardless, mouse, keyboard, phone, I can't do it at all.
Or phone.
Yeah. I think one thing that I really admire about Wax artists mains, right, is their precision, especially. I mean, it definitely shows that they have that level of skill, right, to like actually do that 160 degrees shooting of the Wax to the cipher, even in Ever Sleeping Town. So, I have to give our praises for Sprinter. I think they did an amazing job. But before we get into our MVP, we shall get to the MVP, which is Sprinter before use Hunter as usual.
As usual, the cracked artist. Fun fact, Eli loves Wax artists too.
He used to. He has since abandoned Wax artists and has moved on.
Bro, he gave up on Wax artists too soon. But yeah, he found new love for the Disciple. But hey, still a very formidable and viable hunter to play. And Sprinzler showing us why with his 4K. Chocho, I'm just saying this is it has been a very, very interesting matchup for the first game, all the way up until the third game. I'm just kind of bummed that I didn't get to see Novelist today.
Not today. I mean, maybe in the later
Cowboy.
rounds. By CH4 maybe, or their opponents,
probably.
it could be possible. Or maybe before you is actually hiding that Novelist card for the matchup number 3 to surprise their opponents. We're not sure.
True.
But we have to wait and see, and you guys also have to wait and see. And you know, we're just in our first matchup of the day. We have B4U winning against RV 15-8, almost doubling of RV's points. I think one thing that is for certain about Team RV is that their hunter side is actually pretty consistent, pretty strong as well. I think one thing they should be focusing on is definitely on their survivor side a little bit more. They have done certain changes. Maybe the synergy is just not up there yet, but definitely they have room for improvement. They have the potential to go further in other tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. But right next is going to be the interview section. Guess who we're gonna interview? We're just about to find out. Hey, what up?
Hi, hello.
Hello, Green. How are you doing? How are you feeling after the match?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great
How do I
too.
feel after
The first match, how do you feel? Gardener, your debut, right? Before you?
Yeah, debut on Before You. I was a little bit nervous in my first match, but overall, I think we did pretty well. Besides the first match, but we had good communications going on. We had good strategies going into this RV versus B4U. We practiced really hard, and I think we are satisfied with our performance, especially Spencer's performance. He did really well. And yeah.
Yeah, for reals. Just talk to us, like what was going through the minds of the team when you guys picked the Explorer in Ever Sleeping Town against an opera singer.
The strategy behind Explorer is
the
strategy for Explorer is the Cypher Rush, because obviously Explorer is not going to get found. If the hunter does commit on finding Explorer, that gives us a good chance to get a free kite or a free Cypher progress. And then if he doesn't chase, then we get the Cyphers done with his pages. And that's our strategy of Explorer.
I see.
Also, I think one question that we have here as well is, during the end game situation with that last Cypher being at center, was there certain miscoms that happened that caused the Cypher to be at 90?
Yes. There was miscommunication on how much the middle Cypher actually was. We thought it was gonna be prime after the page, but it got to 90, and then he killed the Explorer, and then he had normal, and it made the game really difficult from that point. So a little bit miscommunication.
That's true. And you know what? You guys are already heading towards the finals for being the second representative today. You guys have a little bit of rest time. But the next matchup, CH4 versus Q and Y. Who are you expecting to pull through? Who are you more? Who are you predicting you'll be facing in the finals?
I know some of the players on both teams. I'm friends with them. They're both they have really good players on both teams. I think it's gonna be a close match. I think CH4 will pull through.
All right. So if CH4 do pull through, is B4U ready, and you as well? Are you guys ready to face up against them?
Yes, we practiced so much against CH4. We thought about strategies, what he can play, what we can do to counter that. I think we are ready this time. Yeah,
it seems like you are very confident. So last question, right? Who are you, if you guys do make it to the COA offline global stages, who are you most excited to see?
Personally, I like Iron from WBG. I watched him since he was on ZQ. I admire his gameplay. I like his forward, and I studied him. I really like Iron from WBG.
Ooh, shout outs to WBG Iron. Hope you hear the message. Hopefully you get there and meet him as well. But yeah, before ending this interview, maybe a message you would like to share to the fans out there.
Thank you guys for supporting B4U. I see your messages. Whenever I stream, you guys will support me as well. And yeah, continue to watch us play. We will impress you in this final. Yeah, thank you for support.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much for having us, and good luck on your next match. So, yep, good luck, man. All right. Okay, look. Wow, Green.
Great hair.
You know, speaking of the hair, that's the first thing you notice?
Yeah, I was literally telling you guys don't bleach it, and after that, his whole hair was bleached.
I noticed his personality first.
But he seems to be a very chill guy, and I think he's read all of you guys' messages, whether it's through his stream during this live stream as well. So we're gonna put a little pause on that and look into this poster that we're seeing here. So it's the Identity 5 animated short films Arnoid and Puppets is now available. The characters of the manor are transformed into puppets to bring funny daily life on a midnight stage. The animated short films can be watched first in all languages via the following channels. Please don't miss it. Meanwhile, the in-game event Puppets Manor Tour is underway simultaneously. Participate in the event to claim the Identity 5 animated short films portrait frame. Gardener as costume stage host, new furniture and other theme props are available in the store as well.
Wait, so we get to claim as costume? Free stuff?
No, as in you can buy it that is available in the store, but you can claim your unidentified animated short films portrait frame through the event.
Yeah, that's definitely a collection. If you're into collecting frames and avatars and badges, well, that's definitely something you do not want to miss, guys. Animated short films. We've always talked about this, right? We're like, yo, the PVs are looking amazing. When's IDV gonna come out with its own anime, right? Yes, I guess the animated short films is one step, bringing it one step closer to fruition. And yeah, I'm just really, really excited with how it turns out. So guys, don't miss it. Don't miss the event. Make sure you are logging in constantly to claim the rewards. And of course, today, before you, that's it for game number 1. And Chocho, so glad to be sharing the mic with you. Unfortunately, this will be my cue to leave. And it will be Chocho up next with... Sorry, it will be...
Posh and Eli O.
Oh my God.
Coming for the second matchup that we have between CH4 versus QNY. So do stay back and don't leave just yet, and we'll just go into a short break before seeing you once again.
Okay, see you guys in the chat. Bye.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
A great peace. Ornaments Ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are. Is this mycelium?
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine de rêve fini et défié le destin aigri. Je voudrais te retrouver mon innocence et je danse. Être entre tentation et résilience, c'est toute ma vie. Mais la me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
The true key is often hidden behind the door of absurdity. Tonight's story is about to begin.
Do not forget, my dove, never open the seventh door.
Rare flowers, brilliant gems, and exotic secrets. They should be free.
Only the most precious are kept under lock. Only the purest fear the cover of dust. My dove, slumber with them and become an eternal treasure of mine.
When you hit the uncharted place, gotta get out of your mind. Stomp it out every single time. Whoa, yeah, we're making history. This moment we're gonna own. Slam it down, exclamation point. Whoa, this is how we do. This is how we do. When we enter the room, yeah, stronger than you. This is how we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second match of day number 2 of the NAU qualifiers for the Call of Abyss 7. I'm Elio, joined here with Podge Spice, and we did see the first match of today where B4U was able to take down Ravens in a best-of-3 series. Moving on to the next one, CH4, QNY. We will see in this match who will be meeting B4U in the finals. Podge, how do you feel about this match?
I'm excited. I think we talked to Green about it. He's also excited to see who's going to come out on top. We do have to say that CH4 is the favorite to come into this, but as we talked about, in our caster meeting, that QNY is also no slouch. So this could potentially go the full 3 games. We just have to see who wants it bad. And also, shout outs to Ravens for taking it to B4U. They really showed a lot of heart. But at the end of the day, Sprinter is just, and he rightfully so, he was claimed the MVP, and they're just a solid survivor team. But Eli, talk to us more about CH4 and QNY. What can we expect in this matchup?
Absolutely. So CH4 obviously is a team that's pretty well known in the NAU community. We have the Hunter Ling, who has been with this team for many seasons, as well as the 4 survivors of CH4. As for the team QNY, they've sort of been around with other team names. A lot of players from I forgot the name. They had a team before, but they've changed around a lot. But basically for QNY, they have 2 hunters. One of them is a violinist player, also a hermit player. So I'm interested to see if we'll actually see any violinists today, considering that violinist is not considered to be one of the stronger hunters in Identity 5. But hermit, definitely a possibility. And also some pretty strong survivor players as well. One of the players, LJ, is a player that I've known and played with for some time. So it's been a top 4 to Antiquarian player in the NAU server. So expect some good things from him as well. But yeah, I think this matchup was actually a lot closer than people think. Obviously, CH4 is very strong and probably favored going into this, but definitely expect a good fight here from QNY.
I'm also excited to see a lot of cake and the other, and a lot of highlights from a lot of cake and a lot of the other survivors from QNY. And I believe they had a very interesting interview when we talked about the teams being interviewed. Their goal is just to do their best. And like you said, their best quality is actually they had the best violinist and hermit player, self-proclaimed. So I'm excited to see if that's going to come out. But this is the favored team to come in. It is CH4. They have placed the top 4 in IVT 2023. So hopefully they'll replicate that type of magic, or even push even further than the top 4 and go for and gun for gold here and represent the region in this Call of the Abyss 7 qualifiers.
So to lead things off, we have the Hunter Ling. Overall, a 3.14 average elimination. That might be one of the highest we've seen thus far, with a 54% 4 elimination rate. Very impressive from this Hunter. Currently listed as Gamekeeper, which is a character we've seen a lot of these players pick up recently. As Gamekeeper has been considered to be a consistent hunter due to his very strong chase. We have Stage 4 Sesame, 64 seconds of containment time, unfortunately on the lower side with a 44% escape rate. But Sesame, of course, will be playing more support, in comparison to other types of characters.
Something to note also is that this is the same Survivor lineup, I believe, from IVT 2023, the latest one, and they performed really well. So, this game really rewards survivors sticking together and gaining that XP. Moving on to Nato, the stunner of the group. Again, impressive containment time, deduction average. The average deduction is above 6,000, and number of rescues is at one rescue. So, expecting high praises and high things from Nato.
Absolutely. Nato we've seen on characters like Forward, Batter, Prospector in the past, so potentially going to see that with a 1.02 rescues, which is definitely on the higher side. We do have 933 here, personal favorite of mine. 90 seconds of average containment time, well above the average, and this is, for the most part, with very limited support from other teammates. Just a straight up 90 seconds of containment time on average, very impressive. We've seen 933 be one of the, honestly, one of the strongest kiters in any of these NAU teams. So should expect some good things for them today. We have Xia, 77 seconds of average containment time with a 47% escape rate. Number of rescues only at 0.6. We have seen Xia play a lot of Gravekeeper in previous seasons, but up until the current meta, I don't think we'll see that being utilized quite as much.
Back in the previous tournament, Xia actually had an amazing 3-cipher kite with a Psychologist up against a Dream Witch, and just lost it at the end, but that start is actually great. And also 933 also on that lucky guy. But Yesu here, I believe, is their sub survivor. I don't know if Yesu will be coming on in. I think I interviewed Yesu here, but again, a rescuer. We will see if this will actually happen. Again, the average number of rescues not that impressive, but you got to look at that in a whole, right? If she even is going to come in. But we're going to move over to Q and Y here. I would say the Davids versus the Goliaths in this one. But again, this matchup is quite close, so I'm excited to see if that Hermit or that Violinist will come out of the Hunter.
Yep, for the Q and Y lineup, we do have FLX, we have LJ, listed as the Antiquarian. We have, I'm not even going to go through these names, these are quite difficult, but we have,
I was waiting for you to start.
Yeah, but we'll get to it here with the roster, but we have KXWZ, 2.73 average elimination rate with a 44% four elimination rate, still quite impressive. And of course, this is going to be the Hermit player, I would imagine, that we talked about previously.
Yeah, so Hermit has been making his way into this meta. I mean, shoutouts to Xiaoji, aka Nelu, that brought it out in the C qualifiers. Hopefully, we'll see that. Y Knight here on that Sculptor. Again, this was a hunter that they were expecting in the previous game, but we saw no Sculptors as of yet. Average elimination 2.9, so it's basically 3. So 4 elimination, almost about 50%. So again, pretty interesting to see Y Knight come into the mix here for Q and Y if they choose to bring a Y Knight into the matchup.
Absolutely. Y Knight, I believe, is the captain of the team. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, we will see. We do have FLX on the Survivor side. 105 seconds of average containment time, significantly above average here, with 0.95 average number of rescues. So we will see most likely rescue character as well as support with the batter. And of course, 105 seconds of average containment time does actually indicate that they are a harassment-heavy player, and will most likely support, in large amounts throughout the majority of this match, just due to that high containment time.
Yeah, especially if you're going up against Ling or any other top-tier hunter, you definitely need that support. You definitely need that harass. Hope we're going to see that with a lot of cake with another support harass survivor here with the Antiquarian. Containment time almost about at that 90% range with 88.50. Rescues not at the 1%, probably because of the harassment, but also the decoding progress is at the three-digit mark. So you got to see if a lot of cake is going to do a lot of work in this matchup.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, of course, he is one of the top forward and antiquarian players on the server, so expect some good things there. We do have
Shevchenko. Shevchenko.
Okay, there we go. Acrobat player here, 76 seconds of containment time. About the average there, not too bad. And so we will expect most likely just a kiter / containment from this player. Of course, Acrobat is, not only one of the most commonly used characters, also the most versatile, in that Acrobat is very effective against the majority of hunters in the game. You have so many different opportunities to use your different bombs in different situations, not only to support, but also to kite, and also is incredibly strong on maps like Moonlit River Park, which we have seen being picked quite often by a lot of these teams.
Hopefully we'll see those. I mean, we do see those huge maps, right? And always in that mix is that Moonlit River Park. Hopefully you'll see some Acrobat plays by Shevchenko. Now, Phi or FY? Are we going to say Phi? I'm going to say Phi. So Phi here, FY. Let's go with FY.
Yeah.
FYI it's FY. So FY here with an average rescue of 1. Containment time is still like 1 minute, so that's quite impressive considering he is the rescuer, that he can contain and also go for that rescue. So hopefully we'll see those highlights come in from FY in this matchup.
We also have 37 YYDS. Average containment time only 59 seconds, and average escape rate of 39%. I believe this might be the substitute survivor, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see once the starting players come out to play. But listed as antiquarian here. I'm not too sure about this player, but yeah, I guess we're gonna find out as the match progresses. Number of rescues at 0.50. So again, probably just a kiter or support player overall.
Eli, when it comes to sub-survivors or substitute survivors, like, would you want like a harasser as your substitute? Would you want a kiter as your substitute? Or you want a decoder as your substitute? How specialized should the survivor substitute be?
Well, it definitely is situational, of course, but usually for the most part, it has to do with your approach against certain... For the most part, it's usually the same for survivors playing the majority of the game, but it also has to do with the type of teams you're going to go against. Like, for example, if you're considering, okay, maybe we're going against a team that, likes to play Dream Witch in the early round, you might want to have some sort of player that has options to play like Barmaid, something like that, right? And then maybe you want to switch into your normal team after the first round. Because some teams, they lead with a certain hunter, then they switch to another one, and you want a player for that hunter, and then maybe a different player for a different type of hunter. But getting to our map selection here, looks like it is going to be Ever Slipping Town banned from QNY, and actually Leo's Memory chosen from CH4, which is a very interesting round 1 map selection. We have seen CH4 favor Ever Slipping Town usually, but QNY is aware of that. They did go for that ban here. And Leo's Memory, not a very common map, especially used in round number 1 here, but it is a map that an opera singer from Link could potentially be, utilized here.
Yeah, you probably want to be giving all the ante and all the advantage to your hunter in this map. And yeah, I don't recall actually seeing in the past 2 weekends seeing a Leo's Memory to start things out. So DH4 definitely has something prepared coming into this match with that Leo's Memory. And the reason I asked for the substitute survivor is because we kind of saw that happen with Green coming in at the start and Paul Blends coming in at the second game. So that might be a trend that we're going to see here today with the extra survivors on both sides. But we just have to wait and see, because Opera Singer round 1 is probably an inevitability. And talk to me more about Leo's Memory and Opera Singer and how terrifying she is there.
Yeah, of course. So Opera Singer, obviously, as we know, one of the strongest chasing hunters in the game currently. Also has very good map pressure. What makes Leo's Memory so good is that you have the factory area, right? The factory loop is considered to be one of the best places to kite in the game besides Sacred Heart Hospital. And so as a survivor, you want to utilize that as much as possible, right? But the thing with Opera Singer is it's such a fast hunter, and it really takes advantage of those narrow areas, such as inside the factory. You can catch up with the survivor, and it makes it very difficult to actually loop in that area. So while Leo's Memory may be difficult for a lot of hunters, the Opera Singer actually can take advantage of the narrow pathways inside factory and use that to just gain speed, catch up to the survivor, and cut off that factory loop.
Oh, I'm excited to see how they're going to try to counteract that, because more often than not, when we do see a Leo's Memory and Opera Singer does make it to the mix, it's usually a 4-person kill. And the last time we saw a lot of Leo's Memory is actually when Night Watch was kind of in the meta. Are you surprised at all that we don't see that much Night Watch, or is it because like Opera Singer just kind of outshines Night Watch at this point?
Opera Singer definitely is a lot stronger than majority of the hunters in the game. Right next to Dream Witch currently, I think Opera Singer is still a little bit stronger, but Yeah, Night Watch is still pretty good, I would say. The problem is Night Watch is a bit more map situational. Certain maps like Arms Factory can be difficult. Red Church can be very difficult for a Night Watch. Also, there are some counters. There are counters to Night Watch that you have to watch out for, such as female dancer. You have things like even Professor can be counters to Night Watch, whereas with the Opera Singer, nothing really counters Opera. So there are ways to go about it, but there's nothing hard counters. Right?
Before anything else, I just want to say what's up to chat and everyone that is still here. Taewoo, Hanako. They're asking if Gamekeeper is meta. I'm gonna leave it to silence to answer that. I don't know if Eli, you want to
find out. I guess we've seen it a little bit over in the global regions, but hey, I mean, he was listed as Lynx Hunter, so maybe he's been playing it in rank. Who knows?
Who knows? But what we do know now are the bans coming in from KXWZ. We got a gardener, coordinator, and a dancer to start things out. So it might be gearing up towards that opera singer, but they are bolstering up with that barmaid and patient for the first two bans. And Enchantress,
That is not something you see every day. I think the idea here is they're gearing up for Hermit because I don't think an opera singer would actually... An opera singer wouldn't really ban dancer because as an opera, you don't mind the slow boxes. You can break them very easily. You can catch up to the survivor. And so with a barmaid on the survivor side, with an enchantress on the survivor side, enchantress and barmaid are hard countered by opera. And the reason why is opera, once you get the first hit, you can get the second hit super fast. You just catch up to the second hit and barmaid can't get the heal off. With enchantress, if you stun the opera singer while she's in shadow mode, it does not restart the cooldown of the opera singer. She can just dash right back into shadow. So Enchantress is actually pretty weak to opera in that factor. So I think it must be for the Hermit.
What about Dream Witch? I'm just kidding, but we're gonna find out if we're gonna see.
Dream Witch, guys.
So here's the thing, though. If this is such hard counters to opera singer, I don't know. Hopefully KXWZ has an opera singer because that would be a prime.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, yeah, you have to pick it.
I think they were definitely expecting Hermit because there's no reason to play Enchantress and Barmaid in a round one opera situation ever, right? And so they definitely were thinking Hermit. Barmaid is very strong against Hermit because you can heal off the chip damage with the drink. And then also the Enchantress can gain stuns every time she absorbs, a shared damage, right? So that's going to be... if this player's opera singer has any sort of... if they've used opera singer in the past or if they have any sort of experience with it, this is going to be a difficult match for CH4.
Yeah, kind of an uphill battle if you think about it. Now that you broke down those two big factors of the barmaid and enchantress, how ineffective their skills may be. But we have to just wait and see, right? What's on paper might be different in practice, and we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, in this match with QNY and CH4. Once again, that's Eli O. I'm Potch Spice. We are commentators for this round one first half of the COAVII qualifiers.
All right, it looks like we're gonna go straight for potential factory chase, and this is what we talked about. Actually, no, they're gonna go ahead and leave here, trying to find a different survivor, maybe locating, it looks like going for the airplanist first. So going for the rescuer first, getting the tide turner out of the way, could be optimal in the long run. Looks like we're gonna see already Nato locating towards this god kiting area, and is actually gonna go towards factory, but we talked about how Opera Singer does not mind chasing in factory, one of the few hunters in the game that actually is fine with this. Nato, nice bait there, is gonna use the air jetpack here, but I think he's still gonna actually take a hit, so it ends up being wasted, unfortunately. And the downside of the situation as well is that he's not gonna have that later in the game here. He needs to make it to... Oh, Barmaid did not give a drink as well, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
maybe
the
they tried,
rotation.
but...
Yeah, I think he was above. So now Nato kind of out here in the open using his jetpack, and unfortunately couldn't make it to the pallet in time. And that's what's so hard about Opera Singer. It's like you cannot rely on pallets. Like you got to pre-drop them, and unfortunately he got it a little too late. And now we have the first down in the first minute of this match. No rescuers. Not really sure if we can see the traits that will be on screen, but I'm pretty sure that he's the only... He definitely has a tide turner, and that is out of the equation now.
And you know what? That's also a fast down onto the rescue character. So that's going to be a pretty important as this match plays out. We see two Cybers with significant progress, 50% on another one, but that is not great progress for early game against an Opera Singer here. We're going to see him go back to the chair here, pressuring this. It looks like it's gonna be 933, the Enchantress, maybe going for an after half rescue, but already finding him, but it's after half, so they're gonna be forced to go for a direct after half rescue, which is extremely it's gonna put them at a huge disadvantage here, as we see another jetpack get used, but the blink is available.
Oh, unable to get it. This is going to be huge for Nato to continue on this this chase here. So buying enough time, even though the rough start, traveling to the remnant here, and he lost sight of Nato. This is not good for the opera singer, Eli.
Yeah, that is actually game changing. If he hit that blink, that would have been a great position for the opera singer. But now, if he doesn't find where the survivor's hiding, I think he might know. He does see the trail. Okay, so he's able to find Nato here, but that is a bit of time wasted here for the survivor side of CH4. We're gonna see him teleport to the other side, goes to the swing, gets the vault off in time. Now she's gonna be a mind game at the pallet here, and finally is able to secure the down with that dash. But yeah, pretty good time wasted from Nato. Enchantress will get a free heal from the barmaid as well, and so they're going to go on to the last two cipher machines, probably spread out maybe 3 different ciphers at this point, or at least they're working on 2 at this current time.
Yeah, just to recap to the start, again, that was an excellent start for this opera singer. Bit of a fumble on the rescue. It was after half, but I believe the airplanist had an amazing time with a rebound kite, since he did lose track of him, but eventually the opera singer did catch up to him, and now 3 survivors remaining, while 2 ciphers need to get worked on. So KX needs to find a survivor and needs to make haste and make this opera singer round 1 work.
All right, and it looks like we're going to see the barmaid just trying to loot this area as much as possible. He's going to now utilize this pallet. Something we talked about yesterday, utilizing pallets against opera singer is one of the best ways to delay that down, delay the inevitable as long as possible. And especially how fast opera singer is, it can be hard to bait at the pallet, but gets the teleport and the hit right away. Barmaid's going to go for the heal, and it's going to be but the barmaid doesn't have much to work with here. Does get to this next pallet. Okay. She's going to have to utilize this last pallet. There's 1 more pallet for the barmaid to use here. She's going to have to use it properly. She wants to get this heal off. And
hang on, so close, but
that speed
able
boost
to get it. Nice, she got the heal off.
Yep.
So now this is an amazing showing so far. 8, another hit, and the last cipher is already primed. KX is actually teleporting to it, but it's too late. The end game is already a nigh.
And he's actually going to lose the end game chance for a win here because the teleport's gone. So the probability of a 3 kill now has now been diminished. We're going to see the Enchantress use the stun just to make it to this pallet here. But 1 more stun to work with. She could potentially start pushing the exit gate, as I believe it will be open in time. There's the second stun. But as you see, the shadow cooldown does not get canceled there. He's able to go back into shadow form. Enchantress will go down right away. The exit gate is open for Sesame, and we will see the barmaid open the other exit gate, so this will just be a tied game. Considering that start, this is a very optimal position for CH4 and the team comp.
Yeah, the team comp, the start, not going so well, but I mean, hindsight is 2020, right? This could have been a totally different story if KX actually went for an Enchantress that was not fed with those stuns, or went for the barmaid to start. Just so happens he went for the aeroplanist, which again was actually an okay job because he downed it in the first minute. But ultimately, Eli, what were the factors for this tie to take place?
I would say definitely the barmaid was able to get the heal off was pretty important. Also, the airplanist losing sight of the opera singer for an extended period of time was pretty optimal, of course, for the survivors. At that point, if he hits the blink onto the airplanist, I think they still are at 3 ciphers. They still needed to start the last 2. The fact that the airplanist was able to lose sight of the hunter and then it kite for a few extra seconds, they were able to get onto the last 2 cipher machines. And he also hard committed to the barmaid instead of worrying about committing to the last cipher machine, right? So the problem was, as soon as you hard commit to the barmaid, it allows them to freely prime the other ciphers. He sort of was like, okay, I want to down this barmaid before the drink gets off, which is understandable, but it allows the survivors to prime the other cipher machines and make it to the end game. And then because he also what makes Opera Singer very good is that you can get an extra kill end game because you can down a survivor, put a shadow on the down survivor essentially, or on the chaired survivor, teleport to the gate and then go back to the shadow. And that way you can control 2 spots at one time and double down 2 survivors in the end game. But because he wastes his teleport to teleport to the prime cipher, he no longer can go for that play. Then it becomes a tied situation.
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate now that you break it down with a barmaid, kind of like a bull and a matador situation where he just was so close to downing the barmaid, but the 2 pallets technically worked out in the end. Again, I think this is way more than a moral victory for the survivors, considering that they were possibly expecting a hermit to come out. and the bad matchup of the Enchantress and Barmaid still worked out for them to get a tie in their map selection. So that's definitely a victory for CH4. But QNY, at least this is not as bad as a 3-person escape. I mean, they still tied, so they're still at square one, I would believe. But now this is where it gets really scary because you have Ling on his hunter of choice, which is the opera singer.
Yeah, they still tied, but you also have to consider how fast the down was. You have to consider the team comp. That opera singer had a great team comp to play against. It really looked like this is a situation where the hunter wants to get at least a 3 kill with how fast the down is, and with the Enchantress and Barmaid being on going against an opera. So the survivors for CH4 getting a tie is 100% favorable for them. And yeah, again, also Ling is obviously still able to come out and play opera singer here, which is going to be very difficult for QNY here. And even with I guess the upside for QNY obviously is they know it's going to be an opera singer, so you can obviously build a team comp that's going to be more focused around dealing with an opera singer, but it still is difficult considering how strong and consistent Ling has been in previous tournaments.
Do you think, just a theorist hat on, do you think KX was actually expecting to go opera singer, or did he want to go hermit, but just because of the matchup of the Barmaid and the Enchantress, he had to pick the opera singer? Based on his bans, it kind of looked the other way, like he was expecting the hermit. What do you think, Eli?
I don't know. I feel like he could have been baiting hermit and actually had opera singer available. Sometimes players do that. When you don't know, as an opposing team, you don't know what hunter they're going to play, or you think they're only going to play one hunter in particular, which in this case, they thought it was going to be the hermit. Then you go for bans like, okay, I'm going to bait them into thinking I'm playing hermit, I'm going to ban dancer. Because the thing is, he banned Gardener first, which hermit wouldn't really ban typically. So
Gardener coordinator, I believe, yeah.
So hermit wouldn't really care about those characters as much. So he technically did an opera ban. And then they immediately picked counters like Barmaid. They immediately picked Hermit counters by playing Barmaid. He's like, okay, I'm just going to bait them into thinking I'm actually going to play Hermit. I'm going to ban Dancer next. And they essentially fall for it. And they go with a comp that counters Hermit and is weak to Opera. But it still ended up being okay for CH4 in this case.
Yeah, end of the day, they still got the tie. They got possibly the best possible result that they want in negating any points from the opera singer. And in this current meta, it's just inevitable that opera singers reign terror in round number 1. So at least they don't have the opera singer to worry about in round number 2, unless they want to roll the dice again and ban out his hermit and try to go toe-to-toe with the opera singer. I think it would be super map dependent. But considering also this is CH4's map of choice, it's definitely looking good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, we talk about how Leo's memory is obviously not typically a good side for the hunter to play on, but opera singer, of course, is a hunter that can deal with the factory quite effectively. So I think Ling will be perfectly fine in this situation. But yeah, I mean, QNY, they're going to do their best to counter comp this opera singer from Ling as best as possible. Characters such as Embalmer could be pretty good here. We've seen Embalmer being utilized quite often on Leo's memory because you can set up the coffin inside the factory and put yourself back into the factory, which is the strong kiting area. But something like an opera singer, it may not actually matter. And that's why opera singer is incredibly broken and always used every time.
I will ask you this, because last year in COAVII qualifiers, you were singing the praises of the wax artist, right? I don't fear that same type of enthusiasm with opera singers. Opera singer, like, on another level compared to cracked artist and when he was last year.
Yeah, it is, because with wax artist, you can count. There are characters that count. There's nothing that actually counters. There's no character that hard counters opera singer. That's why opera singer is so good, because there's actually 0 characters that hard counter opera singer. There's characters that soft counter, so like you have things like Gardener, which are pretty good against opera. You have things like Lawyer that are pretty good against opera. Coordinator's pretty good. You have characters that are pretty good against opera. But you don't have anything that actually hard counters.
Okay.
Whereas with wax artists, yeah, you can hard counter. You can try to counter comp at Dream Witch pretty well, but opera just.
I like that, Eli. Like, a mana principle, like she's too good. I want there to be like, because like you have to admit, like when opera singer did come out, we were trying to rack our heads like who is going to counter this character, and then over time, I believe we had this conversation last year, like let's see how the meta shakes out, and we have yet to find a solution. It's basically just weather out the early storm. So I get what you mean, and I think I know why you prefer playing Survivor now as Lawyer in your solo queues and rank.
Yeah, Lawyer is just broken. But I feel like a lot of people, like, I don't know why we haven't seen more people use Lawyer so far. Like, I actually believe that Lawyer is one of the best characters in the game. Even after Lawyer's recent nerf, Lawyer has so many upsides. You can't get Terror Shock, you have Veterans Bonus, you have Decoding Increase, you have Vaulting Increase, you have Speed Boost Increase. There's just so many things that make Lawyer good. So you can see the Hunter, you can see the Survivors, you can see the Ciphers, you can see everything. So
in a competitive, like with voice comms, you could definitely feel that as well, because I know you sing the praises of Lawyer in solo rank, right? And aside from Lawyer, you know what, we haven't seen that much Novelist as of late. Do you think that's just because it's a qualifier? Do you think in group stage we'll see more Novelist, or do you think that there's just more viable survivors out there?
We did see, I think we saw a pretty decent amount of Novelists yesterday. I think there was at least like 3 different matches with Novelists. But
nice.
I think I mean, Novelist obviously is pretty good against Opera. We saw some plays where Novelist was able to teleport the Hunter into the pallet. Yeah, you switch him into the pallet.
Are we gonna call it switcheroo now? Like, what's the caster term for it?
I don't know if I want to call it switcheroo.
Using a skill. All right, cool. His book.
Yeah, just using the book.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, there's many plays with Novelist. You can switch the Hunter into the pallet. You can put the Hunter away from the area you want to go to. For example, if you want to go for the dungeon, you switch the Hunter away from the dungeon and put yourself close to the dungeon. We saw that play yesterday. There's many opportunities for Novelist to be used. But getting into the ban pick here, we'll see what Ling opts to ban first here. Probably something that has to do with Opera Singer, I would imagine. Most likely something along the lines of, well, Novelist and Coordinator.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay, there it is. Okay, I just had to jinx it, guys. My bad. And thank you for reminding me about yesterday's matches. So I think I was kind of thinking of C qualifiers, where we just saw a handful, not really that much, but yeah, yesterday. Now that you bring that up, we did see some Novelist plays there. And now, considering that they are going to gear up towards an Opera Singer, they're going to pick Gardener and Patient to start things out.
All right, and it also looks like Patient is obviously interesting because Opera Singer can catch up after using the hooks, but Patient is also very good at Leo's memory because you can hook yourself into the factory area, right? And you know, on the stairs is one of those very good kiting areas for the Patient. So let's see if that actually comes into fruition here during this match. I wonder what Ling opts to ban next here. Maybe a Rescuer potentially, maybe the Aeroplanist. We would usually see an Aeroplanist or a Mercenary get banned at this point. Looks like, Antiquarian as well. Okay, that's also a good ban. Definitely getting that out of the way. We talked about how on QNY they have very good Antiquarian players, so they don't want to have to deal with that, it looks like.
So Eli, it seems like they're opting for another kiter here, not opting for just a stable rescuer role here. So Magician and Opera Singer, what's your take on this type of matchup if we will see that Opera Singer come out?
Yeah, so Magician's pretty good because you can, you put the illusion in a narrow area, force the Opera Singer to swing and break it, which buys you some distance. And also Magician's just a good character for delaying it down against any Hunter. And obviously we talk about how Opera Singer, your goal is just, Opera Singer is going to get you down pretty fast. Just delay it down as long as possible. And that's what makes Opera Singer so good, is because it's like, okay, against most Hunters, like, oh yeah, I'm going to try to kite as long as I'm going to try to 3-cypher kite. I'm going to try to put us in a position to win. Against Opera Singer, it's like, just like, don't die too fast, and then maybe we can tie potentially. So that's kind of the goal with Magician.
Okay, so hopefully we'll get to see that, and hopefully he will use his magic wands to its full effect. And now Airplanist does get banned. Seems like priority rescuer the priority pick is always on the Aeroplanist, leaving the Mercenary wide open to use. And this does not change his priority in terms of favorable rescuers, even though he has been reworked in the past. Oh, interesting. Bait and switch. We're gonna see a Hermit come out of Ling. Seems like our predictions are out the door. This is like wait, actually he did bring out Hermit in the IVT 2023, and he performed really well. But in a map like this, though,
Ling definitely has Hermit. It's just like in Leo's memory, round one where you have you're not going to get Opera at any point. So I feel like losing your opportunity to play Opera probably isn't worth it. But I guess Ling thinks otherwise here. I guess in reality, like you look at the team comp, and it's built to deal with Opera Singer. Less so with Hermit, so Hermit could be optimal in that case. But yeah, Leo's memory is Factory Loop is hard for Hermit to deal with. Hermit is one of those Hunters that's going to struggle with that. So if you ever position yourself, into that factory with both, Magician's already in Factory, Patient can hook into Factory. So it's difficult. I guess you go for the Gardener first, who is LJ, who's a very good kiting player. So I guess that would be pretty optimal for QNY, but maybe not too great. But anyways, getting into our match here. This is the second half of round number 1 of QNY versus CH4 for the COAVII 7 qualifiers for NAEU. I'm Elio, joined with Pot Spice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this matchup.
All right, folks, here we have a Hermit in round 1, second half. Ling, mastermind when it comes to these type of picks. He did opt for this character instead of the Opera Singer, which we heralded as a really good pick for this map and also for this lineup. But you know what, Cypher Rush is definitely not going to be in their side, so it depends on the first target. It seems like FY is in the area, so FY on that Mercenary, probably getting the Rescuer out of the way to start.
And as a Hermit, you can chase Mercenary just due to the fact that Hermit does 0.6 damage instead of 0.5, and Mercenary will not have that delayed effect if that does come into fruition here. But FY is going to go towards the window here, just trying to evade line of sight, but running into the Hunter a little bit too much here. He's going to be forced to use another elbow pad a bit early. And yeah, FY already down 2 elbow pads, and it's going to get the stun right away here. They're able to share damage here, so FY can take multiple hits. Ling also carrying teleport, so he can teleport away here if he wishes to do so, which he is potentially considering here, it looks like. Nope,
it seems like he's gonna he's gonna chase out Shevchenko to start things out. He already has his skill, by the way. Now he's gonna use it. Unfortunately, unable to get through the window. That could have been crazy if he got that, but luckily for Shevchenko, he's able to kite the stun out.
That's actually a game-changing miss because now the Patient can live through this. He also has a speed boost here. Did get the stun to slow him down a little bit, but he could use a hook at the window. Is he going to use Oh, he just hooks into the wall accidentally.
Someone's got to change that window. If both Hunter and Survivor miss that, they need to be big. Okay. But all's well that ends well for Ling. That miss hook actually kind of negates this chase, but now he's able to get it. No more hooks on Shevchenko, but this factory loop, Eli, like you said, is going to be a problem if he can't stop this this kite from happening.
Yep, and we're going to see that second hit there. Ling might actually just teleport away here. Or just that also works. It's gonna go for the Mercenary. He's forced to use the last elbow pad, and you know, dealing with the Mercenary is quite nice. There's no more tide turners, or I guess Patient does have tide turner, but there's no main rescuer besides that. Mercenary already has a stun on him, so
I just love the fact that Ling is actually attacking the resources of the survivors, right? The Patient has no more hooks to work with. FY has already used his last his last elbow pad and is going to eat that hit, and everyone is injured, Eli. So just a very proficient play, slowly dissecting and dwindling the resources of the survivors is working out quite well for Ling.
Going to use the teleport to catch up to FY here. But he does have 2 orbs available, so we're going to see him probably just use both of them. FY needs to dodge at least one, and he does not. So he's going to take both those stuns there. He's going to go down here with this hit, and the Cypher progress is not quite good enough, unfortunately, for CH4. A lot of damaged survivors as well. And yeah, I think the situation was kind of just the Mercenary. There was 2 times during the first kite where he actually kind of ran into the Hunter. So that's why looking behind you is super, super important. But unfortunately, that did not work out for FY here. And Ling's got a pretty fast down. He's got basement, he's got damage on the board, and he's got Cypher control. So this is already looking really good for him.
Yeah, so Magician has wanted order. Shevchenko is actually in the air, well, kind of giving that tinnitus, but Patient, it's going to be hard for him to even approach because he has no tools. He does have the tide turn, but basement, Mercenary, it's going to be hard for him to even get out. So maybe he's just feeding that tinnitus. Mercenary is about to expire through the halfway mark. Hopefully Ling doesn't spot out Shevchenko. He is crouching in the corner there. If he just turns a little more to the right, and he'll be able to spot him out. But right now, Ling's just playing this kind of close to the chest and playing it conservatively, just eliminating one survivor at a time.
Looks like I don't think they're gonna rescue at this point. Obviously, it is basement. Mercenary has no items to rebound with, and also Mercenary will not have a delayed effect. He will go down right away. because of the 0.6 damage from Hermit. So there's really no point here. It looks like they're gonna not even decode. They're kind of just running around at this point. I'm not really sure. I guess they don't want to give free charges. They want to make Ling use a double charge, but obviously at this point, Ling's gonna have 4 charges ready. He's gonna have 2 teleports. He's gonna have 2 regular shocks. So I think it doesn't really matter if you push Cyphers here.
True,
But,
yeah, I still think that Ling has the advantage here, but now Gardener already has a charge on her. So now and just teleports right away, just wanting to make sure that he just gets a lot of cake in the vicinity, gets the stun, and now gonna get that hit onto the Gardener. So this is a little unfortunate that the Gardener, once she touched the Cypher, able to get the teleport right in.
And actually, Gardner runs back into the blue orb, so it's going to pick up an extra shock there. Unfortunate misstep from the Gardner. This is going to allow Ling to go for one more stun and secure the down here. And Ling's going to use the shock. It actually misses there. Gardner needs to dodge this and is not able to do so. She's not going to go down just yet, it looks like. But yeah, I mean, there's still 3 Cyphers remaining, and it's a Hermit. So
yeah, it's slowly building towards that inevitability. Oh, interesting shot at the sky there.
That one.
Tried to go for a 3, went for the court line, and now we see a lot of cake trying to hide behind this pallet. Unfortunately, unable to get it, but still he is on the hunt. This will share damage with that patient. So, and also the magician. So now the patient is actually at less than half health, and now the Gardener has fallen down, Eli. So not looking too good for our survivors, but the Cypher progress is still a lot left to be desired.
It's not enough, yeah. And the thing is, with the Hermit connection here, Lings can connect all 4 Cyphers, or even just 3, and let one of the Cyphers prime. They're not going to be able to pop the 4th one with this amount of time. He's going to disconnect so they can't share, or they can't change charges, I guess.
Possibly.
I think. But anyways, we're going to see... it looks like Patient's probably gonna be the one coming for the rescue. Magician can push Cyphers, but I don't think it really will matter. The other thing here is that Ling, by disconnecting Cyphers, Ling can hit the Patient from the distance and then teleport back to Chair, and Magician cannot share damage with him as long as he hits him with the blue orb here, because there's no way he can change his charge. Yeah, he can't change his charge because the Cyphers aren't connected anymore. And he's not going to be able to make this rescue.
Yeah, so Shevchenko is already hit. He's going to just teleport right to the chair just to cut him off. And it seems like just the slow inevitability of how Ling started this match off, right? He just was so good at just injuring everyone, attacking everyone's resources, and just controlling the match. And that's what every Hermit match wants to be. And that's what every Hermit main desires the outcome to be. So Gardener is close to expiring. Magician and Patient are sharing a charge, but at this point, it seems like endgame is still going to be pretty far, since both of them are going to be spread out a little too thin here if Shevchenko takes this next chase.
Yep, and it looks like they're able to pop one of these Cyphers, I think, or almost.
Wow.
But he's going to teleport right onto the Patient here. Does have a shock to work with. He's going to miss that one, but yeah, just a matter of time here for this Patient. And that's going to secure the down. And yeah, now all he has to do is find out this Magician. We see the last Cypher at 70%, but it doesn't really matter. Link can connect all 3 of those Cyphers, and it's going to take a really long time to pop that 30%. It's going to take 3 times longer, essentially. So at this point, it's really just going to come down to, I guess, if this Magician can stay out of range of Ling long enough. And I think Magician will go down to a regular hit. There's enough damage on him where 0.6 is enough to down him.
And not to mention, if they even try to get the that end game to pop, there's still the gate, and actually he vaults into him. So interesting play there. Patient is up. That was actually kind of questionable because he did get stunned. He got attracted in that AOE that Ling did drop there. So definitely Ling would gladly take that gift from the gods. All right, wrong vault. Let's not prolong this chase any longer. So Shevchenko is up, already used the self-heal. Magician is healing up, but this is just a back and forth at this point. And like I mentioned before, the exit gate is still going to be a problem if they get the Cyphers prime.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he thought that the Hermit teleported to the other side of the wall, which is, I guess... I mean, obviously it is possible Hermit can teleport through walls like that, but obviously you got to pay bit of attention. We've seen that from QNY, unfortunately, a little bit with the first kite from the mercenary, and also with the Magician. We're going to see the down onto the Patient here. Link's going to teleport to the last Cypher. and that's going to be able to secure the 4 kills as long as he sees what the addition is. There's the 4 kill for Ling here. That's going to be a 5-0 start with Hermit on Leo's memory. That's going to be a 7-2 lead for CH4. Obviously, they built a team comp to deal with the Opera Singer, and the Hermit was the character to come out in a very dominant performance with the Hermit. Usually, Hermit is not a character you want to play in round 1, especially on Leo's memory, but ended up not actually mattering here for Ling.
And Eli, considering this is CH4's map selection, we thought that the Opera Singer was going to come out. So very interesting strategy. It played out to its full effect because of how they were able to dominate not just the Survivor matchup in terms of like countering or like being able to counter the Opera Singer, but this Hermit matchup also not on paper, not the best choice of map, but you know what, the fact that Ling was able to make it work, they are definitely coming in with a huge advantage in round number 2, not just in points, but also the fact that they possibly are considering a Hermit ban and the Opera Singer is just waiting for Ling to use.
Absolutely. But yeah, looking into the match here, obviously we saw the Novelist and Coordinator ban first, which are very standard for Opera Singer. Obviously Antiquarian is good for anything, but also pretty standard for Opera Singer, and Aeroplanist as well, pretty standard for anything. But yeah, I think kind of just baited Opera and went with Hermit here, which is interesting. Again, I still think normally you don't want to run that risk, but Ling decided to take the risk. He played a high risk, high reward hunter in a round 1 situation, and it actually worked out quite nicely for him. So very early lead for CH4. You know, in a team like CH4, this is what we expect. We expect them to go ahead early, especially on a map like Leo's Memory, which they were able to choose here. So but yeah, just Ling with dominant. It was all Ling that match for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully, if we get to interview CH4, there are a lot of questions we want to ask, especially with how their mindset was coming into this, because definitely surprised us in terms of the picks, but the results are even more surprising with how dominant they did perform, just on the Survivor side and on the Hunter side. So round 1 is done and dusted. It does go to CH4. QNY is still in this fight, folks. Hopefully, they'll be able to bounce back in round number 2. And looking at the stats, it's basically how a regular Hermit match, a dominant Hermit match goes. Yes, the kiting containment time is there, but I mean, he was slowly just draining the resources and just prolonging the cipher progress. I mean, I think it was the 3-minute mark and they only popped 1 cipher. So it is what it is. That was Ling's Hermit. Hopefully they prepare for it in the next one. And now at least QNY does get map advantage come round number 2.
Absolutely. So there's a chance for QNY to come back here. We'll see where they go with their hunter selection. Obviously, we saw the Opera in round 1, but we know they still have that Hermit available. We know they have the Violinist, as previously mentioned, as a possibility, which I don't know if we'll actually see that. You know,
what's a map for Violinist?
Maybe... I don't know, man. Violinist is kind of bad.
I'll be honest. Also, I think it was 2021, 2020, or 2020 when Violinist came out. Not the biggest impact that was made in the community. I mean, the character is great, but you don't see Violinist that much.
I remember when Vio came. Yeah, I remember when Vio came out. Everybody was like, "Oh my god, this hunter's so good," and they were like all trying to. And Vio was actually doing good in rank. People would ban Vio, but then people just kind of realized like you can kind of just like the notes hitbox is really bad. Like because the problem is a lot of players just like didn't dodge it. They just ran in a straight line. It's like, okay, well, if you run in a straight line, then that's pretty good. But
yeah,
I guess the only good map for Vio, well, not only good map, but like a map that's good for Vio is going to be like Church, because if you ever go to the Church windows, yeah, you can block off the Church windows with the note. Anything that has like strong windows that forces the survivors to go through, like Church, maybe Ruins on Sacred Heart Hospital, Birdcage window on Hospital. So Vio's technically not bad on Hospital, but there's really not a lot of great maps for Vio, unfortunately. Vio's just not really
viable.
Not too good. Not too good.
Well, we do want to find the best of the best in each region, right? So again, when it comes to rank, when it comes to that, yes, maybe Violinist can work, but if we want the cream of the crop here, they really got to show up here or show up and show out with this Violinist, if the Violinist will come out, because that is one of their biggest strengths. And I would have to say, going back to the interview of QNY, I think it gained a lot of the attention because of how they evaluated their team, right? Oh, tell us about your team and how you think you'll do, or like what's your secret formula. So there's what they said, and I quote, they never train, never need training. So that's QNY in a nutshell with how they answered that. I don't know if they're just, kind of mind gaming here, because you definitely want to be able to perform at your best when it comes to the Call of the Abyss qualifiers.
Absolutely. Before we get into the next match, I'm supposed to mention that that batter is attractive or hot or something. I don't know.
Is chat telling you that?
No, I was told this was somebody. Leah told me that I'm supposed to mention that. So shout out to Leah for making me say that, which is not something I would ever normally. But no,
they're gonna clip it before you.
But it's gonna be clipped. It's gonna show up on my next stream live chat, and I'm never gonna hear the end of it. So
that's fine.
You're welcome to everybody watching. That's your one
request
for There you go.
All right. So we do see a substitute of survivors here. Yesu is gonna replace Sesame. Sesame known for being the rescuer, so possibly maybe testing out the sub survivor here. Bringing in Yesu is also a rescuer main. I think they're in a good position here to kind of test the waters with rotations when it comes to their substitute survivors.
I mean, already they have obviously an early lead. They're looking very comfortable thus far. Ling's looking in top condition, so survivors look to be pretty well considering the team composition. So looks like we're actually gonna have Y-Knight come in. So Y-Knight is the violinist player that we talked about. So I wonder if we'll see violinist. I don't know. I would think that maybe not, because it's obviously in a high stakes tournament like this, playing a character like violinist maybe isn't the most optimal option. But we saw characters such as Fool's Gold yesterday do pretty well, so maybe we'll see the violinist have some success here.
And I think this is one way to test out the survivors, right? Yes, on paper, maybe we should they'll practice the meta matchups, but then sometimes unconventional picks could surprise you. So maybe Y-Knight's gonna stick with that. We'll just have to see, because we thought KX was gonna bring out Hermit. He brought an opera singer. Maybe Y-Knight might bring out Sculptor or whatever else hunter he has under his belt. At this point, it's really hard to predict, because our first two predictions of the hunters did not go our way.
Not too not a great day for us thus far, but hopefully things will improve.
We come back from this, Eli. Don't worry about this. And
we'll
just like QNY, we'll bounce back from this. Hopefully, guys. Again, big shout outs to the people that are supporting in chat. Again, let us know who you guys favor in this matchup. Is it QNY? Is it CH4? The winner of this match will be battling B4U to contend as the representatives, or one of the representatives of the NAEU region, joining Team Omni. Once again, congratulations to them. Had an incredible matchup yesterday. And now we're going to determine who will be the second team to represent this region.
Yeah, absolutely. We will find that out shortly. But I mean, I imagine, with the way CH4 is playing and how we've seen a lot of these tournaments progress in the past, I'm looking forward to potential CH4 B4U matchup. We've seen that go back and forth over the seasons, but who knows? Maybe QNY can turn things around. They got their substitution here, their new hunter in, and let's see what they're able to do. Also, very curious about the map selection as well. It's gonna be very important, especially if we do see violinist.
So we said that if violinist is going to come out, could be like a red church, right? Could you think of another map that could possibly come in? If like you mentioned, like those areas that have strong windows that can go in a single file. That's possibly the best possible real estate that Antonio could ask for. Is there any more map that screams at you?
I would never play Vile personally, so it's hard to say. But
I like your honesty. That's
yeah, I guess Red Church is good. Any map that's not too open, you kind of want the narrow maps to use your notes. So maybe I feel like Sacred Heart Vile with Peepers is not too bad as well. So there's definitely some opportunity there. Maybe just small maps in general, like Arms Factory, could be fine. I would say.
Hopefully, we'll see how that goes. Definitely not a change of pace here, but it seems like, Eli, you are correct with one prediction here when it comes to the maps. We got Red Church coming on in, so it seems like they might be gearing up towards that. But again, Red Church, there's a lot of good hunters that can come out of this map. Anything come to mind, Eli, with what else that maybe Y-Knight could use, if not the I was gonna say opera singer, not the violinist?
We have seen Y Knight, I believe, play characters like Wax Artist in the past, but Red Church is not particularly good for Wax Artists, so I think we're not going to see that here. It probably is just going to be Violinist. If we see Red Church, that would make, I think, the most sense. I don't think Y Knight has... I'm not too sure about Y Knight's character pool, but besides things like Opera Singer, which is probably bad, I think Violinist would be the most likely here from him, I think. So
I thought you were going to say most optimal, but...
Not the most optimal, not in my opinion, but the most likely for sure.
I mean, your opinion is based on like stats and like how things kind of fare, especially like in the big scene like IVL and IJL. So we'll see. Hopefully, Y Knight will know what he's doing. Again, you know what? You got to respect the players because they're the ones that are operating and they're the ones who's making these decisions. And you know, in this lineup, in this job, Eli, I definitely love being proven wrong with like what we know on paper, what we study, and if it's in practice and they completely flip the script and are able to push the meta, I really welcome that because that creates amazing moments for us here in the commentary booth.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, just waiting for our match to start here. Dude,
the chat is going wild with your shout.
I noticed. Yeah, I literally, because I usually don't read chat because I try to like stay focused on the match as much as possible, but I wanted to just see the reaction and I
mean, like I know Chocho and Null broke the internet with, I don't know, they were doing something, but this one is definitely getting a lot of love. Hopefully y'all don't break chat with your love for Batter. I do love Batter as well, and it's pretty hyped to see him. But yeah, Eli, congrats to Leia for getting that shout out.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, that's not something I would typically bring up, but yeah, that's, I guess we had to, it's gotta happen somewhere, you know, throughout the stream. There's always like, there's gonna be at least one moment where we have something. I'm sure there'll be something that comes up during the COA main event, but
even the group stage, man, I won't hold it against chat to ask or random shout outs. So also with the memes, I think, where's it gonna be held again? It's gonna be in is it in Guangzhou? They revealed the venue, right? And and it's huge. And one of my favorite things about the COA main stage, or like the finals, or like the playoffs, is like the fans with their different light sticks and also the memes that do come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not actually sure the location, but yeah, somewhere in China for sure. COA will be in China this year. Yeah.
And it's COA 7, so it's like 7 consecutive COAs. Any standout moments that stick out to you? I know we talked about it last week, but are we able to think about it?
Yeah, well, I've been here since, let's see, when was the first COA that I ever watched was COA 3, which I think, were you a commentator then, COA 3?
I was there. I saw the GR 3-peat. That was the third, that was my first COA, actually.
Okay.
Commentating.
So that was the first that I watched. The first year that I was competitive was COA 4, but there wasn't really much happening for NAU because of COVID. And then COA 5, I think, was the first year I commentated. Yeah. So, over the years that I've watched COA, I would say that one of the exciting moments is definitely when I think it was Team AL from Japan beat GR in COA 4. That was pretty big. Also, when, let's see,
who was the Korean player, the Mad Eyes, that got like a 3-person kill against I think it was FPX ZQ at the time, or was it GR? I forgot. I think we commentated that. It was in the group stage.
That was
I forgot the name of the it wasn't Meta. Was it Mitake?
No.
I know it, but it was one of it was Mad Eyes, and you rarely see Mad Eyes in that meta, and they were able to do that. And I think they also got a win over GH at the time with that Mad Eyes pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure who, and it was also an Arms Factor 2, which is not a good Mad Eyes map, but I don't remember who exactly what's the name of that player? I'm not sure exactly.
Chat if you know. But from South Korea, right? Like the South Korea division.
Yeah. Was it? Or was it Hong Kong, Macau? I can't remember, actually.
I think I know it was because I'm So OVO was there as the survivor, and and Saiyan also on the survivor side. And I know a lot of people love that combo of Rescuer and Kiter, but we digress, folks. We are back at it here. Again, let us know your favorite COA moments, and we'll also think about ours. Because again, COA is just a celebration of just the hard work that all these pro players have put in. And we are going to go to the Red Church, while Y Knight hopefully will see a change of pace here, because CH4 had a dominant first round.
Yes, for sure. Let's see what's going to happen here. I wonder if they just ban violinist. That would not. Okay, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. Right. But I wonder if they just did it for the memes. That'd be, what do we call it? The BM? Is that what it?
The bad manner? The
bad manners?
Yeah, bad manner. Yeah, BM.
Bad
but
manners,
the memes. Do it for the memes. Do it for the plot.
Yeah, might as well, right? Like whatever happens, you know.
True.
By the way, for everybody watching, never ban violinist in rank. Actually, never ban anything other than opera singer in rank. Actually, this is
oh my god!
Oh, they actually banned violinist. Never mind.
That's the move, Eli. They went for it.
They went for it. But technically, we called it. We did say what if, and it happened.
So our predictions are doing pretty well. Yeah, there we go. We're bouncing back.
We're him, Podge.
With a cat. That's a good one.
Looks like we're gonna see Dancer and Painter, also a character I don't particularly
as round one
find to be very strong in the meta, but it looks like this is going to be a bit of an off meta selection here from CH4.
Yeah, they might know something that we don't, that Y Knight brings out, but hopefully Y Knight has some metas that will come out here, because
the thing is, Painter doesn't counter anything. Painter is just there.
Yeah,
like,
he's just there painting, dude, caricaturing, just like, yeah, don't worry, I got you guys. And now Acrobat, again, kind of strong, but I don't know. Like, looking at the bands of Y Knight, they're really strong. You're taking out the Priestess and Church, Aeroplanist and Antiquarian. Now Yesu probably gonna lock in a mercenary if it's not gonna get banned yet. So yeah, first officer gets banned, so at least Yesu has the mercenary. But Painter first pick, Eli, and I don't know. Like, I do love the Edgar. I know there's someone in chat named Edgar Hater, but no, we're gonna go
dude, that's karma, man. That's just like
they're listening to us.
I literally jinxed it, bro. That's actually crazy.
That's crazy. I thought Yesu coming in.
Crazy.
Okay, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Let's go. I love the chaos. Let's do it.
No, I love it. It's really good to see Batter being played here for sure. Definitely a fun character to see being utilized in situations such as this. But we definitely did kind of jinx it with that one, I would say. But we do have the Sculptor here from Y Knight. This is one of the other characters we talked about between Wax Artist, Sculptor, and Opera Singer. Looks like it's going to be... I guess Y Knight doesn't actually have Opera Singer, so... And you don't really want to play Wax Artist on this map, so it is going to be the Sculptor here.
So I guess it's more of a scouting thing instead of like a more of the do it for the plot or do it for the memes type ban. So I guess that's the respect to the violinist. Now he has to be relegated to Sculptor. But looking at this this lineup, Eli, how are you liking the survivors up against this opera singer?
Against the...
Oh, sorry, the Sculptor. My bad. Oh, I'm just it's haunting me. Okay.
No, it's good. Yeah. So obviously, female dancer is very strong on Church. Hunter, like Sculptor, does struggle against slow boxes. So if we do see the slow box set up from the dancer, that could be pretty strong. Acrobat's a good versatile kiter in general. So both those characters are pretty good here. And then, I mean, the painter is a painter, so I mean, not much to say there. And then,
the most analysis, the painter, he's a painter.
The painter is a painter, and then the batter is obviously batter's actually pretty good on Church, because when the hunter goes to vault the Church window, you can actually just push them back and push them off the window if they're revaulted. It buys a lot of time. So I'm actually surprised we don't see the batter spawn Church. I would have liked to see that instead in the dancer spawn Shack. But anyways, getting into our match here. This is the first half of round number 2 of QNY versus CH4 for the COAVII 7 NAEU qualifiers. I'm Elio, joined with Potch Spice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this match.
All right, here we go, folks. And shout outs to chat. They are saying Akko was the Mad Eyes player, but that was one from Japan, from Team RC. It wasn't Akko. It was a Korean one, but thank you for letting us know. Yeah, but we are back to the match here. Y Knight already at the Broken Walls area trying to find his first survivor, but unfortunately, they have rotated already. So again, with this Sculptor, you want to be able to get to at least the tier 2 statues, because the meta has not favored her as of late, because they know how to be able to counter this. Xia actually almost in the immediate line of sight of Y Knight, but unfortunately unable to get it. So they're doing a great job just avoiding, and 2 Cyphers have been moving so far in this 1 minute mark, but I think Nato might take this first kite. It's going to be the batter.
It looks like it's going to be the batter. We have seen sculptors kind of fall off the meta recently as this I was about to say the statue hitbox is not too good, but we already see an immediate statue onto the sculptor. We're going to see that pushback here. Chasing a batter is a bit risky just because the batter's increased vaulting speed and also kite potential, but he does unfortunately kite to one of the Survivor Cypher machines as well, so this will slow it down a little bit. A nice push from Nato, though, and that's going to get him to the pallet. It's going to get the blink out. He's going to risk the ball. It does take the chip, but it actually ends up being worth it in that he doesn't actually... it doesn't take as much damage, but there's another chip right out after that.
Nato, unfortunately, getting clipped by these statues, and also Y Knight eating these hits. That's the last of the cricket ball that Nato did expend. Nice avoidance of that statue. He's not going to camp this pallet. Flywheels, but doesn't go towards the pallet, so Y Knight is actually the one that's camping this pallet. Nato not having much to work with. He's going to be able to juke out the first hit, but the second hit does connect.
All right, so it's going to be down onto the batter here, and this is going to be a relatively long first kite, but the Cypher progress is a little bit slow in that he did kite through some of the Cypher machines here. He's going to use the chisel onto the painter, and just going to slow down the progress as much as possible. 2 Cyphers will go down here, it looks like, but the thing is they didn't actually bring a rescue or character at all here, so they kind of are in a situation where do they even go for a save at this point? It looks like Shaz rotating in for potential rescue here after half. Painter will be able to pop the Cypher machine, but yeah, nope, nobody's actually there to make the save, so not sure.
Yeah, Nai 3-3 is kind of making that rotation, but it seems like at this point batter is going to be full blood. So maybe they're just going to go for a sacrifice here, but they have to make haste because 2 people are giving that tinnitus, but we need 2 more Cyphers to kind of pop. So now Nai 3-3 is going to try to chase the attention away, and Xia might actually get the backdoor rescue, Eli.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the vision onto the Hunter as well, so he can start making that painting, but I just noticed the Hunter actually does not have detention. It is going to be insolence and trump card. So this is a high 4-kill build. This is a do or die build, essentially. 4-kill or no kill is what we like to call it, but looks like he's able to get the 4 poisons and does get the down onto the batter here. You kind of see the unfortunate downside of utilizing Painter in opposed to a different type of kite / support character, and that Painter can't really do much if the Hunter just walks away or doesn't look at the Painter. Obviously the batter can just the batter did try to run away, but the Painter can't really utilize the painting. For example, if you had maybe like an Antiquarian or a Prospector, you can go for the stun and buy some distance, but yeah, looks like he's gonna get a chip onto the Acrobat here with that full presence statue in a pretty good position for Y Knight, but as long as the Survivors make it to endgame, they will be safe and that there is no detention.
Yeah, this is a full presence sculptor, by the way, so he did an amazing job dropping Naito because I think 3 of the hits were all sculptor hits, and now the blink does pop and Acrobat has fallen down, but the last Cypher is already being worked on here. So they still have their the resources about them, and Painter is actually the one working on this last Cypher, so Female Dancer has to be primed for this rescue. I think Trait Swap has already been used, but that doesn't matter because he's just used the blink to down this this Acrobat.
And the other thing about this situation is that the Survivors, I'm hoping, will be able to acknowledge that the Hunter does not have detention based off of the fact that he's trait swapped and had insolence be popped. So they should pick up on that at this point, and they should know that there is no detention. Obviously, you can only have 2 of those ending traits. Is able to get a chip onto the Dancer here. Another chip onto the Dancer can stop the rescue, but they do have the Cypher machine ready, and there is a slow box, so this is actually going to waste a lot of time. Y Knight cannot really chase Acrobat, or he doesn't want to, at least because of all the bombs. So he's going to commit to the Dancer here, and is able to mind game the Dancer and get the down here, but Trump card is not going to be ready. Now, the biggest question here is if he can actually use the chisel to potentially down the Survivor on the exit gate. The gate is not going to be open just yet, so we're going to see him use the chisel. 97, and yeah, the gate is open at this point.
So a time is in the air for them to make. Again, yeah, Painter dropping the painting here, so I don't think it's gonna, there wasn't much effect of the Painter, but they still got the tied game. Again, great stuff from Y Knight. Again, using that Sculptor, again, it's really tough, especially with no presence at all. He was still able to down the batter at the early chase. Tough rotations, but I think this kind of proves Eli's point with if you bring out Painter and then the Hunter could just not look at the Painter and actually go away from the area of vicinity. It's kind of tough. If maybe the coordinator was brought that could have actually extended the kite or even like harassed even more when the batter did fall down. So again, a 50-50 matchup, still a solid performance on both sides. Y Knight still holds on to this round being salvageable by a survivor side.
Yeah, I kind of wish that we got to see Violinist, honestly, but
they banned him, dude. We got to blame
Yeah.
CH4 for that. Like, I wanted to see it too.
It is what it is, unfortunately. Yeah.
And isn't it unfortunate that, well, I guess this was kind of the double-edged sword of telling your strengths right off the bat, because in the interview of Q&Y, they said they have the best violinist and the best hermit, and they just outright like just countered it and banned it. So we didn't even see that from their side.
Yeah, Y Knight is known, like everybody knows that Y Knight plays viol though. Like Y Knight's like been known for only playing violinist for like 25 seasons or whatever. So, or I guess viol hasn't been out that long, but you know what I mean. Anyways, the point is like everybody kind of knows that Y Knight's gonna play violinist, so or at least plays violinist, right? Maybe not in tournament, I don't know, but we did see the violinist get banned there. So yeah, I think the problem here as well is like even if they do manage, even if Q&Y manages to make it to round 3, Q&Y, I don't know how many hunters they have like left, right? Because if Y Knight remains in the game, we talked about Wax Artist, we talked about Violinist, we talked about Sculptor, right? Yes. I think those are like the only 3 hunters Y Knight really has. So it could be a bit difficult depending on which characters get banned, right?
In game 3. Or maybe KX is going to come back in, the one that used the opera singers. So hopefully he'll have he'll have a deeper pool of that. But yeah, that's actually kind of the big predicament, right? Even if a lot of players here, they kind of are known for specific hunters, but in a competitive setting, you really need that deep hunter pool of not just the meta hunters, but also those round 4, round 5 hunters. So yeah, in a stage like this in the qualifiers, we really want to test each player to find the best of the best. And for Y Knight's situation, again, he had an amazing start, tied game, and maybe if things turn out differently, and we're gonna recap the match, could have gotten more survivors out. How do you think he performed in that matchup, Eli?
I think it's kind of difficult with Sculptor. Unfortunately, Sculptor's just not as strong as she used to be. In that it's very easy to dodge statues, you know, especially if you don't have full presence, which we did see kind of throughout the first kite. And then also as well, Sculptor does get Cypher Rush. You have some degree of Cypher control using the Chisel to slow down Cypher progress, but especially when you're going against a team comp that doesn't have any Rescuer, the Cyphers will go through pretty quickly, which is what we did see there. So yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, Y Knight kind of did what they could, but in reality, unfortunately, Sculptor just is a bit lacking in the current meta. I just realized my, you know how when you have caffeine, right, and then it just wears off, and then you get you get hit. It's I have more energy drink, even though you know what I realized it tastes like? It tastes like broccoli. That's what it tastes like.
Interesting. Yeah. For the context, guys, peeling back the curtain here, Eli is on some energy drink. Doesn't taste so well, but the effects are wearing off. The tide turner is wearing off, guys. So do give him.
It was supposed to be a fruit flavored energy drink, and it tastes like broccoli. I figured out. I was like, it tasted like a vegetable, but I couldn't figure out which one it was. It's like, oh, it tastes like broccoli. That's what it is.
Huh? And considering the color is pink, it's so odd that it's broccoli. And I've never tasted liquefied broccoli, but apparently it gives you
not
energy.
Optimal.
Definitely not optimal. No. Very interesting play. So we're going to look at the match stats here. Again, it's a tied game, so you have to admit that the CH4 survivor is kind of holding it close, like playing more of the defense to kind of set it up for Ling to take it home here.
Right.
Just tying out the first round and also the second round. And I would say job well done also, because they also they tried out their sub survivor here in Yesu. So Yesu doing the job as the female dancer, decoding a lot with 200% decoding progress, and also getting that end game save when that Cypher was primed. So still, all in all, a good job for the survivor side, just to negate any points being gained by the hunter. And now it's all up to Ling to end it all in round number 2, and it's all up to the survivors of Q&Y to prolong this up until game number 3.
Absolutely. We'll see what they're able to do. This is Red Church, which I think actually benefits Ling pretty well. Obviously, they'll ban Opera. I guess they'll probably ban Opera Singer, because Hermit's not too good on Church, so I guess you probably have to ban Opera, and then but Ling has many options. You could go Bond. You could go technically go Hermit. You could go.
Does he have an Axe Boy too?
Yeah, you go Axe Boy. Yeah, a lot of hunters here that Ling could play potentially.
Or Ling, if you're listening and you want to, get requests from the chat, maybe use Gamekeeper. But no, I mean, there's so much on the line. I would have loved to see Gamekeeper, but I don't know. It just seems like there's so much at stake, and you want to be able to. For me, this is the hard part, and I think it's harder for a team that has to play 2 consecutive matches, and their second match is like the grand finals, because that's a lot on your mental stack.
Yep.
But we've seen in IVC that the ones coming from the lower bracket actually wins the entire thing. So there is that form of momentum. So I feel like if Ling wants to, solidify that momentum with confidence, he wants to end it in game number 2 and not wear out his team or have that pressure in game number 3.
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah, just try to get through this as quickly as possible for CH4, and put yourself in a position where it's also kind of like you want to you don't want to have to like make your, like as you mentioned, you don't want to have to make your team continue to play unnecessarily if you don't have to. We do see the win condition here, of course. 1 escape, 0 escape, CH4 would win here. Anything other than that, we will, of course, resume to the last round. But even if it's only a tie for the survivors here, it's still a very good position for CH4. They would be leading by 5 points going to the last round, which is a pretty significant lead for the most part. So I think in reality, CH4 is just very well positioned.
Yeah. Eli, quick fast talk question. Coffee or energy drink?
Well, personally, I actually like... that's actually tough. I actually like caffeinated tea the most, I would say. But unfortunately... In caffeinated tea, the caffeine is not exactly the amount of caffeine is not high enough to sustain staying up all night to commentate Identity 5 tournaments. So
and doesn't it make you pee a lot too? Like it's you gotta use the bathroom a lot with that.
But now the thing with energy drinks is a lot of them are usually carbonated, so you will be potentially which I have been. If I'm ever talking and then I just pause for a second, like in the middle of like a word, not even like at the end of a sentence, just like a word.
He's analyzing, guys. He's thinking.
No, it's because of the energy. It's because of the energy drink. So the thing with coffee is like coffee's good, but like a lot of the coffees I buy at 7-Eleven all have like added sugar and stuff, and I kind of try to avoid sugar. So,
so energy drinks.
In reality, yeah. So energy drink typically, or coffee that doesn't have a lot of sugar, also possible.
Interesting. Yeah. So. Follow-up question. How do you feel about Thai milk tea? Because it doesn't have caffeine as well, like the tea leaves that they use.
It does, but not enough. I mean, it's usually like a black tea base, so that has some caffeine. It's sort of just like a caffeinated tea, I guess. But usually not enough to matter.
So you heard it here, guys. If Eli is commentating in your area, if you want to give him an extra boost, it's a boost of energy. It's caffeinated tea. Interesting. Like bottled tea, or like you have to brew it yourself?
I usually just use the hot water thing, and not the hot water thing. The thing that heats up the water.
Kettle.
What is that called?
Kettle.
Yeah, the electric kettle.
Okay, there you go.
A water heater. No, I don't know. Honestly, anything that like doesn't have a lot of, I just try to avoid sugar. So anything that can give me caffeine that doesn't have too much sugar is fine. Yeah.
And do you say that like your energy level right now, like, I mean, you need a lot of caffeine, or you just need like just a cup of tea and you're good, or you need to drink a lot?
Okay, I will say for yesterday's matches, I didn't sleep at all the whole night. So that was sort of like,
that was fun.
Yeah. So like I would definitely say for then, like I need caffeine. For today, I was able to sleep from 5:30 p.m. to 1 a.m.
There we go.
Which is now my sleep. So recently I posted my Instagram story about how my sleep schedule is messed up. Now it's definitely messed up by about 12 hours off.
All for COA though.
All for COA, but it's worth it, right? Because COA is once a year. It's Identity 5.
Sure.
IDV is life. That's kind of like my slogan. IDV is life.
And that better be everyone's slogan in chat. And also let us know if you're coffee or tea or energy drinks in chat. Let us know how you guys stay up, and we'll be staying up for this one. Cowboy and Cheerleader being banned out by Link to start things out. Global bans dictate that it is the Gardener and the Patient. They've already used that in round 1. So and like you said, they banned out the Opera Singer.
Very unique bans here. Cheerleader is, I guess, somewhat understandable, but I don't think you'd really ban it in the first 2 for the most part. Oh, that was the energy drink. I just had one of those moments where I paused in the middle of the word.
Yeah, because I was in the middle of sipping something. Like, oh, he stopped. I guess he's
No. I just the carbonation
energy drink.
took effect.
That's the broccoli energy drink, folks.
The broccoli energy, yeah. And then, but Cowboy is a little interesting. Cowboy is, I guess, good on Church, and that if you die inside Church, you can help the survivor struggle free, so that can be pretty good. We're gonna see Mercenary here, also Entomologist. So I'm not sure what they're. I guess the Entomologist is for the Axe Boy potentially. Right. Yeah, I would imagine.
Interesting. I would expect that they don't have a priestess, do they? So I guess maybe that's why these entomologists. So psychologist coming into the mix. Again, she's one of the stronger characters, also being prioritized by a lot of competitive teams with her new rework with the healings. So let's see. Decoding, not so fast. So let's hope they kind of change things up. Antiquarian is the last one to get banned. So last pick on CH4 side.
Acrobats.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Acrobat is gonna be the last character. Obviously makes sense. Very good. Very versatile character. Yeah, looking at this team comp, I don't think Ling's gonna want to play Axe Boy just due to the entomologist here. So we could definitely go Bonbon. Bonbon could deal with Ento pretty effectively.
Right.
Deal with Psychologist. You don't have a safe rescuer such as an officer. So I mean, obviously Merc's safe rescue against most hunters, but not Bonbon. So Bonbon could be pretty good for Ling. But if he wants to just win things right here, you might want to go something more aggressive. He's gonna go Hermit. This is not like the round one situation. So in round one, Hermit was very good against the team composition that QNY played. Here it's a bit different. They have a psychologist, which is very effective against the Hermit. They're also playing on Church, which is very easy to break line of sight and avoid the shocks from the Hermit. So this is not going to be as easy of a game for Ling as round number one.
Hey, if he's able to make it work, we're not him anymore. It's going to be Ling. Ling is him if he's able to make this one. Imagine that, doubling down on this Hermit. He has not played any other character beside this to start things out, and this is the one that's going to possibly gain him the victory in this match. Again, you want to deny the game 3 as much as possible to not tire out your survivor team and not tire yourself out. So looking at the T-spawn here, yeah, there's a lot of places that you can break line of sight here. So hopefully Ling will get his shocks on point here. But like you mentioned, Psychologist can also help out with the healing.
Absolutely. So yeah, getting into our match here, I think for the most part Ling is going to I don't think he's going to teleport this time. I think teleport is more for a larger map. I think it makes a little bit more sense to have potentially a blink build, and that would be safer for a map like Red Church, but I guess we will find out in a moment here. You also have the Psychologist for countering the Hermit's chip damage. So yeah, let's see. Looks like we have, this is the second half of round number 2 of QNY versus CH4 for the COAVII 7 NAU qualifiers. I'm Elio, joined with Potch Spice, who will be bringing you the live commentary for this match.
All right, folks, here we go back at the Red Church we are. And back to chat, I'm going to look at, because Horton Hines says that the Mad Eyes we're looking for is you. MS is you. And it was in Ever Sleeping Town. So shout outs to you guys in chat for giving us the information. And now we're going to give you the action here as Shevchenko takes this first kite again in these walled areas. Ling has to be careful when he tries to go for those shocks. Again, he's not at full presence just yet, so Shevchenko has to be careful. Eats a blue shock, but he already moves onto a pallet here, so Ling continues on the chase to this Acrobat.
All right, Ling also does have Insolence, and I think that is actually Teleport. So you continue with the same build as last game here, it looks like. We're going to see the Acrobat's going to use this bomb a little bit early here to avoid. Again, breaking line of sight is very important. He needs to go for the dodge. Oh, it's the connect, though, through the wall. Ling is slowed down by the bomb, so he can actually, Acrobat can't make it to the pallet here. So good usage of the slow bomb there from the Acrobat. Is going to need to transition away as soon as possible, but Ling is able to get the shock back in time and avoid the red bomb. Goes in the pallet as well. So this allows the Acrobat to waste this pallet too. So I actually think that's pretty optimal for Ling in reality. He also has the teleport shock to work with. Will he teleport away completely, or is he going to continue here? It looks like he will teleport away. And what's great about this is the survivor actually already has a charge on them. It is going to be the mercenary again, so we're going to have a potential rematch for FY. Let's see what he can do.
FY has to be very careful.
Two elbow pads right away.
Yeah, not even in the first 10 seconds of this chase. So We'll see if Ling's gonna bait out another elbow pad usage again. He's doing the same game plan. He's just dwindling the resources, gonna get the shock onto FY, and FY has a potential kite on his hands here with one more elbow pad, and he uses it right away. So again, the mercenary is gonna be a standing target here with some pallets to work with, and this again, Ling just depleting the resources of the survivors.
Yeah, all 3 elbow pads already gone here. It's really not too good here for FY. We're going to see the charge here is able to connect, and Ling should be able to get this hit. And so this is a little bit of a different situation. Survivors already have pretty decent Cypher progress. And now the Acrobat and the Entomologist both have health, so they can heal up eventually. But FY, yeah, doesn't have any elbow pads left to work with. Link's going to go for the charge, actually changing targets. Going to try to stop the heal here, yeah. And he's able to get the Entomologist.
Wow, and now Acrobat and Entomologist, a simple breeze would actually knock them down. A lot of cake is actually in the vicinity now, gets the hit onto him, and now a lot of cake is going to eat that damage. Again, Psychologist can tank those hits, but at this point, it's going to be tough. Everyone is injured, even the mercenary, so we're going to see another teleport happen, and Shevchenko is already moving on away from the Graveyard Cypher.
Unfortunately for QNY, just too many free hits, and that's something that you never want to give, especially against a hunter like Hermit, where every bit of damage matters for this hunter. Ling is going to try to shock the window, but we're going to see the Acrobat go ahead and transition away. Does get the red bomb, so this will buy a little bit of extra time, but as soon as he gets his shock back, I think he's going to be able to secure that. Gets the down before he pulls him back to the other side of the pallet here. Yeah, this is really good for Ling here. Very minimal Cypher progress. We see 2 Cyphers done, but the problem is a lot of injuries on the board. Mercenary does not have any items left to work with, and I guess it's possible for CH or for QNY to pull this out, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That pallet drop, the animation happened, but he still got pulled back, and now he's gonna just put 2 charges here. So FY gonna be forced to eat it. Yeah.
Nice
oh
play.
My goodness. Hits the terror shock as well. But wow, Eli, that was actually not the most optimal for the hunter. He's gonna potentially get a double down situation here, but now Shevchenko gets another hit. Entomologist does fall. So sorry, the distributed damage, mercenary is still up, I believe.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the difference there. Yeah, FY unfortunately having a really difficult time here. Using those elbow pads early, then the terror shock on the rescue. Link's able to secure the down as well. 3 survivors down, and mercenary almost dead as well. And no Cypher progress since the last down, essentially. This is looking like a wrap at this point, but
yeah,
it's
that's
looking
terrifying. The combination that he did, the terror shock, the continuous hits onto the shocks, also just for the distributed damage, and now they're kind of forced to heal up. We're still at the midpoint of the game here, even though we're hitting the 5-minute mark, because that's how long Hermit matches usually go. But it seems like FY, I mean, it's gonna be so hard to even try to attempt a rescue at this point, but they kind of have to if they want to stay alive. But yeah, resources are just not on their side, Eli. It looks like a checkmate situation.
Looks like Ling is gonna connect the remaining Cyphers here. Is gonna go ahead and teleport towards the mercenary. Yeah, honestly, just commit to the mercenary. He's had pretty good success against this player so far, so let's see what he's able to do. Is gonna stop the mercenary in their tracks here and get the down onto the merc here. We're gonna see the entomologist and the psychologist already almost down, and still 3 Cyphers remaining. They do have the last 3 Cyphers at 70 plus, but nobody can rescue, and it's a Hermit. So
yeah, definitely putting a hard stop on the objectives here. And yeah, at this point, like, nothing really counters what's on screen, and seems like just a slow bleed at this point, and Ling definitely made that Hermit play work out. I think where the first domino piece to fall out, that was definitely that terror shock situation, and just the first chair that did happen. And now at this point, it's hard for them to kind of dig themselves out of this hole. So what do you do in this type of situation, Eli? Because it seems like yeah, psychologist is still down. Entomologist could potentially go for this rescue, and I think he's gonna just do that.
Yeah, so Psyche's gonna knock herself down so she can get the entomologist enough health to make the rescue, but the thing is, it doesn't really matter. Ling's gonna teleport back over. He's gonna shock the The survivor here does hit the mercenary down as well. Mercenary's dead on chairs. The rescue was after half. And again, there's just no not enough cipher progress to finish this game out here. Down onto the entomologist.
Triple down. Wow.
Yeah.
Psychologist gets back up, but I mean, this is definitely a dominant Hermit display, not once, but twice, folks, on maps that Hermit doesn't necessarily succeed in. And the fact that Ling was able to make it work with an incredible survivor lineup that QNY did bring out to the table, it just shows the skill level that he has. His hunter instincts are definitely on point, and his cool, calm, and collectedness is just there. He's just going to teleport straight into the Cypher, but it was technically the wrong one, so a lot of cake does have a little bit of time to transition away here, but at this point, they do get that surrender, and we do call GG's. CH4, ladies and gentlemen, are your winners, and they will be moving on to face B4U.
Yeah, so CH4, of course, being the favorite in this matchup. They were able to come out on top, and Ling looks in great condition. Obviously, we expected something like this from him, but 2 back-to-back Hermit games. And something that's very interesting as well is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in a previous CH4 B4U matchup, B4U had a hard time dealing with Ling's Hermit, right? I think he was able to actually get a 4-kill. Can't remember which tournament it was, but I do remember that happened at some point. It must have been IVT or something. But yeah, with the way Ling's Hermit looks now, B4U is gonna have to not only be ready to counter comp a Hermit, you also gotta be worried about Ling's. Ling has a lot of hunters. It's not just Hermit, so it's like okay, you know, we're gonna counter comp. We're gonna play Psychologist. We're gonna play Barmaid or whatever, right? But it's like you gotta deal with Opera Singer. You gotta deal with Axe Boy. You gotta worry about Bon. You gotta worry about Bloody Queen. So many things that are still an option for Ling here. So not only does Ling look in top condition, he also has many other surprises to still show in this next match.
And that's what's scary, because I don't think we saw his Opera Singer since last year. So if you're B4U, you're watching these matches and you're like thinking, all right, hopefully he kind of shows his hand with what he brings to the table, how he's going to play this one out. But all you have is his Hermit, and they have faced his Hermit before, and a lot of people have, and they have not succeeded. And QNY add them to that list. Another perfect game by this Hermit player, and it's terrifying. I don't think we're going to see any other MVP besides him. His survivor team also is something to be heralded, because they're still very stable. If they're going to continue on this trend of just tying out games and kind of laying up for Ling, that's going to be great. But that also begs the question with the stress that Ling might be going under, because B4U survivors are they're a whole other ball game.
Yeah, and I think based off of these games, it's Ling's Hermit has really shown that, you know, it's Hermit's not usually a hunter that we see, that we talk about. It's like, okay, this player has a really good Hermit that we have to watch out for. It's like, okay, they play Hermit, right? They don't have it's like not like a really good hunter we have to worry about. But this is something that you actually have to worry about, something you have to really consider, right? It's not like, because Hermit's the kind of hunter you pull out where it's like, okay, it's a do or die situation. We need to get a 4-kill here as the hunter side. But this is actually like a weapon that you can play. Yeah, you can actually play at any point. So it's something you have to really consider if you're any team that goes against CH4. But of course, looking into the matchup here, we do have the overall containment time. And Akbat did pretty good in the early game, but once he changed targets to that Mercenary had a difficult time dealing with the Hermit. And we saw Ling do that twice, chasing the Mercenary, and was able to secure the down there. And you see best deduction here, 4 eliminations, a Cypher remaining on average in these games. Yeah, I mean, just really impressive. 12 hit survivors in both those games. Just those extra hits was very, very crucial as well.
Definitely. And now that you break it down like that he actually is something, his Hermit is actually something you have to worry about, I wonder what the mindset is going to be. But you know what? The stage is kind of set for our grand finals. We will have B4U in one corner and have CH4 in the other corner. So we're primed and ready with how we're going to see this one shake out. And I'm so excited to see who we're going to crown as the next representative, along with who's going to be side by side with Team Omni to represent the NAEU region in Call of the Abyss 7. So far, these matches have been pretty intense, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, you know, I think in the interview that Green had, he's talking about how they spent a lot of time preparing for B4U, or preparing for CH4. But how much time did they prepare for a Hermit? Because we don't really actually, that's not something you really think about when you practice, right? You're not like, okay, we're going to spend a lot of time preparing for a Hermit. We're going to spend a lot of time on Opera Singer, maybe the Axe Boy, just because that's something that Ling's known for, characters such as that. But then when you have that Hermit option, is that something that they prepared for? Is that something that they're ready to play against, right? Is the question. Because that's not something we didn't really expect it. Obviously, we know that Ling has it, and we're considering that maybe he'll play it at some point in these matches. But now that it seems to be one of his main hunters, it's like, okay, how much did you really prepare for this hunter in particular?
And that's ridiculous. And the good thing about that is all the questions will be answered because we will have, it'll be proven, right? They will have to go against each other and see how they will fare against Hermit, possibly Hermit round one. I'm excited to see and talk to you about like round one potentials, like which map we're going to do, because like we said, he could bring it out in any map. It doesn't even matter. And he's still able to make it work. So super excited to see that. So we are going to, have an interview with one of the players here. So excited to see what is in the mind of this next player that we're going to be interviewing.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Yasu. So we'll have that in a moment. But yeah, I mean, excellent job from CH4. Again, we predicted them to do well in this match, and they definitely did not disappoint. Not only did Ling play very well, the survivors also had a good performance too. So as long as they stay strong, we should have a very exciting finals matchup. I'm sure this is one that a lot of people are looking forward to. I personally am looking forward to this, and I'm very happy to be able to commentate this match as well. It's gonna be very fun. But let's see.
We'll just have to wait and see. But chat, if you guys have any, if you want, if you have any questions, let us know also in chat. You guys have been super interactive and keeping things fun and light. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you guys have been tuning in since the first match, since B4U and supporting B4U, you know what, you gotta tell everyone as well that the grand finals is happening in just a bit, and they're going against CH4. So what time is it over there in NAEU right now, Eli? I mean, you're not there, but like
Eastern, yeah. Well, there was an hour time change recently. I think in Eastern time, it's like either 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. I can't remember.
Okay.
Wait, is it? Potentially.
It's about your bedtime. Oh no, I'm kidding.
I'm not actually sure because of the time change, but yeah.
Well, it seems like we might be in, wherever you guys are watching, might be in for a long night, depending on how this match is going to go.
10 p.m. It should be 10 p.m. No. They wouldn't have started. It's 8 p.m. I don't know, man. I forgot. Time change.
Time is just a construct, guys.
Yeah. No, it is 10 p.m.
10 p.m. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next segment here. We're going to have our interview with one of the players of CH4. So let's head into it. All right, we have Yesu, one of the players of CH4. First of all, congratulations on your match, Yesu, and congratulations for qualifying. First question, how do you feel? How does the whole team feel about winning this match?
Well, we feel highly stressful because we are playing against B4U, and like it's like highly rewarding. We had practiced a lot for the call. And it feels great now, but it's like 3 a.m. in Europe, so I'm a little sleepy. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. Do what Eli does. Get some coffee or tea or something just to help you stay up. Eli, do you have... All right. Eli, you have the next question?
Yeah, so going into this next match, obviously you have to play against B4U, which is a team you've played against many times in the past. How have you prepared to play against B4U? During your practice, have you mainly focused on preparing for B4U or for all teams?
Well, it's like we had seen a lot of competition of the core in China, and we analyzed the chapters that they played, and we thought maybe we'll play some like new chapter.
Okay. My question is, in this matchup against Q and Y, what were like the highlights that you guys had in that match, or those crucial situations that you had that let your team win it, or like something that you want, like, yeah, that was a winning moment, or we knew we had the win there?
Okay, so I don't think it has this situation because yeah, we are I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I get it.
We are pretty chilling.
Okay, chilling. All right, because it's not done yet because you have still the grand final. So I like that mentality, not celebrating so much just yet. Eli, you have the next one?
Yeah, so obviously in the first round, we saw Ling play the Hermit. And the second round, we saw Ling play the Hermit again. So what is the idea for playing Hermit so many times?
Well played because Ling had played this character in rank for a long time, and he's a good-eyed hermit. So that's it.
Okay. And last two questions for me, Yesu. I'm going to ask for a message you want to give to B4U and a message you want to give for the supporters of CH4. What message do you have for B4U first?
Okay, I will say good luck. And for my supporters, I will say thank you for your support. Without you, we would never have been able to make call last year. So love you.
Oh, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Yesu, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck in your next match, and we can't wait to see you guys out there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
There we go, Eli. I hope she gets either some caffeinated tea to help her stay up. It's 3 a.m. where she's playing at. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some of those players that have to play usually in a lot of these NAU tournaments, it's usually a pretty good time for the NA players, but unfortunately the European players do have to play all night, and we have to commentate all night, so we're kind of in the same boat with that one. But yeah, we're gonna send it to a short break. Thank you guys so much for watching so far. Stick with us though. Of course, we do have the grand finals match to see who will be joining OM in the Call of This. Poch, any last messages?
I'm excited. I can't wait, and we'll see you guys after this break. So see you guys in a bit.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
instruments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are. Is this mycelium?
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
Me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine pour rêve fini et défier leurs destins aigris. Je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence. Et je danse. Être entre tentation et résilience, c'est toute ma vie. Mais voir danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
The true key is often hidden behind the door of absurdity. Tonight's story is about to begin.
Do not forget, my dove, never open the seventh door.
Rare flowers, brilliant gems, and exotic secrets. They should be free.
Only the most precious are kept under lock. Only the purest fear the cover of dust. My dove, slumber with them and become an eternal treasure of mine.
It's a pity that a trap.
When you hit the uncharted place, gotta get out of your mind. Stomp it out every single time. Whoa, yeah, we're making history. This moment we're gonna own. Slam it down, exclamation point. Whoa, this is how we do.
All right, folks, it is grand finals time here at the COA qualifiers for NAEU. Potch Spice and Eli O on the mic, giving you the commentary action for this one. In one corner, we have CH4 that just qualified for this grand finals, and we have B4U in the other corner. Eli, how do you want to talk about this? How do you want to break this down? How are you feeling also in this grand finals?
Yeah, I think this matchup is going to be very exciting, not only for us, but for everybody watching. This is a match that we've seen take place many times, actually. CH4 and B4U are, I would say, definitely rivals in the NAU region. So this is a match that we're always looking forward to. I know there's a lot of people who argue for CH4 and B4U to potentially be in a different bracket, but I always love to see this matchup in particuar. So I'm actually quite happy that we're able to watch it here live. And commentate for it. It's really awesome, especially in the last match, the finals, last match of this qualifier altogether. Very exciting. And I think it's going to go a little bit different than people expected. Definitely different than I expected. I think going into this match, I'm sure B4U spent a lot of time preparing for characters such as Opera Singer, Axe Boy, etc. But actually, we saw in the last round Ling prioritizing Hermit. So that's going to be very interesting to see if B4U has a strategy for that. But getting into the lineup for B4U, we have B4U Schmitty on the survivor side, Roland, Leg, Paul, and Green, and of course Sprinter as the hunter.
Yeah, Sprinter's been looking like $1 million, right? And coming into this, he is the one that has a huge target on his back. Yes, Ling is there with the Hermit that everyone was just talking about because we just saw it, but Sprinter has been heralded as the best, if not the one of the best hunters in NAEU, and it's crazy because we don't have enough numbers to show you guys. No, it's not.
I'm not sure what happened with Sprinter's stats. We had his stats in all the other games.
We did.
It disappeared.
It's too much numbers, I believe. But in the previous match, he got MVP. That's all you guys need to know. That's how super important he is in this matchup.
Yep. Of course, before your Schmitty as well. 74 seconds of containment time, which is around the average there for a tournament statistic. 45% average escape rate with 0.73 number of rescues. We'll occasionally see Schmitty play a rescue character. So, of course, his rescues are, I guess, slightly higher than a normal kiter, but a little lower than a normal rescuer. So he goes kind of in between those roles on the on different occasions.
Yeah, if he's not doing the rescue, it's Roland. But I think in the previous matchup, we did see him use the Aeroplanist. So it's usually Schmitty that kind of picks up the new character. And we got Roland here on the Patient. He also has the Mercenary, also has the First Officer. Is the main rescuer of the team. Very stable. But we have been seeing a lot of hunters kind of opt for going for the rescuer first and just canceling out their stable rescuers. Hopefully, Roland won't run into that problem.
Yeah, so we see the average containment time 71 seconds. Unfortunately, a little bit lower. I would say 75 is around the average for a tournament player. So unfortunately, slightly below average, but average number of rescues at exactly 1. So we see Roland, of course, as you mentioned, being the rescuer player for this team with 38% average escape rate here. Listed as Patient, but we'll probably see things such as Mercenary. We have MyLeg, who does not have statistics, even though...
It's too much. He is
also,
him, dude.
They also disappeared. They disappeared again. Oh, what's going on?
But if you guys want to see how, I mean, you can have like a highlights with how MyLeg operates. He's usually the decoder of the team, but trust that he can kite for a long time along with Paul Blems. Usually that is the tandem, but Paul Blems did come out in game number 2 with the cheerleader, right? So I wonder what strategy they're going to come in with in this matchup. Is Paul Blems going to go round 1, round 2, or are they going to switch out with Green? Because it worked out quite well, I'd have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paul Blems, of course, 74 seconds average containment time. That's actually a little bit lower than we would usually see him perform in a match, as Paul is considered to be one of the stronger kiting players in the NAU region. So we'll definitely expect to see above that 74-second mark in a match today. 53% average escape rate, which is definitely higher than the other players we've seen thus far. So Paul Blems with some definitely some good numbers, but I think we'll also expect to see even higher than what's represented on the screen.
True. Again, this is just a snapshot of what's the potential, but make no mistakes, Paul Blems has been a constant presence in Call of the Abyss in high-level tournaments. Him along with B4U, right? A lot of people in the chat actually, they are B4U supporters, and they know what the pedigree of Paul Blems. So hopefully, we get to boost those numbers up. And the addition here, Green, we did have an interview with him. They are ready for either CH4 or QNY. So I'm super excited to see how Green's gonna, kind of come into the mix or actually jive with the team because he is the newest addition to this the Survivor lineup.
Yeah, we saw some changes with the substitutions in the last round where Green started, but then actually got subbed out, which is a bit interesting considering that Green actually appeared to play quite well in the first round, and is also known to be a strong player in the NAU region on the Survivor side. So interesting to see how B4U wants to take this approach, if they're going to leave Green in or change things around. Not really sure, but looking into the CH4 lineup, we just did see this, of course, but we have CH4, Yasu, Nato, 933, Shat, and Sesame on the Survivor side. And of course, Ling as the hunter.
The ever elusive gamekeeper. I'm not sure if we're going to see this gamekeeper.
We haven't seen in the entire tournament.
That's okay. If he's going to play the hermit to how he played it in the previous game, then it's okay. We could sub the gamekeeper for now. But I mean, the stats, I hope they update this because he had consistent 4 survivor elimination in the previous match and 1 terror shock, I believe. So it was just the control, right? And that's the thing. He's only showing one side of his game. And Eli pointed this out, that is something you have to respect, even if it's not a map that you don't favor the hermit in. It just shows that he doesn't mind what map it is. He's still going to bring it out.
Absolutely. We do have Yasu, of course, the survivor here as one of the rescuers. I think this was I think they subbed in
Sesame.
the second round.
Sesame.
Was it Sesame?
Second round,
the second
Sesame,
round.
and she played Dancer.
Okay, so yeah, we do see listed as Mercenary here with number of rescues of 0.88. 68 seconds average containment time a little bit lower, but a 48% average escape rate as well. And we'll see what CH4 opts to start with on the Survivor side. I would imagine it's going to be Shad 933, Nato, and one of these other 2 players, whether it's Yasu or Sesame.
So we're going to see Nato. I believe he was the batter? Or he's definitely the stunner of the group. Nato bringing out a wildling in the previous matchup. Oh, he brought out the acrobat. So Nato, I believe, the Survivor team, quite impressive with how defensive they played, just opting for ties, not really overextending. Again, we've talked about how the containment time has to be above 75%. It is at 86 here, 86 seconds, and also average rescues is at 1. So quite impressive numbers on Nato's side.
Absolutely. Nato, of course, does have a lot of options available for harassment characters. We have 933, 90 seconds of average containment time, which is well above the average here. Definitely one of the strongest, probably the strongest kiter on this team, one of the strongest kiters in NAU as well, up there with Problems, as we mentioned. So definitely expect some good kiting from them today. And it is a challenge, though, of course, going against a hunter like Sprinter. We actually saw 933, I think it was Gardener against Naya, a very impressive kite on Red Church. Again, I don't recall what tournament, must have been IVT. But from 933, we've seen some very good things from them. So we should continue with that, I would imagine.
What I recall from the IVT qualifier, or the quarterfinals of IVT, 933 did bring out the Lucky Guy and Antiquarian. And the Lucky Guy kite to the heel of Endgame was actually impressive against the Opera Singer. They're like the one of few teams to actually get a 3-person escape against the Opera Singer, but that was once Opera Singer came out. So hopefully they'll replicate that same type of performance now that the meta has settled in on this Opera Singer. And now we're going to move to Sha again. Sha here. Based on my notes, Sha uses the Magician, Psychologist, and had an amazing kite with the Psychologist back in IVT. And I believe, not sure if he I know one person brought out the Magician in the previous one. I'm not sure if it was Sha, but my goldfish memory is escaping me. But I'm sure that the survivors, they definitely know what they're doing here. And they have to know what they're doing here. And they have to be ready for Sprinter's meta characters that will come out.
And lastly, we have CH4 Sesame. 64 seconds of containment time with 44 escape rate. And listed as Psychologist here. So... Sesame rounding off the team for CH4. I think we saw in the last round Sesame played. Do you recall which character that was, Podge? Sesame.
I think it was a Rescuer, I believe. I don't know if it was Aeroplanist, because he only played in game number 1, and then he got switched out by Yasu.
Right.
So, but based on my notes, Sesame uses Toy Merchant, Gravekeeper, First Officer, Mercenary, so Rescuers. But yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, we are going to get into the match we've all been waiting for. Interested to see who has the option for round 1 map selection here. I'm also very interested to see how Ling approaches this. Even for Sprinter, obviously he could go Dream Witch or Opera Singer first. I think he'll probably lead with Opera Singer. Sprinter typically will stick to the standard meta, but for Ling, it's been a little bit different. We thought he would lead with Opera Singer, but he actually went into Hermit, and so
whoa. So interesting enough,
before you goes Leo's Memory. So that's.
And you ban Lakeside. That's so interesting that CH4 bans Lakeside, and before you actually goes to Leo's Memory, which was the map we saw CH4 use, or actually pick in the previous match. So what is this screaming to you?
I'm not sure the reason for this. I feel like if anything, they're playing into CH4's own strategy. So I don't know if I understand this. I guess the idea is that obviously Sprinter is fine with playing the Opera Singer on this map, right? And so is Ling. So I guess if anything, this is just balanced for both sides. I would have expected maybe something like Red Church, just because
neutral.
At least with Red Church, it's hard for Ling to play Hermit, because Red Church Hermit is not as strong, because it's very narrow area, a lot of narrow areas, a lot of ways to break line of sight. But yeah, B4U is going to go Leo's Memory, so I feel like they're helping out CH4 potentially a little bit here, but they must have some strategy we are unaware of.
Yeah, I'm recalling like the previous maps, or the usual map picks that we see from B4U. They kind of go with like the Ever Sleeping Town, kind of standard map picks. So this one's a head scratcher, because this is the most we've seen Leo's Memory in one day. Usually it's just a one-off, like, all right, one and done. We saw the Leo's Memory, but now seems like they want to double down on it. So they must have something prepared coming into this match.
Yeah, it's also a little bit non-traditional in B4U. We don't really see them stride too far away from the the meta maps, the meta characters, things like that. So to see them go with something like Leo's Memory is not really not standard of B4U, but it's actually nice to see that they are adapting and bringing out some new strategies here. So I'm very curious to see how this works out for them, and we're definitely hoping for some good things.
Let me ask you this: when it comes to like conventional maps, right? What is the most unconventional that we rarely see in tournaments? Is it Leo's? Is it Lakeside? Like, what's a map that's like, wow, that's out of the ordinary? Picking this.
Well, definitely would be Sacred, just because Sacred Heart Hospital, because no hunter wants to put in Sacred. I say this a lot, but I've never actually met a hunter that says, "Oh, I would like Sacred Heart Hospital." Nobody actually says that, so that's not a thing. So
I think Kuga does that in IVC.
potentially, yeah. But the thing with Sacred is it's just very, very survivor sided. Very few hunters can actually deal with the hospital loop. So yeah, definitely Sacred would be the most
unconventional, like round one.
The least common map in competitive.
Makes sense since how one-sided. And I love how collectively as a community we agreed that this map it's really tough for hunters to actually go for it. And there's in competitive there's so many examples of hunters losing sight of their chase once the hospital is achieved by the survivor's kite. But again, there are those exceptions also where you do get four-man eliminations in a map like that. Again, it takes a very special hunter for that. But we digress, since we are still heading to Leo's memory in round number 1 of this first half. A little bit of deja vu here, Eli, wouldn't you say?
It is, and actually CH4 going Survivor first is a bit interesting. We usually talk about how you want to lead with a, what's going to give you the best advantage, essentially. And going Survivor first maybe is not going to give you the greatest momentum.
Your favorite survivor is on screen.
Favorite survivor, the painter. Yeah. But yeah, so interesting that we see the painter first here, just because painter is usually not considered a main meta character. So having the painter being used here in round number 1 right away is a little bit non-traditional from any competitive team. But we'll see if it actually comes into fruition in this match and it actually is effective or not against potential opera singer.
Again, if you're doubling down on the unconventional plays here, I guess there's no other team to do it better than B4U, since they are ones, if you ask people, that they don't stray too far away. But considering that they pick Leo's memory, it says a lot that they're willing to kind of push themselves out of their comfort zone. And knowing Sprinter, I'm pretty sure he knows the matchup with the opera singer. So bans out the mercenary, would rather chase the aeroplanist, and also Gardener and Coordinator ban really screams that he wants to go for that opera singer.
Yep, that's most definitely. Looks like we'll see most likely last ban could ban something like Psychologist here, or maybe some other character like maybe Lawyer, Novelist. Spencer could also potentially go Dream Witch. Painter is very weak to Dream Witch. Patient's not great against Dream Witch, so you definitely have some options there. You can even chase the aeroplanist too. So yeah, let's see what Spencer opts to ban last year. Could be the Psychologist, or Acrobat.
Seems like Barmaid is chosen, so that means I don't know if we're gonna get confirmation from Mother Base here if they're gonna tell us who the last ban was.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So it seems like most definitely the Psychologist was banned. We're just gonna assume that the Psychologist was banned because Barmaid coming on in here is kind of like the next best thing to get as a healer. So I guess Barmaid coming on here is also like just kind of covering their ground if he does opt for a Dream Witch.
Sorry, I had a yawn come in there. But yeah, it's
okay. My bad.
Yeah, it's good. Definitely a possibility because looking at this team comp, the first 3 characters, none of them are exceptionally good against Dream Witch, so you want to try to, as you mentioned, cover those bases with the Barmaid. But Dream Witch is still looks like okay, so it's gonna actually be Opera Singer here. Barmaid is just weak to Opera. That's kind of the problem. Is like you want to go Barmaid so you can cover the Dream Witch, but Barmaid is just so weak to the Opera Singer, unfortunately.
Yeah, we said that in the previous one, but unfortunately we didn't see the Barmaid get chased, so it wasn't really put into practice. Only I think that was the second or third chase that happened with the Barmaid, and the Barmaid relied heavily on the pallets, right? So if Sprinter can cut that off, we'll definitely see how CI is going to be able to handle this Opera Singer match. Again, this is not out of the wheelhouse of CH4, it's just a different person, and I would say this is the big boss battle of NAEU. If any survivor team will have to go up against anyone, their best bet is to really hunker down, especially if you're going up against, I would say the gold standard when it comes to NAEU hunters in Sprinter.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're gonna have Spencer. Okay, so the Barmaid is gonna take Factory, but we have talked about how the Factory is not actually as strong as it seems, just due to the fact that Opera Singer can deal with the Factory loop a lot easier than some other hunters. You have abilities you have good mobility with your Shadow Teleport. You also have you have good pressure on the survivor with how fast you are. With the narrow areas you can dash as the opera singer in close distance. So yeah, here we go. This is going to be very interesting. I would have actually liked to see Embalmer as the last character, now that I'm thinking about it for CH4. Maybe Embalmer was banned, but then you would just play Psychologist, so it must have been Psychologist, because Embalmer would be very good not only at spawning inside Factory, but it's also a good character against Dream Witch and Opera Singer. So you actually cover both bases there, whereas Barmaid's only good against one. So anyways, getting into our match here, we are going to have the first half of round number 1. This is the final match to see who will be the second team qualifying for NAU in the Call of Abyss 7. And it is going to be B4U Sprinter on the Hunter side versus the CH4 survivors. I'm Elio, joined with Potch Spice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
And here we have it, folks. The Opera Singer already making her way towards the factory area, chasing down their first target. I believe it is the patient. Unable to get through the window, but now that was kind of close. That Terror Shot could have been there, but did a slow vault, and now Sesame has to be very careful in this loop. Still has the hook on cooldown here, but he's going to have to go down the stairs conventionally and just drop down that pallet. So early chase onto this patient, working out quite well for Sprinter.
Yeah, it is working out quite well. So the goal for the patient at this point is at least to get the blink out. We're going to see Sesame is able to make it to this window. Does have another hook to work with. Oh, he's going to teleport back to the shadow. And Sesame hooks. Oh, he hooks backwards. Can he make it to the window in time here? And the answer is no. Sesame hooking too early here. You have to make sure that the Hunter does not use their shadow teleport there. And that is a very fast down onto Sesame here. And was not able to get the blink out as well. So this is a really good start for the Opera Singer.
Saving Grace, he still has another hook to work with, but Xia is actually going to be chased out of his Cypher, and it is the Barmaid, so it is going to be a little tough. So one Cypher is moving, so it just begs the question. Yeah, Nato is actually making his way for this rescue, but Sprinter is sitting on top of another Cypher that is being blocked from opening, and now Nato might have to eat this hit and just goes for a conventional rescue. Hopefully he gets his hook on just so that he can transition to a better part of this map.
Yeah, we're going to see is able to use the hook there to make it into the factory, but I don't think he can really get anywhere with this. He's also not able to get the blink out as well. He's just going to go ahead and use this time to die in the upstairs area factory just to waste as much time as possible here. Barmaid's going to give a drink to the aeroplanist so they can get that heal off, but yeah, the Cypher progress is just not at all where it needs to be for CH4 here. One Cypher done, but really no progress on any of these other Cypher machines. And that's just the power of Opera Singer. The early game chase is just so good. The mobility is so good, and yeah.
And you mentioned it, Eli. Like just the factor was a non-factor in this chase, because he was able to just go through the remnants and just kind of bait out activity from this patient. Unfortunately, the hook didn't. It was an early hook, that second hook. And the third one, he was already in mid-air, mid-flight, and the trajectory was entering the factor, and Spritzer was well on his way to get in there. So he's going to have his first survivor out of the game, and Nato will be his next chase.
Oh, he's going to get the hit onto the aeroplanist as well. Nato did not use the air boost. He used the other one instead here. He's actually going to change to the Barmaid, trying to get a hit there, but was not able to get the swing off before the pallet dropped here. And Barmaid is not going to use the pallet. We see some of these teams just opting not to use the pallets here, and it's actually kind of been costing them. Sprinter does still have blink, so I don't think Barmaid is going to be able to last this, even with the speed drink. Opera Singer can catch up right away here. Sprinter goes for the blink. He's going to use that to secure the down here, and the problem with CH4, the problem for CH4 is they don't have they don't have enough Cypher progress. So they have 75 on one, they have 50% on another, and they don't even have the third Cypher yet. So with the survivor injured, no more tide turner, don't think there's much left to be done here.
Yeah, just an incredible showing of Sprinter and his mobility, just really having a Hunter showcase why the Opera Singer is meta, and just immediately was decisive with that blink going through that window. And now we see the Painter in the mix here, still has to make a painting for him to get that stun. Drops the pallet, but now it's going to be a little late of a, well, like he's going to make it just in time, but now he's going to get that hit for the last effort to pop on the Painter. So at least this Barmaid is still going to continue on this chase, but look at that, can't even make it to the window, Eli.
Yeah, that's just the power of the Opera Singer. Such a fast one. We talk about in factory how you can just dash between those narrow areas, get those speed boosts, and catch up to the survivors right away here. I think Painter's gonna be able to, or Airplane's gonna be able to pop one of these ciphers, but still a full cipher machine to go at this point. So I really don't know what CH4 can do after that. And yeah, just that first down was just so fast onto the patient. And you really just see the power, even in factory, such a great kiting area ended up not even mattering at that point.
Yeah, just really just exemplifies why this hunter is just so dangerous in a map, even in an unconventional map where factory is the best part for the survivors, but here it's just a regular day in the office for this Opera Singer. So now, yeah, Painter was actually forced to use the self-heal. Probably is going to try to make it back. There's not enough time though, and 2 ciphers still remain. One is about to be primed, so the last cipher is still sitting at 6%. So this next kite by Nato has to be exemplary for them to be able to push for that endgame.
I'm gonna go ahead and use, I think does use the air jetpack here. Yeah, Opera Singer, of course, can just catch up right away. There's no pallet here to work with. Is able to secure the down onto the aeroplanist here. And the Painter already, I think Spencer knows that he has enough time to actually make it to this last cipher before the Painter is able to get it ready. Does have a painting to work with, but yeah, it's not too much to do after that. Spencer still will have trump card available pretty soon, so really just a matter of time here. He sees that the cipher progress is about 20%, but he's gonna try to play around the painting. Let's see if he's able to do so. He's gonna drop the pallet here. He's gonna does look into the painting there, so that's gonna buy a little bit of extra time for 933. We're gonna see Nato get back up, but because Spencer has his trait still available, that actually makes it so he can teleport to the last cipher machine if Nato begins to work on it.
True. So just playing it very patiently. He already knows victory is within sight here, and now trying to hide behind the pallet, unable to get the hit. So that was a good pallet drop, and I think the next painting is ready for 933 to work with. The Remnant, though, unable to drop the painting in time, and the Painter has already used the self-heal. There's the teleport, like you called out, Eli, and now Nato has the kite away from the factory.
He did miss his shadow dash there, so that's going to put him on the cooldown. So that gives Nato a little bit of time to work with here, but yeah, it's just going to be a mind game at this pallet here. Does miss, and he is able to secure the down here. Nato no longer with self-heal, so now he's just going to go back for the Painter here. I think Painter can get back up, but I don't think it's going to matter. Can Painter get up? I'm actually not sure.
I think he used it because
I guess not.
Yeah, I think it was a double down situation. That's when the the healing was used. So kind of a textbook display there of why you got to ban out, or why you have to be very careful going up against the Opera Singer, especially since that first kite wasn't the best, and also the factory didn't even help out at all. If only it actually like made the chase even faster, because running up the stairs in a foot race against an Opera Singer, there's no way you can make that window. So, and I mean, what are the other options, right? There's some pallets to play around with, but I think the Hunter at that point was already at full presence.
And so that's why normally as a patient you want to try to push yourself into the factory area, because that's a very good place to kite, but against an Opera Singer it's not as good. So I would have liked to see the patient potentially rotate towards a different area, maybe over towards the God kiting or towards one of the other palleted areas. That way you can actually avoid kiting on the cipher machines, right? Because he did kite on the patient did kite on the barmaid cipher machine, and also kited in factory, which is not that good against Opera Singer. So yeah, so I think maybe just the route could have been a little bit better there potentially, but 5-0. So
yeah. And just considering the previous match, how that went, you didn't really see them kite in factory, right? I think the barmaid performance of the last game that they did have against KX, they were outside in that God kiting area with the pallets to work with. So you're not giving, it's not like you're racing against the Opera Singer when you're in those palleted areas. It's the mind games of the windows and the pallets in the God kiting area. But here, yeah, you really just played into what Sprinter wanted, just keeping yourself out in the open or up in the stairs. And yeah, just a little unfortunate. We did see the painting used, but it just only bought a little bit of time. So interesting that they are persistent with this Painter coming into the mix. So it's just unfortunate we weren't able to see that strategy play out. But I don't know if they're going to bring it out. They can't anymore because this is their first round pick. So Patient and Painter are actually out of the character pool for the survivors for CH4.
Yeah, I think that's not too much of a problem. Painter is not too useful and competitive, and patient is
controversial take. I'm kidding. No, it's true.
It's unfortunately it is true, but
unfortunately.
And then patient, obviously there are characters that can replace patient, so it's not too bad. But yeah, you look at the overall containment time here, only 53 seconds with first kite and a rebound kite. So that is the power of the Opera Singer and the power of Sprinter's Opera Singer as well, to say the least. And that's the thing is you have to look at, you know, how he kind of baited the patient using the hook and then used the shadow to teleport closer to where the patient was, right? And as a patient player, you actually have to wait and see if he vaults the window behind you before using the hook, or at least hook towards a direction where there's no shadow at, right? But he did go towards where there was a shadow, and that ended up costing the kite there.
True. So just a little unfortunate. I would say unfortunate. What's opposite of foresight? There's just no foresight in the way that the kite did happen, and I would say that Sprinter did have the foresight and actually the wherewithal to be a little more patient and kind of plan a step ahead of that first kite. And usually, and I would say when you commentate a Opera Singer match, if the first kite ends within the minute and like the cipher progress isn't that good, kind of a wrap, because it's just so hard to come back from just an early down and you're kind of forced out of ciphers. And with Opera Singer, you just want like map pressure, you want to be able to push those ciphers. So if you can't get the first kite to last that long, it's gonna be hard for you to come back or at least tie out the game in the mid to late game.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, looking at the side of Ling now, he really does have a lot of pressure on him, unfortunately, to try to work out of this position. It is Leo's memory, so Ling has. I'm kind of interested to see how before you chooses survivors here. Obviously, you think about Leo's memory round number 1, and you think about Opera Singer, but we saw Ling play Hermit last round. And also the thing is, you have to think about if you try to countercomp Opera Singer, then you have to make sure you have some characters that can also be effective against Hermit. So you need to either have something like a Barmaid or a Psychologist. You don't really want to have Barmaid against the Opera Singer. We saw in that match exactly how that goes, right? The Barmaid's not able to kite the heal. So you preferably have Psychologists, right? Yeah, we'll see if the survivors even have that as an opportunity to pick that character. Also, we don't actually know the 4 survivors yet, which survivors will be played. I think that's actually pretty relevant, whether that's going to be Roland or Green or Paul or somebody like that, right?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll have to wait and see. They did play a little unconventional in the first round, where they actually had Paul sub out and Green come in. I don't know if they're gonna continue on that trajectory, but you know what, you're right. They want to be able to kind of have all their bases covered just in case, because you do have to respect the Hermit play of Ling. But I also think that maybe they're also going to try to play it conventionally, so maybe we'll see an Embalmer come out just in case. But I mean, yeah, then there's Hermit, right? So yeah, it's a tough call. Hopefully B4U will be ready for what Ling brings to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will see exactly what happens here, but yeah, still kind of excited to see what Ling is going to play. But we've also seen, interestingly enough, B4U in the past has struggled a little bit with dealing with an Axe Boy. I don't think Ling would play it in the first round here, but I don't know if that's actually going to come out later on or not. But yeah, I guess we're gonna find out. But anyways, Potch, how are you holding up so far? Are you able to stay awake through the
I'm able to actually, one thing I do, like when I say I'm actually gonna just freshen up a little bit, I do like some squats, or like I just try to get just try to stretch it out a little bit, because unfortunately for me, like when it comes to drinking coffee or tea or energy drinks, I get acid, so I can't drink too much of it. So just a little tip for you guys, just be careful, especially how late it is. If you're gonna like drink any energy drinks, it could mess with your sleep schedule. Just
something else you can do.
Okay,
sorry, I just real before I forget. Something else you can do is you can eat spicy instant noodles. Because if you eat spicy food, then that sort of like wakes you up a little bit, because it's
that's
like
not gonna help the acid though.
No, but
yeah, you're right.
Up,
that's true.
I just want people watching, if you guys are like, oh, I don't really want to have caffeine, you can just have the spicy food.
People are also telling you to drink like lemonade also, and like something sour. I guess like just
sour.
Yeah,
just
like,
eat a lime,
Eat a lime. Wow, just like I think we can't talk after that. But that's a good tip. then if you see me actually commentate, I'm sweating like heck. It's not because of the matches, because I'm like in between sets. I'm like, yeah, not a lot. I'm eating like maybe some Buldak noodles or something, like really spicy noodles just to stay awake. But that is a pro tip, so thank you for that, Eli. So we're gonna head towards the picks and bans here. All eyes are on Ling and what he will be bringing to the table, since we have yet to see a different hunter besides the Hermit.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. So Ling bans first. Does he go for Opera bans? Does he go for Hermit bans? I think he'll go Opera bans. Try to get a good comp for Opera, and maybe if the comp's not ideal, yeah. So Novelist and Coordinator. Then you could potentially go into something like a Hermit. But so Coordinator and Novelist are pretty standard here. We do see the Barmaid, which that's interesting. So I would say normally Psychologist would be better. You don't want to lose Psychologist for the later rounds, so I think that's the reason we're not seeing Psychologist now. But Barmaid is so risky because Barmaid, as we know, is very weak to Opera Singer.
Yeah, you're kind of playing into that. It's interesting that you have someone that's like convention or like on paper the closest we get to a counter to Opera Singer, and someone that, like we said, on paper is just the best possible chase for Opera Singer. So yeah, I think they are holding on to that Psychologist and just kind of covering all bases. This is very interesting to see who Ling will be picking next to kind of give us some fruition to what he's trying to play towards. Banning out rescuers or banning out more support characters. We'll just wait and see.
Absolutely. So I don't know if B4U is gonna I don't know if B4U is going to go with a Psychologist if it is available. I think Ling could ban Antiquarian next. We saw him do this last time. Oh, he's going to ban Explorer.
Ooh.
Which actually is smart, because the reason why you want to ban Explorer is because Explorer actually is strong against Hermit, because you can instantly pop Cypher machines, which Hermit wants to prevent. So banning Explorer is reasonable here. And B4U actually goes Patient. So they had an opportunity to go Aeroplanist. They had an opportunity to go with the Antiquarian or Psychologist, which would have all been good against potential Hermit or the Opera Singer, but they actually go Patient, which is a bit curious. I understand the reasoning in that Patient has a pretty easy access to the factory, but the problem with picking Patient is that you potentially lose out on Aeroplanist here. You also potentially, they have to go Rescuer last, so you definitely lose out on that Aeroplanist option. What?
And Ling with the Wildling ban. Interesting. Yeah, we were kind of building up towards that, but this allows just the first officer to be picked. And I mean, in competitive, I think, I don't know, I'm no pro player by any stretch of the imagination, but first officer is actually way more reusable than I don't know, Wildling. And B4U is not really known. Are they? Oh, I don't know. Trying to make
I'm almost 1,000,000% sure that they would not have picked Wildling. You have Officer, you have Merc, you have Aeroplanist. Wildling is not
in that same echelon, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or the same. I mean, he can be used. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but like in round one as well. So yeah, we can't dwell on it too much, because I was actually thinking, maybe they're
very interesting.
thinking about probably giving the Patient to someone stable. So Schmitty, he's known for that, right? But interesting that he gave up the first officer for banning out the Wildling. So maybe it's a matchup thing. But this is Ling we're talking about. He's very unconventional. He brought out Hermit 2 rounds in maps that Hermit doesn't thrive in, but now he's going to play with the meta, with the unconventional picks, I would have to say. But it is the Opera Singer now.
It is the Opera Singer indeed, and it looks like he is going to spawn closest to the Gardener here, so you also could go for the Barmaid. I think would have liked to see Ling spawn in the middle left square. That way you could actually choose between potential Barmaid, Gardener, or Patient, but he's actually going to go for the bottom or top right, which means that he spawns into only 2 survivors instead of 3. So it looks like his best option at this point will probably be to go for the Gardener, which I would say is not a great chase target for an Opera Singer. So maybe he'll try to go for the Patient instead. We'll have to see. But he
could also try Rescuer, but I mean, we've been talking about that, like how hunters do go for Rescuers to start out. I don't know. Again, Ling's very unconventional. We're going to find out if his unconventional plays will work out in the end. Once again, folks, we're going to head back to Leo's memory with another Opera Singer match. Again, this is CH4 as the hunter and B4U on the survivor side. That's Leo. I'm Potch Spice. Will be your commentators for this round 1 second half.
All All right, and it looks like we're getting to the match here. Ling is going to go straight for Roland, the first officer. So going for the same approach that we saw with Ravens in the last run, going for this rescuer character first here. And so Roland is going to be picking up this first kite. Let's see what he's able to do. He's going to go ahead and use that pocket watch. Now, the question is, does Ling commit here, or does he just bait out the pocket watch and leave? Looks like he's just going to get a watch out and leave here. So, yeah, we see this from a lot of the opera singers. They want to get the items out of the way, right? And so getting out one of those watches right away is very strong, and does find the patient here. So I think this is a pretty good find here for Ling.
I love how Schmitty pre-dropped the pallets, and now he's already transitioning towards the second story of factory, and now forcing Ling to go for green this time. And green is actually on the gardener, which we said that was the first chase, but let's see how green plays around with this bubble so that he'll be able to extend this kite. But so far, I love how they're not kiting in front of each other. They're not disrupting the Cypher Rush, and now this is technically the first chase.
He's going to go for the blink. That's actually a super risky place to blink, because if you don't directly blink straight through the pallet, your blink will actually hit the barrier on the side, and it just misses. I've done that so many times, and I think I've seen a lot of hunters do that. So that's actually pretty important here. Green is able to get the bubble here, so he is able to, he's able to keep the kite alive a little bit longer, but he has to watch out for the shadow. We're going to see the shadow teleport. Does not get the vault off in time. Opera singer is just too good, dude.
It's too fast, dude. I mean, that was an excellent play by Green, right? He got the bubble right in time for the swing, and she has a fast swing animation. He played that really well, but yeah, it's just the opera singer, and I love the chair placement of Ling just interrupting Schmitty's Cypher. And Schmitty has already used it's a grappling hook, so he is also dwindling the resources. No pocket watch is only at 1, and grappling hooks are at 2.
Schmitty takes a risky vault that could have potentially been a terror shock. He's actually committing really hard to this survivor here. Will he teleport back, or is he gonna? He is gonna. Oh, teleports back a little bit short there. I think maybe Ling extended a little bit too far, and this is gonna allow Green to get really far away here. So Patient is gonna get the barmaid heal as well. It's gonna be. We're gonna see the gardener get a bubble here into the shack area. And try to use this area as much as possible, but without any pallets to work with at this point, it's going to be a bit difficult for Green. I think he may go down here. Unless he can get to this pallet. This pallet is still dropped, keep in mind. And Ling actually misses the dash, which means that he can stay alive a little bit longer here.
That was a great... I mean, the transition of Green is just something to hold. And look at that, forcing out the charged up attack. And now he's under this pallet and gets the slam as well. They're doing really well so far. So Green having an amazing kite, waiting for the right time to drop down the pallet. And I would have to say this is an excellent rebound kite. Good stuff on Green's side. Ling forced to hit him out in the open, but they have definitely I mean, they're doing really well so far, but this is an opera singer. We can't just call the match just yet.
Although Ling, interestingly enough, does not... I don't think he has trump card. We saw confined space, so it might be an up-down blink build, which is definitely pretty risky, especially considering you need to go for a 4-kill here. I would have expected something a little bit more aggressive like the trump card. Definitely needs to find the rescuer here as soon as possible. I think he does now see... Nope, did not see
Cameras
Schmitty.
behind. Yeah, so Schmitty's actually can get the rescue on, and he does. And he's able to even body block for Green. Last 3 ciphers are actually been touched already, and Green, he's unfortunately not going to get the bubble.
A bit short. Oh, but Green actually runs into the officer's cipher machine, unfortunately, so that will slow down the progress a little bit. I guess the idea is that... Oh, no. Actually, he gets hit out of the pocket watch here and has to use his second item there. Okay, now the question is, does Ling know where the gardener died? That is the question. If he loses gardener here, that's game-changing. If he finds gardener, then that play is definitely worth it. He does find the gardener.
Okay, so good job for Ling that he's able to do that. But the fact that, you know, first officer was actually forced to use the pocket watch. Items are not looking too good, but this barmaid has already used up her heals. Patient still has a grappling hook to work with. This is the first survivor that is out. Last 2 ciphers are already on their way to being prime, but like you called out, Eli, no teleport here, so it's going to be a little tough. At least he knows that it's Shaq Cypher.
Oh, but Schmitty's running into the hunter. Oh no, Schmitty runs into the hunter here, unfortunately, which means that he's going to have to use another hook here to get away. Or maybe just save it and take a hit. He might take a hit and save the hook for factory. I like this play as well. I think this is fine. So you can use your hook to get into factory. So that is the correct play from Schmitty there.
My leg actually working on the cipher here. Gonna get caught out in the open. Oh wow, gets the hit. And this is kind of unfortunate. All 3 survivors are actually injured here. And the barmaid, the healer, has no more drinks to work with. Wow.
Oh, he is going to use the blink there. I was going to say Leg needs to at least get the blink out, which he does do. So that is pretty, that's a good job from Leg to at least force the trade out. But Link doesn't have trump cards, so it's actually not too bad. I wonder if he can make it to a chair. Oh, there is a chair here, it looks like. I was like, I forgot there's a chair at this
Reworked
location.
that.
So he is able to get that down. Oh, wait, Link does have trump cards, so he doesn't have detention. So he actually has confined space and trump card.
He does. Interesting. So, let's see. Hopefully, it'll work out in the end that he doesn't have to push for that end game pop to happen. Roland is going to get spotted out here. No items to work with. And Schmitty actually using the hook to just close out some distance to possibly go for this rescue before half. Ling is going to have to try to shadow dance his way to get there.
Too.
Yeah, beautiful rescue.
He's able to get the charge attack, downing the barman here. That's going to be the second share. And the thing is, I don't know, I don't recall which were the last two ciphers here. I think one of these ciphers, right, is this 85 cipher. I think it's this container cipher right here.
And then the other one I think Schmitty's working on, it's over at Shack.
Oh, but you can't give a free rescue. Oh, you gotta make sure you don't give a free rescue here. Yeah, he's gonna go back to chair here because Roland doesn't have any items left. And that is the downside of, and that's why you force out those items early, so then they won't have that pocket watch to work with. Ling's gonna go ahead and get the down onto the first officer with the slow ball. Can he teleport back to the chair here? No, the Shadow Clone disappears. The Shadow Clone actually disappears, which means that Schmitty can get a free rescue here. And now it's just My Leg's gonna try to live through this, but gets the hit. And Opera Singer is just too good.
Too good, man. Look at that. He's going to go for a triple down situation. Schmitty, unfortunately, going to get caught out here. Again, he does have 2 hits to work with, and these last 2 ciphers are going to be so hard to pop. One over at Shack, one over here at the center part of the map. And yeah, first officer is going to get picked up by Schmitty, but this is the last share of that barmaid. Again, excellent rescues on Schmitty's side, but Opera Singer is too good, man. Opera Singer is him.
Opera Singer, yeah, definitely. I think Ling might have trade swapped up a little bit prematurely. I would have liked to see him maybe save for a potential abnormal play, but yeah, having teleport is fine. They still have to go through 2 different ciphers, so Ling has some time. Damn, look at this.
The window?
Just misses that there. Yeah, that's the factory Opera Singer as we talked about. So Ling's gonna look around. He's gonna make sure no ciphers are moving here before continuing the chase here. Because as soon as you see a cipher move, you're gonna want to teleport to it. But Roland, smart, is not going to go to the cipher machine, but he needs to do something, right? He needs to either decode or get an item at this point.
Yeah, you can't afford... Well, Schmitty is literally living on borrowed time at this point. You're in Shack with no items, and this is why the Opera Singer is so dangerous.
Oh, and there's the teleport play.
Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent down onto the patient here. Again, they still have the self-heal, so it's like only a matter of time to go back and forth. Again, you gotta love the discipline of Ling, like going back and forth here, just making sure that everything's all right. Considering, Eli, that was actually an excellent start for the team. It just takes only a couple pieces to fall into place for this type of outcome to happen for an Opera Singer match to go the 5-point game.
Yeah, absolutely. So now he's just gonna look for these survivors. Now, the game isn't necessarily over just yet, just because Link doesn't have detention. So if they do manage to somehow pop these ciphers, it's gonna be a challenging for Link to actually win in the end game. Does he? Oh, does he not see the hide there?
Spots
no,
out the scratch marks
Roland
now.
moved.
Yeah,
I feel like if he didn't move, he wouldn't have seen it.
Yo, that was kind of unfortunate. Kind of the same situation that Leg did in the dungeon area. Like, I think kind of frustrated the hunter of the previous game, but then he kind of popped up unfortunately at the wrong time. So now it's only a matter of time to go to the back and forth here. And still, he's holding on to this teleport. He's still monitoring these ciphers, and Schmitty tiptoeing around this area. Will he get found out?
And it looks like he does see where Schmitty is down here. Roland does have self-heal, so he can get back up. We're going to see the teleport back onto the other side here. Schmitty's just going to live this area as long as possible. Has an elbow pad to use, but elbow pad's into the wall. Oh no, and Schmitty's going to go down here without self-heal. Ling knows, he knows where Roland is. He's going to teleport there, and I think that's going to secure the 4-kill here for Ling. Just going to get the down there, and...
GG's.
2 ciphers remaining, a 4-kill, and a 5-5. What a game to start things out. Two 5-5s from both sides. This is what we expected, right? We expected a 100 battle from these teams, and we're already seeing it here in round number 1.
Just an incredible showing of both I would say both Survivor side trying to hold on to as much as they can in this matchup. And you got to give it up for B4U Survivors at that first part. They really did so well. They pre-dropped pallets. They rotated accordingly. But as you called out, Eli, it's just the dwindling of the resources and just how fast she can just chase you. It just leaves no room for the Survivors to even find a foothold into the match. It was just such a smothering pace. So just kind of unfortunate for the Survivor side, but you gotta give it up for the Hunters, Ling and Sprinter, getting a 5-point game from both of their teams. So this is securing a game number 3 at the very least in this matchup. But let's look back at the highlights of that match. What do you think was the I would say the deciding down or the deciding factor for the 5-point game to be achieved here, Eli?
Well, I will say that Gardner did an excellent job, especially in the after
Shack area.
Was it the after the rescue, right? So after the rescue, he was able to buy a lot of time there. He was able to avoid. There were some points where he was able to get the pallet stun. There were some hits that looked like it was gonna be an easy down for Ling, but he was able to utilize the speed boost on the pallet near the container and get over to the gate area, get the pallet stun, just buy as much time as possible. Got a bubble as well to absorb a hit. So Green with an excellent kiting job there. I think that was kind of what put the Survivors in a pretty good position. I think the turning point was when there was at one point where Ling was able to hit damage 3 Survivors within a span of 30 seconds. He was able to get hit, and then it was really hard for them to come back from that position. Also forcing out items early. So you saw Ling, what he did is he goes to Roland first, forces out an item and then leaves. Then he goes to Schmitty, forces out an item and then leaves. And it makes it so they don't actually have enough items to work with as the game progresses. Now I think Schmitty did utilize the hooks well. There was one point where he takes a hit and then hooks into factory, and that's actually the correct play because you want to get yourself into an area where it's hard it forces the hunter to change targets, which he did do correctly. But the problem is when Ling was able to continue with that momentum and continue to stack hits, and then it came to a point where nobody could rescue, everybody was injured, and he was able to share on the last Cypher machine, and that's where Opera Singer can really just take over.
Yeah, just highlighting that moment of Schmitty. A lot of players or I think you and Chocho talked about it, just eating a hit and you're totally fine actually helps you just to transition towards a better area instead of forcing out. I think a worst case scenario is that he tries to hook, gets canceled because of the hit, and that you're down a hook and you're down a life point there. So that just shows the disciplined play that Schmitty brings to the table and the rest of the Survivors. So safe to say that game number 2, hopefully we see some bans of the Opera Singer, so maybe the Survivors could try and secure points for his team, because right now it's looking like a Hunter showcase between Sprinter and Ling. And what's interesting is that now CH4 has map advantage since Leo's memory is out of the way. What do you think we can expect from possible map choices from CH4, Eli?
So I would have thought that CH4 might try to pick Leo's memory in the first round, right? So if anything, I think that this was pretty even for both sides in terms of the map selection. So yeah, now that CH4 gets to pick, it gives them an opportunity to potentially go with something a little bit unique here. I think that ideally we'll see them pick a map that's going to be good for something like Hermit or Axeboy, right? Whether that's Ever Sipping Town, use something like Moonlit. I think Moonlit could be good here. I think B4U will ban Moonlit, and the reason why B4U is going to ban Moonlit is because CH4 can easily pick Moonlit. That's good for both Axeboy and Hermit. It's bad for Sprinter's Dream Witch, so they can ban Opera Singer, and then Sprinter will have a hard time playing Dream Witch on Moonlit, and then Link can then go Axeboy or Hermit. So I think B4U should 100% ban Moonlit here. And then we'll see CH4 probably pick some map that's going to be good for Hermit, some sort of open map usually where it's hard to for the Survivors to break line of sight.
And we're just going to look at the game score as of late before we talk more about this map. Again, folks, it's a tied game here, 5 points for both Hunter sides. So Survivors have yet to gain points on the board. So immediately there will be a game number 3, potential overtime. I'm not sure, but you got to give it up for both these teams and for the, I would say, incredible plays so far, because again, we want to find the best of the best in this region, and they're definitely giving it their all. So back to the map conversation, I do agree with you 100% that, yeah, take out Moonlit, try to buff Sprinter as much as you can, because it seems like this is going to be a Hunter showcase, and they're going back to that same strategy where Green is actually subbing out and Paul Blems is coming in. So interesting, because Green was actually, I mean, the results don't speak for itself, but Green had an amazing job with the Gardener there.
Yeah, Green had a very good kite there against the Opera Singer. So, very curious decision here to have Green come out. I would have expected to see especially after the first match and also the second match. Green had 2 very good kites. So
Green used Explorer or Gardener in the first.
It was
match?
Gardener in both games.
Oh, so maybe I think it may be just a Gardener. He might be a Gardener specialist or like an opera singer specialist. And then Paul Blems does come in with the later round hunters. Maybe Paul Blems is more, well, maybe the team is more comfy with him if a potential Hermit match is going to come in. But yeah, Green again subbing in.
Yeah, it's interesting. It could be that maybe before you want to play something like Barmaid or Psychologist, as you mentioned, which could be good for Hermit, which obviously that's something that Paul Blems is characters that Paul Blems would know how to play.
Right.
But yeah, I still feel like Green has a lot of good kiting potential in general. So it would make sense to leave him in. But I think looking at the overall team compositions, I guess you want your rescuer. You need Schmitty or Roland to be in as rescuer. So I feel like it would make sense to substitute either Schmitty or Roland out, and then that way you could have one of them play rescuer, and then the other 3 players play kiter. Then have like Green Leg, Paul play kiter. But it looks like they're preferring to have Roland on the rescuer here, and then Schmitty. Schmitty, Leg, and Paul as the kiters, and this also does open up a window, as we mentioned, for Paul to come in and play something like the Psychologist, like the Barmaid, and have a good option for countering Hermit.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna like come into fruition with how well we know Paul Blem. Again, he's really known as like a supporter, healer, a little bit of the stunner was actually antiquarian play was actually by Schmitty. So yeah, we did see him use the cheerleader, Paul like really making himself known with the perfumer, just really good kiting characters. So yeah, maybe he's gonna bring out Psychologist, he's gonna bring out a healer just to negate the Hermit that could potentially pop out. So you said about open maps, right? So that's something that we could possibly expect come in if CH4 is going to try to lean into this Hermit matchup. And considering how that we've seen the match, seems like it's a Hunter showcase for now. So which Survivor team is going to actually break the mold of ties? We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I guess we will find out. But yeah, I mean, this game is just, as we expected, a great battle. It's already off to a good start here. But yeah, I'm just really thinking about the map here that CH4 goes with, because I think B4U has to ban Moonlit. I don't really think there's anything else that would make sense here. So if you ban Moonlit, then CH4, you can go Ever Sleeping Town, which would be good for Hermit, would be good for Axeboy, but the problem is that's also good for Sprinter's Hunter. So maybe you want to consider Lakeside, just because Lakeside is pretty good for Hermit as well. It can also be good for Axeboy, and it's not so good for Dreamwitch. But we do know in the past that Lakeside is a map that B4U is actually likes to play on, and that's why we saw CH4 ban it in the first round. So maybe that's not quite as ideal. So then if you wanted to go another large map, you could go something like Chinatown. Chinatown, I think would also be pretty good. But that's also still pretty good for Dreamwitch. So these are some things you got to take into consideration.
What's scary also is that you definitely have to ban out Paul Blem's Priestess, and if it's Chinatown also, that's going to be crazy if the Priestess is going to come on in.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots to consider.
Also,
and
they
it
do
seems like wow. What's interesting is that they're kind of playing into each other's hands here, because before you chose Leo's Memory, and now CH4 is choosing Lakeside, which is a map that B4U is sort of comfortable with. And it seems like CH4 survivors are first.
Yeah, I do think that CH4 had to pick either Lakeside, Chinatown, or Moonlit in this case, just for the hunter pool that Ling has for round number 2. And B4U has to ban Moonlit. I think there's no reason to ban anything else, which they do. So at that point, it's just up to Lakeside and Chinatown. And I guess their goal here is just put Sprinter on a bad Dreamwitch map and just hope that works out in their favor.
Fingers crossed that they're able to do that, because again, a lot is on the line, folks. Again, the winner is going to join Team Omni to represent the NAEU region. Or there are going to be 2 teams representing the NAEU region. You gotta love how NetEase also is bringing 2 teams, because considerably in the past it's just 1 team. So at least you know what, the responsibility is shared. So intense matchup we are seeing here, Eli. One question I do want to ask you, since you mentioned spicy foods, how is your spice tolerance ever since you moved to Thailand?
Okay, so it's kind of funny because a lot of people, every time I go to a restaurant, if I'm with my friends or the server, they always ask, they're like, every time I order spicy food, oh, I don't think you want this, it's spicy. And I'm like, but they don't ask anybody else that. They ask me that, right? And I'm like, oh no, it's fine. I like spice. So I actually have a really high spice tolerance. I actually really like.
Rate it from 1 to 10. 10 being you can handle those ghost peppers.
I'll probably say 8.5 or 9. Like I can eat like
high.
really
Okay.
like I can actually go to a Thai restaurant and get the highest level of spicy. Like because you know how like you can
Really?
choose like
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
get like a stir fry or like a whatever, right? And you can choose like if you want little spice, if you want no spice, little spice, medium, or the spiciest. I can get the spiciest thing and probably eat the whole thing. So
And you're fine, like your digestive system's still intact.
yeah, like I live.
Okay.
You know,
Okay,
so
that's
like
good. I live.
so it's kind of like but every time I go out, people always ask me, and I'm like, guys, I know I'm like American and I know I'm a white dude, but like I can actually eat spicy food, believe it or not. And then the other thing they always ask is if I know how to use chopsticks, and I'm like, yes, I know how to use chopsticks. It's okay. No, to be fair, I think there are a lot of American people that have never actually used chopsticks before. For example, a lot of my family members don't know how to use chopsticks.
Okay.
But I have, I've been living in Thailand now for university for over about a year and a half now. And I've always, I've been studying like Chinese culture and Chinese language for some time. So I got that all covered, I think.
There we go. All right.
Potentially.
So, all right. Thank you for answering that question. I just wanted to know.
problem.
So we're going to move back towards the picks and bans here. Antiquarian and Seer are being banned by Sprinter. Forward and Psychologist. Forward. Interesting. How are you feeling about Forward these days? Because not making as much of an impact as he used to do.
Forward is interesting. I don't know. I think that another rescuer could be better, like a mercenary or like a
first.
Well, I was gonna say first officer, maybe not so much if it's a Dream Witch, but I don't know. The Forward's interesting here. I'm not sure I understand what they're going for. I mean, Forward is pretty effective against Dream Witch, but you have to utilize it properly, of course. And also in this meta, Forward's not as strong because Forward here will be your rescuer character, right? But the problem is Forward is chaseable for a Dream Witch. So if you have Tide Turner Forward, that can be a problem.
Seems like they might be doubling down on this Dream Witch. Just trying to counter as much measure as you can. Choosing the Entomologist here with those bees. Acrobat being banned again has a lot of good jump spots in this map with those boat areas. So good job so far on Sprinter's side. His last one is going to be a Prospector, so not banning away any main rescuers, but prioritizing stunners in the Antiquarian and the Prospector to be banned.
Looks like we're going to see Journalist. This comp doesn't really counter Dream Witch, so like I think it's kind of a given that Sprinter probably will want to play Dream Witch here, but they're playing the only character that counters Dream Witch here is Psychologist. Journalist is not great. Entomologist is not that great. Forward is not that great in the current meta. So yeah, curious. They had an opportunity to go Barmaid. So if you really wanted to kind of go Barmaid, I would have actually loved to see a Balmer here. And Balmer is not only very strong on Lakeside, it's also very effective against Dream Witch. But they're actually gonna not. He's actually gonna go Clerk, which. Actually, now this team comp is not too bad.
It does. Considering, now that I look at it, like, hey, actually, they're prepared. I'm surprised they didn't go Dream Witch. I mean,
Dream Witch would have been great here.
Yeah, we've been seeing Sprinter on like terrible maps for Dream Witch, but he's still able to make it work. And with this comp, it's kind of a layup for him. But he opts to go for Clerk. But Clerk in this, it's gonna be hard for him to chase down one and. Clerk's early game chase is not the best. So
what is this? What is this spawn, man? What is?
Capture the flag. We're gonna go like corner to corner, coast to coast.
This is very interesting. So looks like CH4 is gonna keep their Psychologist safe by putting them on Big Boat here, but I wonder if Journalist has Tide Turner or actually has a kiting build. Because Journalist can be used as a rescuer, but the problem is Journalist kiting is not as strong unless you have a kiting build with it. So, very curious to see what they opt for here.
Dude, I'm excited to see the little bro, man. The puppet, that little bro coming on in here. We don't see that much Journalist, if at all, in tournament, right? So the fact that 933 is going to bring it out, hopefully has something ready, because Sprinter on this Clerk is very interesting. Like, we really, again, I don't think it's our day for predictions, man. We're not supposed to buy a lotto ticket for this one. Seems like Dream Witch is going to be subbed out for the Clerk to come on in for B4U Sprinter, while we have Entomologist, Psychologist, Forward, and the Journalist for CH4 in this round 2 first half. Once again, that's Eli O, I'm Potch Spice, and we are your commentators for this next match.
All right, looks like Sprinter's gonna go Entomologist chase first here. And Entomologist actually, okay, Entomologist not, I thought the Entomologist ran into the Hunter for a second. Looks like it's gonna be okay here. Sprinter's actually gonna pick up a swing recording, and he's gonna try to use it just so he can hit the bees here. And he actually is able to chip the bees. Ento did not pull the bees back in time, unfortunately, so she's gonna have those on cooldown for the, or maybe she did. It looks like she did. Oh, actually, I'm not sure actually. But it is gonna be on cooldown for the time being, and Ento's just gonna try to kite in this area as much as possible. It's gonna be a mind game at the pallet. Gets the hit on the Entomologist here. So already a very good start here. I'm actually surprised Entomologist wasn't the one to spawn at Big Boat instead.
Yeah, because that'd be a tough chase. But now here at Shack, it seems like, you know, the pallets has already been used. Sprinter's still hunkering on this chase. The bees are going to try to help him, but he's going to try to block. But unfortunately, Sia's still able to get out of this Shack area and transition towards the small boat. It seems like Sprinter is going to use the blink to down this Entomologist. I would have to say still an early down on the side of Sprinter. So looking kind of good on his side.
Yeah, now the good news for the survivors is they do know that Sprinter doesn't have excitement, so Ford could potentially support a rebound kite here. But the thing for Sprinter is this is a very fast down for a Clerk, and this is where Clerk can really take control. If you get a fast down as Clerk, that's where the game can change here. He does spot out the Ford early, so Ford's going to have to actually use some football to make this rescue. Does Ford have Tide Turner though? Is actually what I'm wondering.
We just have to wait and see. Nato really taking his time here. Seems like he's tried to use the football, I believe, but now gets the hit. Let's see if any rebound stuns are gonna happen. Sia's gonna use the bees to get that speed boost, and now he's gonna go for the stun, and now Sia has to try to transition.
Yeah, but I don't know if it actually matters. We're gonna see Entomologist try to use the bees. Probably gonna use them at the pallet. Nope, just gonna keep looping around. Needs to use the bees as soon as possible here. Doesn't use the bees again, and it's just gonna go down.
Hits him right away, and now the bees are actually going to be a non-factor at this point. So Entomologist, no items. Forward has to be very careful since he's already hit. That's the first Tide Turner that has been spent, and just like a Clerk, he is controlling that Cypher Rush. We're still stuck at 4 Cyphers with 1 Cypher that is close to being popped.
Yeah, we'll see the Entomologist going to use the heal for the forward here. Will we see a second rescue potentially? I don't know. Looks like Forward is going to pressure the rescue here, but I don't know. He's actually gonna go to the Cypher Machine. Looks like it's actually gonna be the Journalist that's gonna come in for a save here. Journalist does have the little dude to work with here. Is gonna go ahead and use it. He wants to make sure you hit the Journalist and not the little bro, because that way you can get a free hit. They're gonna go for the body block here. Can he get the hit on the Entomologist? 2 swings and misses here. Third one does not able to get it just yet. Does finally get the hit onto the Entomologist here. And that is going to be the last chair for the Ento, and Ford is not in the vicinity to harass here. So yeah, very limited Cypher progress here for CH4, and this is where Clerk again can really sort of take control of this match.
Just incredible control on that hitbox, right? I mean, the misses were right, but like they still stayed on that area. So again, Journalist had an amazing rescue, but at that point Entomologist didn't have any items. He was technically kiting with nothing on him, and gets eliminated. So now seems like Sprinter has a foothold on this match. He's controlling the Cypher Rush. He's monitoring how everything is going. We've been stuck at 4 Cyphers since I believe the 2-minute mark of this game, and now it's about to hit 4 minutes. So it's unfortunately slow, but this next kite has to matter because Sprinter, if he gets this down immediately, it's going to be real tough.
Yeah, we are going to see, he's going to drop the little bro there to guard the pallet. Sprinter's actually going to trump card into teleporting, go for the Psychologist here, and Psychologist actually runs away from the pallet. So that's going to be a free hit for Sprinter. Yeah, there's no pallet here as well. This is going to be a free hit for Sprinter. He's going to be able to get a window block recording as well. So yeah, this is a really good play from him. And looks like going to check the Cypher Machine, but nobody is there. They are down to their last 2 Cyphers, but it's a Clerk, so it's going to be very difficult to actually finish these Cyphers.
Yeah, so let's see how long Sesame has in him. He's doing the recordings. Nice block, and through the window, he's going to get that hit. Sprinter has his second down while he's monitoring all these Cyphers. Lower left side of the screen sees that the Journalist is on that timeout. Again, yeah, when the Cyphers are being recorded, you can't really touch it, so it seems like he's going to go for this rescue, unless Nato is also in the area, actually.
Yeah, it looks like Nato is. Looks like both survivors are here. Someone needs to decode. But yeah, with 2 Cypher Machines remaining, I don't really see how they can finish these against a Clerk here. It looks like we're gonna see Nato Trying to bait out a recording here. Potentially a free rescue. Is able to get the save off. Can they body block a hit here? Spencer's really just trying to swing through the body block and does get the hit onto the psychologist, which means there is not going to be a rescue. Forward is in the area to support. Spencer's going to go for an extra hit. Nope, he's going to go back for the forward. He's going to pick up a swing recording. Try to push the forward away here. And it works. And Nacho's unable to get the stun off. So excellent job there to push the forward off of that harassment. We're going to see the survivor try to push the other Cypher machine. But yeah, it doesn't actually matter. You can just keep recording them and slow down the Cypher progress.
True. It seems like the survivors are living on a timer here. Psychologist is about to expire. Nato has to make a full commit here for that rescue. And I love how Sprinter is not sticking towards walls here. So now Nato might have to eat this hit to go for that rescue. And unfortunately, these Cyphers are hard stuck at 2. So Sprints are really controlling the objectives of this match. Gets a chair hit though.
Chair. But he does need to make sure he body blocks. This forward's going to come and actually takes the hit on the stun, which is actually fine because you want to be able to body block a hit. So that ends up working out favorably here. But Spencer's just going to go ahead and chase in this area. He's going to go for the light mind game trick. And forward's still here, still about half a football to work with. Does have a window block recording here, so he's going to block the psychologist. She's going to get down at the window. Now Spencer needs to be wary of this forward, though. He's going to record the middle Cypher.
Yeah, it
two
seems
Cyphers left.
Yeah, it's hard because I mean, this journalist can only go so far, right? And he's gonna try to chase out Nato. Unfortunately, doesn't have enough football to gain enough distance. Stops right in his tracks and falls down. So double down situation. That last Cypher is being recorded, forcing the journalist to actually move on away. Just blocking the window just in case. But this is the elimination chair of the psychologist.
Yeah, psychologist is dead on chair here, and with still 2 Cyphers up, it is definitely looking like a 4-kill position here. As long as he's able to record those Cypher machines, he's gonna. I wonder if he saw the. Oh, he actually did not see the journalist. Okay, but he does see the Cypher machine moving, so he's gonna go to the journalist and does now see the journalist decoding here. So forward, I think, still has self heal, which he's gonna go ahead and use right now. And but yeah, I think it should be fine for Sprinter. As soon as the forward decodes, he can just block it off here, and journalists will, I guess, just kite as long as possible.
Yeah, 93.3 still has some photographs to work with. I'm not sure if that was recorded, but
I don't think it was.
Yeah, 933 is gonna try to prolong this kite while this forward tries to pop that Cypher, but gets put on timeout once again at 95%. Eli.
Journalist actually has 2 pallet camps, but she's not. Okay, she is going to use one now and does use it for a body block. So excellent job from the journalist. And they do make it to 1 Cypher machine, but journalist needs to make sure they leave this Cypher. That's really the important thing here.
Let's see if the transition is going to happen here at the shore area. Again, he has 1 more pallet camp. It seems like he drops down the pallet just to cut off the tracks. And the little bro has already been used, so that's quite unfortunate. Journalist now is going to make her way towards the big boat area, while hopefully the forward is going to try to make haste and try and pop this Cypher.
Absolutely. We see 933 just trying to stay alive as long as possible. Doing a pretty good job, though. This is the longest kite we've seen thus far. And again, this is the power of this 933 player. We talked about how strong they are. They are. Oh, misses the swing.
That was crazy.
If Sprinter actually regular swung, he would have got that, but he went for a charge attack instead, and that's gonna keep the kite alive even longer here. Nato is able to even potentially get a heal off. He's got his heal primed and ready. He's gonna go to that last Cypher machine now, I believe. Oh, but does get stuck on the stairs there. So finally is able to get this player down, but Nato is able to get the heal off here. And,
yeah, 933 had I mean, that was a crazy kite that he was able to do, like 2 loops around the big boat. So yeah, just a little unfortunate that Sprinter did that long charged up hit, but it still worked out in the end. Like you said, forward is all healed up. He still has some football to work with, so journalists might have to spend the heal here. But this is where is really tough, Eli. They're only worked on the last Cypher. They have to open up a new one, but it's not even touched. One's at 76, and that's constantly being monitored by Sprinter.
Well, they can just. Oh, it looks like they actually are going to open it. I was going to say they could just continue on with that one Cypher. Tries the flywheel, but misses the hit there, or misses the flywheel there, and that means that this is going to be 1 more hit before Nato goes down. Still has some football to work with. Spencer does know that forward does not have borrowed time as well, just because he is flywheel, and I think he used Titan earlier on. He's going to block the window. Forward needs to use the last bit of football here. But
tried
now
to
just a
loop
mind
around.
game at this window.
Oh, this is tough. There's no T that's separating them. So Nato is going to vault the window. It's going to get blocked. And now the down happens. So Journalist is the last remaining survivor that's up. Already used up the self-heal. So tried to open up a new cipher. You got to give it up to CH4 with that fighting attitude. But it seems like, yeah, Sprinter's Clerk, even though the matchup, we thought it was geared towards a Dream Witch. He still made it work with a Clerk, and he's still going to get that potential 4K here.
It looks like we're going to see... He's just going to take down these pallets. You have to be careful. You don't want to let the Journalists heal the forward, because if they do manage to get up and continue with this game, they could potentially pop the Cypher Machine. Journalist does have a syringe as well, so that is definitely the optimal item here to try to potentially get a heal off. But Spencer already just trying to pick up Tinnitus. Once he picks up Tinnitus, he should be okay to find that Journalist. But Journalist, yeah, doing a pretty good job of avoiding line of sight thus far.
Yeah, doing 933. I hasn't used the syringe as much just yet. So really just sticking to the corners here, making Sprinter really work for this 5 points, right? Just giving us a tour of the island here, tour of the lakeside village. And it seems like, yeah, Journalist is going to try to heal herself up. Uh-oh.
Looks like, does he see Journalist hiding here? I think he's going to check this out here.
Yeah.
Does find the Journalist hiding, and 4 does not have self-heal anymore, so that it's going to be a 4 survivor elimination here, and that's another 5-0 game, extending the, now giving B4U the lead of 10-5 here. And another, that's 3 5-0s in a row. Again, we talked about 100-sided battle, and it continues.
It definitely does, Eli. And considering that this is CH4's map pick, I think this was the best outcome for Sprinter to get the 5-point game. But now this is where hopefully they have a plan when it comes to Ling, because I think, yeah, they were expecting that Dream Witch, but the Clerk coming on in here, another, I would say, Cypher controlling character that just really prolongs the game and puts it on stasis mode and just pausing it. Overall, though, how do you think the survivors performed, considering that they were kind of prepping for a different hunter?
I think the spawn location should have been a little bit different. I do think the entomologist needed to be the one that spawned Big Boat. Psychologist is a lot safer against a clerk, because she can take 3 hits. So psychologist can easily just take a hit, transition, take a hit, transition, and you can waste a lot of time just by taking those 3 hits. But I definitely think that the psychologist and journalist also is a good kiter against clerk. So I think the journalist could have spawned in a different area. I don't think Sprinter was planning on chasing forward or journalist. So I think giving small boat, which is a strong kiting area typically, maybe to the psychologist, then giving the entomologist big boat could have been a lot stronger. And because once you spawn in Shack, you could have trapped yourself back there. If the hunter opts to go to Shack, you're forced to just use Shack. You can't really rotate anywhere. So if you have the forward there, or if you have the journalist there, it would have been a lot better for the survivors.
Yeah, and considering that the first pickoff was actually the entomologist, and you can only use Shack as much, right? That was actually an excellent choice of target for Sprinter. So again, yeah, I mean, we can only speculate with how that was going to play out, but that's why spawn points are super important. If you give like a really good spawn, I mean, you saw how 933 had an amazing kite and he used the boat to its full effect. So imagine if that was actually where the entomologist spawned and you actually give a bad chase like the forward, or like you said, the journalist as the first chase, because we do know that Clerk gets super menacing towards the end game. At the start, not the best when it comes to early game chase.
Absolutely. We see the first kite overall throughout the entire game, only 80 seconds. You want to, of course, against the Clerk, it needs to be a lot longer because of Clerk's cipher control. So yeah, singling out the entomologist while being trapped in the Shack area, absolutely the correct play. As a Clerk player, you want to be able to get that down quick, and if you get a quick down as Clerk, you pretty much always will win the game, which we saw here. So yeah, just a great job going for the entomologist first here. I think at one point the entomologist could have extended their rebound kite longer when they were looping around that one pallet after the first rescue, but they actually didn't get off their bees. They kind of just stayed on the bees, and then Sprinter just walked up and hit them. If they got off the bees in that pallet, then they could have actually used that to transition farther away, and potentially extended the kite.
Yeah, thinking back at the match, yeah, I think the bees weren't as utilized as much as you wanted them to, because they're supposed to slow down the chase. And, you know, Clerk does walk through pallets, or like kind of has a predictable walk path that you can actually drop it and then they'll be able to use it. And considering I think that at the start, he was able to get a recording hit and a regular hit onto the bees. That's why it was half. So yeah, just some I would say just these overextensions for the survivors led to Sprinter actually getting the victory in this match, and it really built towards that. And just a reminder that he does have that clerk. So we have yet to see his Dream Witch, but right now it seems like he's kind of cooking with this clerk. So hopefully the survivor side of B4U will tie things up or change things up and get some points. But I'm sure Ling has other plans here.
I think if CH4 makes it to the last round with the game being tied, so I think if Link gets a 4-kill here, I actually think CH4 has a pretty decent position. Even though B4U can choose map, I think CH4's position is still pretty good, because at that point, then you can actually just ban Dream Witch and Opera Singer, and then you can actually just counter comp Clerk to a point where you can't even really safely play Clerk. So you can sort of ban the Dream Witch and the Opera Singer, counter comp Clerk, and then Sprinter's really only left with playing. Sprinter's remaining hunters are pretty much only tie hunters, like Bloody Queen or maybe Naiad or something like that. So Sprinter doesn't actually have a lot of win hunters remaining at that point. So I think that could be the game plan here for CH4. And then Ling does. That's the thing about Ling, is Ling actually has 3 rounds of win hunters. He has Axeboy, which is considered a win hunter, or a hunter with a lot of win potential. Hermit's a win hunter. Opera Singer's a win hunter. Whereas Spencer doesn't have that if you counter comp Clerk. Whereas Axeboy, it's harder to counter comp because Axeboy is a bit more versatile.
Okay, so remind me, like coming game number 3, you ban out Opera Singer and Dream Witch, then counter comp Clerk, right?
Yeah. So you play characters like you play characters like Prospector, Psychologist, Barmaid, Female Dancer, and then it forces Spencer to go with a tie hunter like Bloody Queen
BQ,
or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, he also in the previous IVT he does have Night Watch too, so that's something that they have to prepare for, right? So
yeah, but I think with Night Watch, the thing is, a lot of comps that are going to be good against clerks, such as Dancer, Psychologist, are also pretty good against Night Watch. And then also, Night Watch was the one hunter I think that Sprinter, if I recall correctly, he kind of dropped it after Night Watch fell off in popularity. So while he may still have it as an option, I don't think it's going to be something that he'll exactly favor here in the situation. So
I'm gonna do or die. Yeah, true. Okay. So I love how like it can kind of shift in game number 3, because maybe that's when the survivor side is actually gonna pick things up, you know. Or I know a lot of people say, oh, is Sprinter MVP, you know, he gets the points, but you gotta also know that B4U survivor is actually also really good. So they do where Sprinter doesn't shine. I think that's where you really need good survivor teams to actually help carry you. So hopefully they'll be prepared for that, because that does look like the plan of action. The thing is, Eli, for that to take effect, Ling has to do the same thing that Sprinter just did and get a 4-man kill here. So that's gonna be I mean, it's not out of the wheelhouse, but knowing like maybe before you could play into just a tie, get an Embalmer in the mix, get really good defensive kiters just to kite out, and just the thing is, do you ban out the Hermit in this map, or do you ban out like his Opera Singer, because they're both 4K hunters?
I think you probably ban Opera Singer. You can play counter comp to Hermit, but I guess the thing is, before you did waste Barmaid already, so like now they don't have that as an option for countering the Hermit. Also, because we don't have green in anymore as well, I'm interested to see how this team comp will play together without the kiting potential of green. Looks like we're actually going to see Toy Merchant ban, which is interesting. Also the Psychologist, so this would make sense for a Hermit. And I really think they should ban Opera Singer. I don't think banning the Hermit is a little too risky if you give Opera Singer here.
Yeah, and likely so. They are banning out the Opera Singer. Maybe now they're going to try to counter comp any of the potential matchups that Ling can bring to the table. So seems like they're going to start out with a Seer and Antiquarian. So Antiquarian coming into the mix is actually very interesting, since they're bringing it out this early. And this is Schmitty's actually character, but the Seer also single hit hunter potentially is going to come into the mix here. But this kind of plays into Hermit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely possible. I think obviously Hermit's going to be the ideal character. With the Antiquarian being selected here, this is not something we saw before you go within the first round. I think Ling did. Can't remember if Ling opted ban it or not, but it looks like we're going to see Aeroplane is banned as well here from Ling. Survivors should prioritize Mercenary. We are going to see that being utilized here. You need some sort of big map rescuer here, because it is a big map. Going with a character like Officer is not as effective, because Officer doesn't have as great mobility as the Mercenary. right? So going with the Mercenary here is, I think, definitely better. But you also have to consider that Mercenary can get chased by a Hermit, right? We saw this in the last round with FY. We saw Ling's Hermit chasing the Mercenary. So that makes things a bit better for Ling, I would say. We're also going to see Entomologist ban as well, and B4U is going to finish off with Cheerleader. So they have Seer, they have the Antiquarian, you have Cheerleader, but no direct counters to Hermit. Obviously, the Psychologist was banned and Barmaid is auto-banned. Also, I guess you could technically go with something like Doctor if you really, really wanted to hard counter Hermit, but it looks like that's not going to be the case here.
So coming on in here, Cheerleader is the last pick, I guess, because Paul Blems is in the mix, and coming from the previous one, it's that he did perform exceptionally well. So just a reminder to everyone that Hermit is going to come back in for Ling. So this is quite the incredible feat. But I don't think I've seen this much Hermit matchup in one commentary block, because it seems like Ling was just priming this Hermit all the way till the end here. And I know that I think before you struggled with this type of matchup in the past is either the Hermit or the Clerk, anything that deals with like controlling the ciphers. But if B4U did their homework and they saw the previous match, they knew that Ling was going to bring out the Hermit. And in such a crucial point in this match, they're going to do this. And seems like the same type of spawn locations here. Myleg actually getting the shack area, Paul Blem, small boat. Schmitty is actually relegated towards the big boat. And Roland is in the towards the entrance area of Lakeside Village. So what's interesting here is that Leg is probably going to take this first kite, or possibly Paul Blems, but these are going to be a little tough. And my bad. It's actually Leg that's on the Cheerleader side and Paul Blems on the Antiquarian. So similar spawn points, Eli, in this matchup, and Schmitty and Roland over at the big boat side of this map. So Ling with this Hermit is going to have to make this one work.
Absolutely. Here we go. This is a lot of pressure here for Ling. He's going to have to go for a 4-kill here to tie things up. And we will see, of course, Paul Blems in the end. Let's see what he's able to do in this situation. We have the B4U Survivors versus the CH400 Ling here. Second round of the finals match of the COAVII NAEU qualifiers. I'm Eli O, joined with Poch Spice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this match.
All right, folks, no time to waste here when it comes to decoding and prolonging the chase here, because it is the Hermit. He will be slowing things down. We've seen how slow and how calculated Ling has been in these past few matches, right? Really just making sure he knows where everyone is at, making sure that, you know what, they spend their resources. But with a Seer in this mix that could just keep renewing his owl, they're gonna have to be very precious with their resources. So it seems like Roland is gonna be the first lock-in of a target here, and let's see if Ling's gonna fully commit to this chase.
Yeah, so we've seen Ling do this before, where he goes and chases the rescuer first. Roland's gonna go ahead and just drops the pallet and runs away. I feel like he could have just continued along with the kite there and tried to gain distance, but he's going to use this pallet. Just going to try to make as much distance as possible. Ling does have slow pallet breaking speed, so I think this is probably Insolence Detention. Ling is going to go ahead and maybe teleport. Oh, he actually does catch sight of Schmitty the Seer here, so Schmitty's going to go ahead, try to rotate towards this big boat area. Oh, nice shock from Ling to slow down Schmitty here, but it's not going to be long enough. Schmitty can, of course, get to this window. He's going to go ahead and take this vault. Does have broken windows as well to work with. I'm interested to see if Ling will continue the big boat chase. This is a risky place to chase just because it's such a strong kiting area. Does have another charge to work with. Is going to use the charge. Schmitty was not able to utilize the owl before the shock. And I think Ling's going to teleport right now.
Seems like he's considering it, looking at the different ciphers, and he will go for that teleport. And note that Mercenary has already expended one elbow pad. He's going to dunk down and see Paul Blems. Paul is going to be able to injure, and he's going to be able to just get him out of that shock state. So let's see if he's going to continue on here harassing this Hermit, while Paul Blems has to be very careful.
Oh, Ling could have used a shock there, and it actually... Oh, no, I guess he would have still been stunned. Does get this before Paul gets the pallet down, but does have the Seer Owl to absorb the hit. That is a very crucial Seer Owl at this point to extend this kite even longer here. Ling's going to go ahead and change the ciphers yet again. The good thing for B4U is they're not giving away too many hits. That's sort of the goal that we talked about, is you don't want to give too many hits as a Hermit here, or against a Hermit. And that's exactly what they're doing, is they're minimizing the amount of hits here. Paul needs to dodge the shot, but he does get the connection there and the hit onto the Antiquarian.
Yeah, this is a little scary now that you said that they are avoiding hits, but you know what? The injuries are racking up slowly but steadily. And you know what? The ciphers are still connected. So reaching the 3-minute mark of the game, while Paul Blems is still doing his best to try and kite for as long as he can. He's going to try to go for a shock here, but nice avoidance here. Again, the level change is actually huge.
Yeah, that's actually a really big miss there. And this is why you see the mini-map being considered a strong kiting area. And yeah, Paul Williams is utilizing it exactly how you're supposed to in this situation. Ling also not going to go ahead and break the place and use the teleport. Is able to avoid the teleport as well. Continue to make distance. Ling does not have full presence just yet, which means that he cannot go for any double charge until he's at the full presence mark. And with that slow pallet breaking speed, he can make even more distance here. And there's already a lot of cipher progress from the survivors.
Yeah, Paul Blems, potential MVP here, and Green performed well, but he's actually kind of outdoing Paul. But now this is actually gonna, his hit will connect. Antiquarian doesn't have much bamboo stick left to work with, and now he's just gonna just injure and then move on to the next target, and it is gonna be Schmitty. Has no owl to work with. He's gonna eat this next hit. Seer has already injured the cheerleader as well.
The problem is, like, even though Link's taking a long time to get it down, look at how many injuries are on the board right now. Like, if Link gets this down here, they have to stop the heal before they continue any cyber progress at this point. Ling is able to secure the down onto Schmitty, it looks like. And now the servers do finally stop to heal up here. So that is pretty good for them. But yeah, they're already down to their last 2 ciphers, so they do definitely have good progress.
Yeah, one's at 92, one's 66, one's at 73. This is the first chair that we are seeing on the Seer side, and the first chair we're seeing entirely. So maybe they'll be able to push for the end game, and the end game is also opens up a whole can of worms because he can connect the two exit gates. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. But like you called out, we are gonna get some heals on the board, and this provides Ling enough time to kind of recuperate and readjust his game plan. It seems like Roland is out in the mix.
Yeah, so Ling knows that they were healing, and Roland had wanted order, so he technically knows where every survivor is, and he's actually able to get a free hit onto Roland here. He needs to get back to that chair, though. The rescue, of course, was after half. He's going to use one teleport there. Does he have another one? No, it's on an 8-second cooldown. We're going to see My Leg is able to make it in for the rescue after half, though. Last 2 Cypher Machines almost ready here, so he needs to get this down onto Schmitty as quickly as possible if he wants a chance at potentially tying or winning this match.
Okay, we're going to see a body block potentially happen. He's going to be able to get it. Schmitty picks up a blue charge to share with the Antiquarian, and now he's going to try to go for a dunk here. Let's see, he changes to red to attract Schmitty.
Can he get the body block? Misses there. Oh no, he gets the hit, but it was shared damage. Yeah.
Yeah, with the
the last cipher is almost ready here, 90% almost.
Can he needs one more shock to get that absorb. It seems like he's going to be able to get it.
Also, Schmitty didn't get an owl during that time. I feel like all that time he would have been able to farm an owl, but I guess he wasn't able to look behind him enough there, unfortunately. So that's going to cost Schmitty a little bit here. And Link does have teleport, so the Cypher's not yet ready. This is where Hermit can get a little scary, because unless your Cypher Machine's ready, he's going to teleport here. Does he see Roland is the question. That's going to be super huge. If he sees where Roland is. If he doesn't, then B4U is in an okay position. But he sees Roland. Roland's going to use the elbow pad. He needs to dodge the teleport shock here.
Yeah, he does, and that's the thing. Yeah, this is the same spot he had such a hard time and able to actually get Roland, and now gets the hit. Mercenary is down. This is the closest Cypher.
It's on the last Cypher machine here as well. Ling needs to disconnect this last Cypher, though. He doesn't want them to be able to pop it from... Oh, I guess...
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So he's going to disconnect.
Yeah, he has to. So now it's gonna be tough. Mercenary is on the chair here. We're looking at the last Cypher at 92%. They might have to go for some heals. He's trying to see if he can connect any more Cyphers. I don't think he can, because these are the last 3 Cyphers. They're going to be able to push it.
Leg needs to decode. I'm not actually sure what he's doing. He's just staying away from the Cypher machine here. Okay, now he's going to go ahead and go to the Cypher. Ling should connect the 66 and 37 Cypher. That way it's going to take Leg a lot longer to prime the last Cypher machine here. He may be saving. He needs to make sure he also doesn't give a free save to the Antiquarian as well. That's very important.
Let's see if that's going to happen. Paul just being very careful, waiting for the prime to potentially happen.
Ling needs to connect these Cyphers.
Yeah, there we go. Is he gonna? There you go.
Yep.
So this is going to take a lot more time, and the mercenary might actually expire in that time. He's just going to play this one kind of safe. He knows that someone's feeding him tinnitus, but it seems like Paul Blem's actually staying at the corner area, and Eli teleport's going to be ready for him.
It is going to be ready. The risk of teleporting is that means Paul can find this other Cypher machine. So Ling has two options. He can teleport to that Cypher, or he can try to find Paul Blem's first and then save his teleport for teleporting to the exit gate later. It looks like he's really looking for the Antiquarian. Does he teleport, or is he just going to hold it? He's really... he's considering it.
Yeah, he is.
But
he's constantly
he's
looking.
Also, maybe really wants to hold this for endgame as well.
Sometimes tinnitus could actually be your bane, right? It's not actually helping you. But now it seems like all ciphers are actually primed, and Ling still has not found Paul Blem's hide and seek champ here. Paul Blem's, they're just gonna pop it.
Yeah, he's gonna connect the gates in a moment here. I think once his connection is ready, which is now, and still trying to find Paul basically in the wrong way here. And yeah, I think Ling's best bet was to teleport to the Cypher machine, but he didn't go for that, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate here that he can't lose sight of what's at stake here. If one survivor escapes, that means B4U wins this round number 2.
Now,
and they,
sorry, I just want to point out, this is really important. So Ling will know when Paul touches the gate because he'll get a charge. So Ling's going to know when the Antiquarian hits the gate. So as long as Antiquarian doesn't have a charge, Ling knows that he's safe to chase this survivor. He also knows the Antiquarian will take a ridiculously long time to open the gate. Because Antiquarian with a 30% decrease plus the gates being connected is going to take a really, really long time.
Well,
now he knows that Paul has touched the gate, but he also knows that it's not going to be open for a while.
Yep. So wow, good breakdown there, Eli. So now it seems like he is still in the lead here in terms of control of this match, and that is going to be the hit. And also he's able to disarm him. Gets the
This is a huge shock. This is a huge shock. He does get it, so he can down him. He needs to get back to the cheerleader before cheerleader gets up. So he needs to chair here, then head back to the cheerleader. Cheerleader is not gonna be able to get the gate open. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of if the cheerleader can hide away from the hunter long enough.
True. And it seems like he's gonna try to find a chair that's close enough. We still have. Oh no, he's gonna drop it. Okay, so yeah, just gonna make sure that he's gonna go for a bleed out strategy, and it's also still connected. So, and like you said, Antiquarian doesn't have the easiest time opening up the gate, so he's really just has leg to worry about.
Did he see the cheerleader in the distance? Sometimes the buildings will load in slow over near this big boat area, and you can see the survivor actually. I'm interested to see if Ling did see or not. I think he might have seen him, Potch, because there he goes, teleports right on top of him. And that is, that's actually not a lot of people will consider that a mistake in the game, but that's actually a huge part, it's a huge factor in the game here. Now, Ling did miss that shock, so he's able to kite a little bit longer here. The biggest question is, here's the game plan for Ling. He needs to down this survivor, which won't have self-heal, and then he needs to wait for Paul to hit the gate and then teleport on that gate. And he knows when Paul's he will know when Paul hits the gate as well.
Wow, what a shock here. Able to stop him in his tracks, and Leg has fallen down, already used up the self-heal. So we're gonna switch on over to see if Leg's actually crawling all the way to the gate here. He doesn't want to give it away just yet. But you know what, Ling, he's gonna try to use the orb just so he can close out that distance, and just goes for the pickup, and it's gonna be GG's from there.
I mean, if Ling pulls this off, this is crazy, right? Like, considering the position. And that's it. They surrender. I guess Antiquarian maybe didn't have self-heal.
I know that, I think he did it. No, I don't know if he did, but he didn't have borrowed time. I know, he didn't. So I'm not sure. We just have to look back and see. I think you can check back the wait, let me look. So
I think if Antiquarian used self-heal at any point.
Oh, it's kind of locked. We can't see what Paul Blem's did bring. So unfortunately, can't really see that. So, but can I just say, Eli, this is one of the most intense grand finals for qualifiers I've seen. Like, we're still in a dead tie.
It's crazy, man. Yeah. I mean, and that game looked really good for B4U, right? I actually thought they had that one locked up for sure from the start. It looked very good. They had it took Ling a while to actually get a reasonable chase target. Roland did a great job of not giving any free hits, which is definitely great improvement from him there. And then also moving into Paul Blem's, Paul Blem's actually did great. You know, he's able to
amazing,
utilize the little boat. He's able to avoid shocks as much as possible. He forced Ling into honestly just wasting a lot of shocks and wasting a lot of time. And so that was kind of like the big game changer. And then once I think there was one point where he teleported away, and then he's able to get a quick down onto the seer, and then
Seer.
was it the seer? Yeah, it was the seer, and that's when things really started to spiral a little bit because people were injured, and that's the power of the teleport hermit. Is if you're able to injure enough survivors, you slow down the game to a point where they have to stop to heal, and then they're not actually able to finish those cipher machines in time. Which V4U did stop to heal, which is the correct play, but it does give Link technically enough time to force that survivor to expire, and they actually almost had a winning position. Right, the last cipher was, I think, like 87% or something when Seer went down, but just a little bit short there at the end.
Yeah, and it was quite the interesting play also. Oh, and it was the last 3 ciphers, and he just was able to kind of get a foothold after that, I believe. Yeah, after the Seer did go down, or the Seer was chased. Just a little unfortunate there, and you already doubled down on. I'm going to double down on this, but that's just the power of just spreading out the damage, and it really plays to Ling's playstyle of just a war of attrition, right? He's not just attacking the health of the survivors, but he's also dwindling the resources, right? He went to chase Roland at the start, forces an elbow pad out of him, forces Paul Blems to kind of use up the stick. And also, right, the owl was used onto Paul Blems, then he teleported to Schmitty. That was really lucky that he was able to chase after Schmitty, because Schmitty was basically kind of rock hiding at that point. And yeah, to your point also, I'm just surprised that he wasn't able to get another owl in that scenario, because it looked like he was actually well on his way to get another one.
Yeah, I think if Schmitty was able to get an owl there, it could have been a little bit different. I do think that I do have to say, I think Paul Blems did actually incredible job of the game, not only from the kiting, but also he was able to hide away long enough for the cipher to be primed. Because think about it this way: if Paul gets found before the cipher's primed, I think his health he was at half health at the time. That's why he couldn't rescue. So he would have gone down, and then the game's over, because then Link can either chair or teleport to the last cipher, and the survivors can't even get to the end game at that point. So the fact that he was able to hide away and also kite that long in the early game was definitely very, very, very important. But you really see how Ling was able to. He waited till he connected the gates at the end, and then he knows when the survivor touches the gate, because then he picks up a charge, right? And so that's exactly what Ling's game plan was. I wonder if it would have been more beneficial for Paul to decode the gate immediately, because that way you can maybe bait out a teleport and then like can do the other gate. I think that could have actually been a little bit better. I'm not sure though.
Could have been, but you have to admit that Green and Paul, like potential survivor MVPs, with how long they were kiting. And what's crazy is that we're talking about amazing survivor plays, but it's the hunters that are getting the points, because that's expected of Opera Singer and how the Hermit plays, and Clerk as well. But yeah, we're gonna give our flowers to those 2 amazing kiters. And we were actually thinking, yo, Green's doing really well, but Paul also just reminding everyone in chat also that, you know what, he's been up there. He's one of the vets, and that's why you got to put respect on his name, because he can really make that kite work, and his antiquarian was amazing. So coming to this next one, I believe, it's B4U to be the map selectors, and this is kind of for all the marbles. There is the potential still to go overtime if we tie this out. Well, it's still all up in the air. This is the most even finals I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's been all hunters these games so far. And I think B4U survivors have been playing well. I think, as you mentioned, Green and Paul have both been playing really well. We saw Green kite really well in the first game. We saw Paul kite really well in the second game. So now it's sort of like a debate on
who's going to come in, right?
Yeah, and also, is Green going to come back in? I would like to see Green definitely sub in here at this point. I think having Green and Paul on the same at the same time could be really good. Yeah, so that's why I think that would definitely make sense here. But and if you want, and considering that you want to have if you want to have both of those players on kiters, you probably want to leave Roland as a rescuer. So you'd want to sub out Schmitty or Leg here, I think. Would make the most sense. But I don't know, maybe they'll just continue with this team comp as well. It's also possible. But yeah,
that'll be a real headache if you actually have Green and Paul Blems. Like, who are you going to chase, right? Just pick your poison. Or you're going to have to go for someone else, which either Schmitty, Leg, whoever's going to stay, and then Roland's just the main rescuer. So you might have to go for that one. But yeah, we just have to wait and see. Especially since this is the territory we did question with how Sprinter is going to play out, right? Because we do know that his hunter's the one who's going to pick. Oh, Yesu's coming in against Sesame. So Yesu, we saw her come in with a dancer before. She's kind of replacing the rescuer role. So this could play into fruition. because we were going to talk about Sprinter and his potential hunter picks, because this is where it gets a little dicey for him, because they're most likely going to ban out the Dream Witch or the Opera Singer, and then just kind of counter that Clerk.
Sorry, I had a yawn.
It's okay. Oh, yeah. I got out of focus. Oh,
yeah, I think I also think Ling's improved a lot since last year as well. Obviously, we've seen Ling put up some good round ones against B4U, where maybe both rounds both the round one situation is 5-5 from both sides, but then Ling struggles to continue with the 4 kills as it progresses. But he's done it for the first 2 rounds here, so yeah, we'll see what happens. Also, I think that as we talked about, this could be a bit difficult for B4U, because I think Ling has more options for 4 kills in this last round than Sprinter does, just because you ban Dream Witch, you ban Opera, and then you counter comp Clerk. It looks like we're gonna see Chinatown, which I think is fine for both sides. Yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. If B4U tries to counter comp the Axe Boy, which I think Ling will at this point want to ban something like Entomologist early on.
I think that, like you said, the thing that stuck to me most is like the 4 kill potential, right? It's so scary, unless Sprinter's been hiding something. But like you said, Chinatown is a kind of a conventional map that we usually see. More bans on not only the hunter side but the survivor side. So it's kind of intense that it's gonna hinge on just one game, because right now they've been dead even, and one game has to be the deciding factor, whether it be the first half or the second half. Or we still have a potential of the overtime game, which, again, when it comes to qualifiers, I don't think we've ever gone to the overtime game. I think we've done this in previous games or even in group stages, but for it to happen here, that just means these two teams are really neck and neck with how things are going. And shout outs to Yesu. Like, the last time we talked to her, I think, was like 2 hours ago, and it was 3 a.m. So right now it's like 5 a.m. her time.
Exactly, yeah. What's crazy is I have to go take a final exam after this tournament, so I don't even get to go to sleep. Actually, I can just go do my final exam.
That's fine. You're gonna think in like a different realm of reality.
I actually don't think I'm gonna think at all. I think I'm just gonna just be like, yeah, just
Jesus, take the wheel type moment. I got this. Don't worry.
I'm just gonna wing it, honestly. Yeah.
Well, you know what? On behalf of everyone in the Identity 5 community, we thank you for, you know what, sacrificing the sleep hours to commentate here, and we'd like to thank each and every one of you guys for joining us right now, because this stream is definitely going to be past, I believe, the 7-hour mark if we're going to go the full 3 games. And we still have, and also we have to, you know what, give our kudos to the players, because them playing in high level like this is not easy. So do show your love and support to them, folks.
Yeah, we've been up since 3:30 a.m. You've been up since 4:30 a.m. right?
Yes.
Been up since 3:30. Yeah, it's been an all-nighter 2 nights in a row. Trying to figure out how. I was thinking yesterday, I was like, you know, I wonder how my sleep schedule is gonna be after this, because I slept from 5:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. right, which is not good, right, for a sleep schedule, right?
You do get, how many hours is that? That's technically you get your 8 hours. It's just that your remnant cycle is not. It's kind of messed up though. Like you're not gonna have like the circadian rhythm. I researched on this, like the sun and whatnot.
There it is. Yeah. But then I have to go take. So then I have to go take my. I guess it's a good thing that I have a final, because if I take a nap, then I'm just gonna mess up even
sleep
more,
through
right?
it.
Or I'm gonna
you could do that thing where you just don't sleep, and then like at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. that's when you get knocked out, and like you fix your sleep cycle.
Could potentially do that.
Potentially, that's kind of risky though, I would have to say. So I don't know.
Because I have another final tomorrow actually. So.
Oh, you do? What time is that? Is it like at the same time? Oh, in the morning. Oh, good lord. Okay.
Which is actually fine, considering that my current sleep schedule is that I'm awake at this time. So
okay,
awake
that's
at that
good.
time. Yeah.
Do follow Eli on Instagram to see, like, keep us updated with your stories. Like, guys, I woke up in time, or like, how's my sleep schedule? If you rate your sleep schedule out of 10, what is it?
The thing is, like, I like to stay up late for no reason, so it usually gets like late. Like, the thing is, it gets like a half an hour later, like every night, to a point where it's like 4 a.m. So it's like, it's kind of bad. Yeah. Not high, probably like a 2. But anyways, 2. Getting into our
which is my sleeping time, 2 a.m. I'm kidding. But yes, like you called out. Oh, sorry, you were gonna say?
Yeah, I was getting into our band. So let's say we actually don't have an Ento band here from. Oh no, it's Sprinter, not Link. Okay, so that makes sense. So we're gonna have Priestess and the Aeroplanist band. It looks like it's the first 2.
So I think this is a good job by banning out the priestess, because the priestess is very effective on a map like this. Aeroplanist has amazing mobility on a map like this as well. So Dream Witch and the opera singer allowing Sprinter to pick out, like you said, probably tie hunters, or unless he's been keeping a hunter from us. And it seems like we're going to go with Cheerleader and the Batter here. So kind of a sports fest start here for the first two picks.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So they definitely will want to counter Clerk. I feel like there's maybe slightly better ways to do. Well, I guess it's fine. Like, you don't have Patient, you don't have Psychologist. Switcher might go ahead and ban something like Dancer, maybe Barmaid here. Just get rid of characters that will be good against the Clerk. But looks like they're gonna go Batter and Cheerleader here. I don't know if I like Cheerleader against Clerk as much. I would definitely prefer to see something like a Barmaid right away, or Entomologist is also okay.
So it seems like a Seer is going to come into the mix. Okay, so kind of solid. I guess they kind of want to replicate that type of speed boost just for the early chase. I don't know if Sprinter is going to bite to chase the guard. Sorry, geez, I'm just blanking out. The Cheerleader first, folks. So the Cheerleader still locked in, and also the Seer. So interesting choice here. They have to expect a Clerk coming out, right, in this game number 3.
Potentially. Soul Weaver is also viable, obviously, on Chinatown, so that's something to think about. Also, technically, could play Breaking Will, but I don't know if Sprinter still has that as an option. But yeah, I mean, looking at the last pick here, I really would love to see CH4 playing Bomber, but they really haven't been doing that. Looks like we're gonna see a Lawyer finally. This is
what we stayed up for, Eli. We got the Lawyer.
Exactly. This is a character that I believe that a lot of teams should be picking a lot more, honestly. But especially in this position where CH4 wants to try to at least get a tie here, Lawyer is a very good character for that, just due to the fact that Cyber Rush from Lawyer is really good.
Pretty insane. Also, kiting abilities, especially as the round goes on, just gets the speed boost, the vaulting boost. Again, just a overall great character that has I potentially say had the biggest glow up compared to last year. Like, he definitely has been in the conversation. And if you talk to us last year, we'd be like, Lawyer, no way is he gonna make it to the competitive mix. But now here he is, the last pick of CH4. Interesting choices here. I don't know what they're expecting, but you mentioned Spider, which is also a very viable choice here in Chinatown that Sprinter is kind of known for as well.
Absolutely. I always wondered why in this animation, why is Lawyer like holding a flashlight? Like, he's not a thief, right? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true. It seems like we're not gonna go. We're gonna go with your old love. By the way, your 2023 character choice here with the Wax Artist in this map.
I think this is good for survivors, just because I mean they know that Sprinter was going. They should have all broken windows in expectation of a broken windows type of hunter, whether that's Night Watch, whether that's Clerk, whether that's Wax Artist in this case. So the survivors are kind of aware of something that they want to play broken windows against. But I think they probably have that prepared and ready here. But yeah, I guess the downside is that you do have to worry about Seer. As the survivor side, you have to worry about Seer against as Wax Artist is not really good for the survivors. Looks like we're gonna see Lawyer spawn at the bottom here. Seer's actually gonna spawn at Tunnel instead of over at the Darklean Hotel. Looks like we're gonna see Cheerleader in middle and Batter at the top side here. I think Wax Artist is pretty good against this team comp for sure. But if you're CH4 again, you really just want to try to play for a tie.
Yeah, and considering that tie for any survivor team is actually a win in this game is kind of scary with how considering that the Hunters have constantly been in perfect games so far, just 5 points all throughout the board for the Hunters. Again, we're dead even in terms of round wins and points at 10-10. So Sprinter taking his time in terms of spawning here. Where do you think he should spawn, Eli?
I think he should spawn. He spawn left side. I would have liked him to see him spawn at the bottom right. That way you force the Seer out of hotel. Gives you an option to maybe chase the Lawyer, although Lawyer can rotate really well, so maybe it's not a good idea. Looks like he is going to spawn over here, though. This could potentially push the Cheerleader into the Seer Cypher Machine, maybe slow down decoding that way. It does give him a few extra options for chase targets, so I guess the spawn is reasonable as well.
So it seems like Sprinter, I mean, he has done a lot of damage with this Wax Artist in a map like this also. You can get really good aim since it's an open type of map, but Wax Artist has fallen down in the meta in terms of priority. That's why it's here in round number 3. And considering that they just need a tie, it's going to be an interesting one to see, Eli. Again, we're going to go the full 3 games here. This is going to be match number 3 of the first half. B4U Sprinter, can he hold on to his 5-point streak? Or will CH4 be able to get that tie in this matchup as we head to Chinatown? Once again, that's Eli O, I'm Potch Spice, and we are your commentators for this match.
All right, looks like he's going to go straight towards middle, already looking for the location of the cheerleader, but cheerleader has located to that hotel area, which is considered the strongest kiting area on this map. Still has her abilities to work with as well. Going to go ahead and drop down. And you got to be careful that you don't walk into the hunter on this one, which it did a little bit there.
Yeah.
It still has her speed boost to work with, so we will probably see one of those get utilized here to make it to this next pallet. Going to use the second one as well. And Spencer's actually going to change targets to the Seer here, who is kind of in the open a little bit. You got to make sure you break your line of sight as much as possible if you're the Seer.
Yeah, in this open area, you got to be very careful to turn those corners because it's pretty much free game for him to actually put his wax on you. So now it seems like Sia is going to have to actually make this rotation.
Oh, he's going to use the owl there. But it's actually at 96. So I would have liked to see the Seer potentially maybe be a little bit more patient there, but it looks like Sprinter is going to be able to get the freeze here. And the first hit onto the Seer. Seer actually is going to not take the pallet boost. Could have taken the pallet boost and made a lot of distance there, but instead is actually just going to run this route instead. He's also going to get the Cypher, the pallet blocked off as well here, and is going to go down to this wax bomb. So a pretty fast down onto the Seer, and also a risky Cypher machine to be decoded. I feel like the Seer maybe should have rotated a little bit early there. So that's going to be another fast down into Xia here, and also okay, so Lawyer already is about to finish a Cypher machine, which is pretty strong considering that Lawyer's decoding goes up to 20% once they finish ciphers, and they have decent progress. It's just that the cyber pressure from the Waxars can also be pretty strong as well.
True. It seems like they might go for a sacrifice. I don't see anyone actually making a rotation to make this save. They just seem to be focused on actually just finishing objectives, especially that one in the hotel side, just so that that can be used as a kiting route. It seems like they're working on their 4th cipher, and Cheerleader actually sneaking on away. So Knight 3-3 might go for a full blood rescue while everyone else makes a rotation here. 3 ciphers remaining, and Sprinter overextending himself to this fountain area.
Yeah, Sprinter needs to be careful that he doesn't go too far out here. He's gonna wax off this cipher as well. Does Cheerleader make this with a dash potentially? I don't know. Looks like no, just gonna feed Tinnitus here, not go for the rescue. And so they're not going to give presence to go up to full presence here. Spencer does have tonight, so he knows that a survivor is in the area, but is just going to wax off the cipher and continue away here.
Okay, so it seems like yeah, just playing it really conservatively. So like you pointed out, Eli, potentially just wanting to just go for that tie. Sprinter is holding on to that teleport, waiting for someone to actually touch a cipher, but everyone's actually scrambled out. So just formulating a game plan to how to counteract this this wax artist, and it seems like Sprinter still holding on to that tinnitus, and Knight 3-3 is going to try to push a cipher.
Yeah, I think Sprinter wants to try to find the Lawyer, obviously, because that's the fastest decoder here. But it looks like Sprinter. I mean, great job from CH4 not to give away the sight of the Lawyer here. That's like the key. Is if the Lawyer can stay hidden, I think he might find the Lawyer now.
Oh yeah.
So he's able to teleport on the Lawyer. Yeah.
A little unfortunate there, but I mean, you can only hold on for so long, and that was actually a great job. He's going to drop down a pallet here. Again, he's already been waxed off, so Lawyer at least can use this. Well, the thing is, they didn't even pop the cipher here at the hotel area, so that's going to be a little tough for them.
Yeah, and he's also kiting near 2 cipher machines as well, so this is really not ideal. Lawyer is able to get to this pallet here. Spencer's gonna, oh yeah, you can't go that way as a survivor, because as soon as you throw that pallet down, they just block that off, and you are trapped up here, and Lawyer is gonna go down to this play. Lawyer needed to drop down on the side of the building there instead.
Yeah, a little unfortunate misplay there by Yasu, and Sprinter is going to capitalize on that. The trade-off is that they're able to pop a cipher in that process. So now 2 ciphers remaining, 2 survivors remaining, 2 healthy survivors. So let's see what the play here is. Knight 3-3 is feeding that to Nidus. Nato is priming that fourth cipher.
Oh, and that actually is going to reveal the location of the survivor as well here, it looks like. I think what needed to happen is I think the survivor should have gone for one rescue. I think Cheerleader should have rescued once onto the seer. And at least given, I guess it would lead to full presence though, so maybe it isn't worth it. I'm not really sure. But yeah, the problem is now that you do have full presence to work with and they don't have the last cipher machine ready just yet. And this cipher right here that's 58, that's the cipher that you want to finish. And maybe they just don't rescue at all here and they just go for one survivor escape.
Possibly. That's actually kind of a bold play here, but I think that's what it's for what it's worth. That's what the cards have been dealt, so they have to play this hand. Lawyer is going to expire. Knight 3-3 can actually try to push for that cipher that is at the hotel area and outside the hotel area. Well, Nato, I mean, he can provide distance with his cricket bat, so that's something that Sprinter has to be careful of.
This is why CH4 kind of needed a rescuer, and they did not bring a rescuer, right? And so that's the problem with not bringing a rescuer. Sprinter, I think, absolutely should teleport to the last cipher machine here. He's going to wax it, and he's going to teleport. So, yep, there's the wax.
Whoa!
Teleport!
That was huge.
That is huge. That means the cipher machine can not probably get very, very close.
Oh, man.
And
Knight doesn't want to risk it. But
yeah, I think that's not a play that Sprinter. Usually, you as a hunter, you acknowledge the batter can do that. You kind of want to get behind a wall or something. I think Sprinter kind of just slipped his mind, and that's not something you ever see from Sprinter as a mistake like that. But maybe this could be a small opening for CH4. We'll have to see.
True, because that was game-changing, I have to say, because it was going to be GG's if he's able to catch Knight 3-3 kiting there. So now it seems like he's just going to kind of sit on this cipher. He does have a line of sight with that 35% cipher, so Nato just being very careful priming the cipher. But yeah, it's just a constant back and forth. He's just going to keep trying to push it percentage for percentage, and then yeah, just keep going back and forth at this point.
Yeah, you have to be careful also about using the upstairs pallet, which he does not do. He's going to run the other way because, you know, we saw that play where you get it blocked off. That could be really obviously not ideal for the survivors. Spencer's just gonna, I guess we're just gonna do this forever.
It's a feedback loop, man. I'm just gonna keep going. See, I think it's like a game of chicken at this point. Who's gonna be go overextend? Knight 3-3 is gonna get caught though.
Yeah, does get caught here. Does have the speed boost to use, so he's gonna go ahead and use one there. But if Spencer does commit here, it means that Nato can push the other cipher here. 50%. Nato needs to decode. He kind of just stopped for a second. I'm not sure why. Maybe he thought it was gonna be a teleport, but all right, back to the decoding here. It looks like Knight 3-3 needs to be very careful they don't give the 100% wax into an instant down play. They need to at least know they're gonna get trapped here. There's the hot wax. Can they get the balls off in time?
There we go.
That is huge. Nato's going to continue to decode the cipher machine. Sprinter needs to teleport if he wants to stop it here. Nato needs to stop decoding, or Nato needs to stop decoding.
Yeah, I just
he does that. He's going to give them an opportunity to get the down, and I think Nato stopping the decoding might have been the mistake that's going to cost CH4 here, as now Sprinter can teleport to that cipher machine. No, he's going to go for the chair instead.
Oh, that was actually unfortunate. Yeah, the start-stop decoding. I know you gotta respect the teleport, but at that point, Knight 33's kiting was done, and it's gonna fall in vain. So now
you don't need to respect the teleport because you can let him teleport, and then that means you can pop the other cipher machine. Spencer's gonna allow him to struggle free. I don't know what the idea of this is.
Yeah, there were so much chairs actually used there, and now
it's such a weird game.
yeah, batter was off the cipher, so now there's no primed cipher at Knight 3-3. Can he use his cheer to move on? But no, he's gonna fall down here. Oh, he's waiting for the pop to happen. Okay, so gonna get the pickup, but now, yeah, it just seems like that was that last 30 seconds was quite interesting, Eli.
Also, Knight 3-3 had a dash there. They could have used it and to keep himself alive long enough for the cipher machine to be primed. Okay, so Nato needs to go for this rescue before the hot wax is back online.
Yep. Oh,
okay, so
man.
He's gonna
destroy the ball, and now Nato is going to be able to get this rescue. He just goes for it right away.
Yes,
able to get. Yeah.
But Spencer can wax the cipher. That's the problem.
Yeah, and it's at 98%, so this is going to be real tough. Nato cannot kite anymore in this area, and now this could be the checkmate scenario that Sprinter is looking for.
Oh, he switched to hot wax a little bit early there.
He's at 96. Let's see if Nato get the hot wax, goes for the regular hit, and that's going to be GG's, folks.
Yeah, well, not just yet. I think these survivors still self-heal, right? The cyber machine is primed. So
yeah, he lost the cheerleader. My bad.
So it's not over just yet necessarily, but basically what Sprinter's gonna do is he's gonna try to cheerleader. The thing is, as soon as Nato pops his, okay, so cheerleader's up. So what needs to happen here is Nato needs to crawl to the cipher and then jump up and pop it right away, because Sprinter's gonna teleport as soon as he sees Nato waste his self heal, right? So that's too early. That was too early.
Yeah, and then just goes for it right away. And
Nato needed to crawl to the cipher machine and then jump up and pop it right away here.
True. Again, Sprinter just having eyes at the back of his head creates the separation there. This last cipher at 92% isn't going to be primed in time here, and Nato eating so much wax, he's going to go for the hot wax here. He's just going to pop it right away.
He's gonna pop it. Yeah, that's unfortunately a mistake from CH4. They needed to wait for the hot wax to hit first, and so another mistake here from the CH4 survivors here, and this is such a back and forth game. Cheerleader needs to stay behind Hotel.
Yeah.
But she's not going to do that. She's going to go run away. I think Cheerleader needs to stay behind Hotel. You wait for Spencer to either leave and then you save, or you wait for the survivor to expire and they get dungeon. But
yeah. No. Dungeon's at the tunnel, ladies and gentlemen. Cheerleader not touching the gate just yet. He's going to try to hide this one out. Batter is still in his first chair, so 933 is gonna have a hard time just buying enough time for just a one-person escape. So we're just gonna see, because Sprinter, he patrols around the area and he's possibly gonna catch him. Oh, he sees him right away. So this is where the end game is gonna be inevitable for 933.
Yeah, and that should be the 4 survivor elimination here, as long as he's able to get the wax to freeze the cheerleader. Does freeze the cheerleader. There's the detention hit, and that will be the 4 survivor elimination. What a oh man, what a weird
scrambling.
Game.
It was a lot of scrambles here and there. Again, apologies for calling it a little too soon, but I have to say the interesting play there is that the batter getting off the cipher on and off, not really respecting way too much the teleport. And also the interesting struggle free that Sprinter went with. Like, he really wanted to put the cheerleader there. And then also just the unfortunate self-heal that was a little too fast. And then it was really neck and neck. And this could possibly be player fatigue. Like, they're just because they've been playing for like the last 7 hours, right? And they've been on edge. So maybe some decisions weren't up to par, but eventually you still live up to the 5 point streak of Sprinter here.
Yeah, so yeah, I will say there was definitely mistakes on both sides, which is very uncharacteristic of is that the right word?
Characteristic, uncharacteristic.
Okay, anyways, of Sprinter, but he was still able to pull it off, and that's the impressive thing. That endgame was really very clutch for him for sure. And there's a lot to talk about for this game. So for the first down, just from when the seer was found, as soon as the cheerleader goes to Kite Hotel, seer needs to make sure they rotate away from that cyber machine in case Thunder decides to change to that survivor, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is CH4 also should have at least one stable rescuer on a large map like Chinatown, right? And they weren't able to go for any rescues because they didn't have that. And then the other situation is that the batter should have crawled to the cipher machine before self-healing, because as soon as he self-heals, Sprinter's going to acknowledge he's going to teleport to the cipher, and he's going to down the batter before he can touch the cipher and pop the prime cipher, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Now, besides that, the cheerleader had a cheer speed boost to work with when getting chased, and should have used it to avoid being down long enough for that other cipher machine to be primed, right? And then lastly, the cheerleader needed to wait behind Hotel, right? Because if you wait behind Hotel, if Spencer goes behind Hotel to chase you, you loop around and make the rescue. If he continues to camp the chair, then you get dungeon when the survivor expires. There's actually no way there's essentially no way for Spencer to get that last kill if they stay behind Hotel. Because if you stay behind Hotel, you wait for the survivor to die and you push dungeon. If Spencer decides to loop around and chase you, you're able to make the rescue, and you have 2 survivors up. So that was sort of, unfortunately, an uncharacteristic mistake from 933 there at the end, to miss out on that, just on that game sense in that situation.
Yeah, I think it could be like how the match was progressing. It's like they played a little unoptimally now that you break it down. But I would have to say, you know what, the start was actually really good. It was to one point that Sprinter didn't know where to teleport to. Everyone was like kind of doing the rotations. They played really well considering how the first kite played out. And yeah, once the lawyer was down, that's when like I would say the wheels start to fall off on both sides, where it got a little scrambly and not as refined as we're used to. But it played out to be a very entertaining match. And all things considered, Sprinter still got the job done, and he still got a 5-point game. And now the question is, can Ling actually be up to par with Sprinter here? And will the survivors or B4U get at least just one person out? Because I'd have to say, you know, playing at this high level, especially as hunters, it can be very exhausting, especially if a lot is on the line, a lot of pressure, and the conditions also that they're playing in with B4U. It's B4U's map selection, so they definitely prepared for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm really interested why the cheerleader didn't opt to stay behind the hotel. I really think that that could have been very beneficial. But yeah, looking at the score here, 5-5, 5-5. So we're at 15-10 at this point. So now the pressure's, you know, it's right back on Ling here he's got to get another 4-kill. And I think we're going to see obviously the Opera Singer and the Hermit get banned here. So Ling's going to have to play some sort of 4-kill hunter, try to 4-kill the survivors for the 3rd time in a row here. You see the win condition there. Ling has to get a 4-kill to force his overtime.
So yeah, it's overtime or nothing for him. He wants to push for that overtime, which we were speculating that could happen because Ling does have more 4K hunters in his belt, but all that B4 needs to do right now is just get one survivor escape. They could play this completely safe and just try to push for just one person exit the game, and they can call themselves champions, because that's how dominant these hunters have been. And considering that, Eli, what survivor composition do you think they should play around to get at least one person to escape?
Well, obviously, you have to consider that Ling's probably going to maybe play Axe Voice. You want a character like Entomologist. You're going to want something such as Embalmer, maybe potentially Lawyer for Cypher Rush to get to that endgame quicker. Looking back on the match here, I'm thinking about the batter didn't actually have borrowed time, so the Cypher Pop didn't actually matter. But that could have actually, but the thing is, it still could have easily been avoided if not to waited to self-heal once he crawled to the Cypher Gene and popped. Also, if the cheerleader stayed behind Hotel, it would have been the same situation anyways.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate misplay there on CH4's side. All things considered, it's I guess a learning point for them to be able to look through the VODs and learn. Again, in tournament, this is where you really learn and how you're able to kind of improve. So hopefully, you know what, on CH4's behalf, Ling is able to get a 4-man kill just so that way they can push for the overtime game. But like you said, we're going to possibly see an Entomologist, possibly a Lawyer just to push for the Cypher Rush. Heck, maybe even an Embalmer.
Yeah, definitely. I think Embalmer would be good here. I think Lawyer would be good. There's a lot of characters that can be very good for getting to the end game. I really think a character like Embalmer should have been something that CH4 should have used at some point during these matches, and they opted not to use it at any point, which is very interesting, especially considering that, you know, they're really just trying to play for one escapes at any point in these matches. But, you know, we just see them not going for it, which it's a little bit interesting. But yeah, I mean, for Ling here, I guess thinking about 4K hunters, probably you're gonna look at Axboy is a hunter that has 4K potential. Ling has played Breaking Wheel in the past, but I don't think he'll play Breaking Wheel here. It doesn't make sense. He also played Dream Witch in the past, but don't think he'll play here. It's got to be. I feel like it's got to potentially be Axboy.
Might be looking for the Axboy in this picks and bans, but chat, thank you so much for still sticking with us. Again, we potentially could go overtime, so I hope you guys are saving your energies for that, and give your energies to Ling if you want to see that overtime to happen. But if you're sporting B4U, they just need one person to escape, potentially facing that Axboy, since and now that I recall, in previous IVTs, he has used the Axboy to get 4K in this matchup, though, like with a lot more survivors that are banned and potentially hunters that are going to be banned. Let's see if he'll bring it out.
All right, here we go. Looks like we're gonna see. Okay, so with the Gardener, Barmaid, Seer, and Antiquarian already auto banned here. He doesn't ban the Entomologist, which means that I think the survivors should use. Of course, we're gonna see the Opera Singer and the the Hermit band here. I wonder if Ling can play Clerk. I don't know if we've seen him play Clerk. I can't actually recall, but I guess we're gonna find out in a moment. He looks like we're gonna go Embalmer right away, and the Psychologist as well. Definitely like to see that Embalmer character getting utilized. And of course, Psychologist is quite versatile. I guess if you're B4U, you got to be a bit careful that you don't give Ling a Breaking Wheel composition that he can play Breaking Wheel. Also, I guess Ling does technically have Night Watch as well.
We'll see if he's going to consider that. But yeah, Breaking Wheel is kind of lives up to that 4-man or all or nothing. But I mean, yesterday there were a lot of Breaking Wheels, but unfortunately there ended up in a lot of ties. So based on this one, bans out the Patient, just because Patient has been used by Schmitty and also Roland, I believe, for the rescues. They're going to pick up the Mercenary. I love how they're just, you know what, they're bolstering up and just like shelling up here just to see if they just want one person out, and they just want to provide as much support as possible with this Mercenary pickup. Maybe just have at least one rescuer just to make sure that they have their bases covered.
All right, it looks like we're also gonna see from the last survivor. Yeah, what do they go with? I think Lawyer, something like Lawyer would be really good here for Cypher Rush. Looks like we're gonna see Aeroplanist band. Yeah, something like Lawyer could be super good here. Acrobat's still available. You can see Acrobat. It's also fine for just being a versatile character in general. So yeah, so how does Ling approach this? He's got Night Watch and Breaking Wheel seem like the most logical options at this point. Obviously, if Ling did have Dream Witch, you wouldn't play it into this comp ever. So I think that also Clerk wouldn't be that great here either as well. So Axway I think is fine here. I think Breaking Wheel's fine. I think Night Watch is fine. So any of those characters, I think Ling will probably go with one of those three.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, just Ling just listening to us. I'm like, guys, come on. And like we will see how this gamekeeper is going to be. It was actually written on the walls here with his player profile. Bring out the gamekeeper in this matchup. Yeah, not a hunter you see every day, but this is the hunter he's going to choose to actually settle the ties with. Again, you don't really see gamekeeper for right reason, I guess, Eli, because it's kind of RNG at that point when it comes to that chair camping. And considering he needs a 4K potential, how you feeling about the survivors going up against a gamekeeper?
I think that gamekeeper is a good. I mean, I think gamekeeper is like good in that you can. It has a good like chasing abilities, but it's really hard to win as gamekeeper. Gamekeeper's map pressure is really bad, so it's really hard to actually win as gamekeeper. So I don't know if this really makes the most sense. Obviously, it's really nice to see a character like Gamekeeper being utilized. I think that's super fun, but I just think Gamekeeper is not that strong in terms of win potential. Gamekeeper is more of a tie hunter. So yeah, I guess we'll see what Link can do. He gets to block up Acrobat Cypher, which is also pretty nice, but overall, it's really challenging to get a 4 kill, I would say.
Definitely. So we'll see if he's up for that challenge as Ling brings out the very unconventional but very fan favorite gamekeeper in this potentially last game in match number 3, second half. Once again, B4U and CH4 are fighting for the title to call themselves a representative of the NAEU region, but only one could come out on top. Once again, we are your casters for this potentially last match with CH4 and B4U. That's ELIO. I'm Potch Spice, and here we go.
All right, looks like he's gonna go for the. Nope, he's gonna leave the Mercenary. Obviously, you're not gonna want to commit to that survivor. Does find Schmitty. Schmitty actually does not rotate very early, so unfortunately, this is gonna be a bit of a downside here. He's gonna use one of those hooks to get closer. He has one more hook to work with here, and Schmitty is gonna go ahead and use that bomb. Link's gonna use that hook just to pull himself a little bit closer here, and he's gonna go onto the cooldown. And let's see what trait Ling has. He's gonna go ahead and put a trap down right away here. Does Ling have, is that Blink? It must be Blink. But
it looks a little, yeah, I think it is Blink. So we're gonna see him destroy this pallet here, and the Blink is gonna be off cooldown already. Oh no, it's Teleport. So teleport Gamekeeper. So just an option to just change up his targets, and it seems like he will be going after Paul Blems now.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and hook himself closer to the survivor. Paul needs to dodge this hook as best of his ability. And Ling's gonna go for the gets the hook, a really long hook on the problems here, and Ling really needed that. I feel like if he missed that hook, I think it would have probably any chance for a 4 kill would have been out the window. But getting that hook there very important for Ling at this point in time. And now Paul is trapped. He goes into the trap,
Literally trapped. Eli.
Trapped
oh
here.
Oh my goodness.
And Ling also has teleport, so he's able to teleport to the coffin at any point. He's also able to chair onto Roland's Cypher machine. And wow, what a setup from Ling here.
This is incredible. It's already 1 minute 38 seconds into the game, and they have yet to pop a Cypher. So Ling, he's deciding if he's going to go for Roland or not. Again, he has that teleport to work with, and Balmer choosing to stick. Yeah. Wow. Okay. This is so dangerous. He's going to slow him down, gets the hit early on, and the rescue does happen.
And Roland needs to make sure he does not give the double hit, so he's gonna go ahead and leave here, just trying to get away from the Cypher machine. Paul will try to cut as long as possible, going for the charge attack. I don't think he walks the pallet and gets the hit. I did not actually expect that, but
Ling full of surprises with this one.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah.
So he's already at full presence.
Full presence. He's gonna chair the survivor here, and he does have teleport, but I think they might have actually popped the Cypher machine close to where the coffin is, so Ling can teleport. He can teleport a bit close, but maybe not too close. He's going to go ahead, teleport close to leg here. This will slow down his Cypher progress a little bit. But yeah, the coffin does have some distance here.
So incredible showing so far on the survivor side, just playing it very conservatively. So that coffin already paying for itself. Paul Blem's already going to the strongest kiting part of this map into that hotel area. Ling's still having a hard time finding and spotting where Paul Blem's has rotated to. And it seems like he's gonna rotate back, but Paul Blem's already on the second floor of the hotel.
He's also gonna go for the psychologist heal here. Does Ling see where the heal is happening? Looks like no, he's not able to see it. Psychologist able to get the heal off as well here, and Ling's actually gonna have to change targets to the acrobat. It looks like Schmidt's gonna go ahead and go for the bomb here. Oh, I think Ling could have gotten that hook, but it looks like he didn't go for it there. Going to go for the hook onto Schmidt. Gets the hook onto the acrobat here, and the chip damage as well. So really nice hook there from Ling. And yeah, this is why I really loved a character like in Balmer, and I feel like a lot of these teams should potentially be utilizing a little bit more. He's gonna change to Mercenary, which is interesting.
Yeah,
Mercenary's gonna waste the hook there as well.
I was gonna say that Ling going with that playstyle is just injuring a lot of the survivors, but unfortunately with a hunter like Gamekeeper, his map presence isn't as terrifying because he spreads out damage, but everyone's just out rotating him. And now Roland using last of his elbow pads to actually gain some distance, unable to get anything there. Yeah,
another missed hook. That's gonna be a big play there. Goes for the mind game at the pallet here. Roland's gonna go ahead and run through the pallet. Gonna go ahead and drop this down. Just trying to stay alive as long as possible. He can get the hook down right here onto the Mercenary. I think he doesn't even have time to chair. If anything, he needs to teleport away quickly. He's going to teleport to Paul Blems, which is the Embalmer, so that is the survivor that's dead on chair, but the survivors at this point should have enough ciphers to finish out this game.
True, and then just setting a trap there for Paul Blems to actually rotate away from these pallets. And this L pallet is not doing anyone any favors. Paul Blems, unfortunately, unable to fall to that. Nice flywheel just to continue on this chase, and Ling able to get the hit, but the pallet has been dropped already, and the last cipher is already at 90%.
Yeah, Schmidt is gonna not try to pop it. Schmidt actually could have easily pushed that cipher. Link didn't have any hooks available, so I think Schmidt could have actually popped that cipher machine. Schmidt also has a coffin, so if he went down, it would have been perfectly fine. So I definitely think that Schmidt should have just gone for the pop there, but looks like they're gonna slow it down even more and just go for a new cipher machine here, which is also okay. Link did not have time to set up a new trap here, unfortunately.
Able to get him right before he falls down, but like you pointed out, Acrobat does have a coffin to work with. That last cipher is also being camped like crazy with those traps, but they are working on another cipher at 69% as we speak, about to be 70. So again, great stuff on the survivor side. It seems like they are ready to just get a one-person escape at the very least. So Ling has the double time here to try and get another survivor down.
Oh my god, he gets him through the barricade there. Really nice hook from Ling. I didn't even know that was possible, but Leg is forced to remove the traps here before continuing to decode. And I think he's gonna be able to pop it just in time here, and they are gonna go for the end game. 4 survivors up in the end game here, and keep in mind Ling will have to essentially eliminate all 4, which as Gamekeeper is probably not possible. But yeah, gonna go ahead and try his best here. Gonna go look for Schmitty here who's at the exit gate. Survivors need to make sure they split the gates here. They need to not do all the... Oh, Schmitty gets hooked from a distance here. Oh, you really have to look behind you when you kite there to dodge the hook.
Teleport's
Unfortunately,
ready.
Schmitty wasn't able to do that. He's gonna teleport under Roland here. Walk straight through the pallet, and Roland's gonna get downed as well. So Ling actually doing pretty good here, but
setting up a trap. He's gonna try to slug everyone again. The map is huge, so he's gonna need to like use these hooks just to gain distance back towards the gate here. So the game isn't over just yet. We still have 70 seconds onto detention here. And yeah, Acrobat already used up the self-heal. Paul Blems is trying to make his way towards the exit area. So it seems like he still hasn't found anyone just yet. This allows B4U to actually prime the prime those gates.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and hook closer to the gate. Leg's not gonna get it open in time, and he gets the hit before the pallet drop
99, dude.
It is 99, but I think the survivors can just go ahead and do the other exit gate here. And Ling does not have teleport. He's trying his best in this situation, but unfortunately, I think it's gonna be a little bit short. He's gonna go ahead and head to the other exit gate, but 80, 90%, and that's gonna be it. They just need one survivor out the gate here. Just one survivor leave.
GG's,
Any survivor.
Guys. There we go. Embalmer and Mercenary. That's Roland and Paul Blems already make their great escape here. And let's see if we can get any more survivors eliminated here. They are trapped over there at the exit gate. It's already at 99%. They're going to 4-person escape. It's going to be GG's, guys. B4U are going to be your winners for today. And they're going to join Team Omni in representing the NAEU region.
Absolutely great job from this team, and such a close matchup too. There's always so much pressure when you're going back and forth, and your mindset is always just gonna get one survivor at the gate, and then you're unable to do it the first time, unable to do it the second time. But then when it really comes down to it, is you have to get it done in the third time, and they were able to get it done this time around. And you know, the power of that Embalmer character is just so strong, even with a relatively fast down. Even on someone like Paul Blems, who's a very good kiter, he's able to get a fast down, so it looked pretty good. But the coffin from the Embalmer is so strong, able to put the survivor away from the rocket chair, away from the hunter. It wastes so much time and is enough for them to get to the end game.
Literally and figuratively a second chance at life with that coffin. And I would have to say, you know what, that given the other circumstances, you know what, with how well we did see Ling in the previous matches, I think at this point, yeah, it's just you know, you want to whittle down the resources of the hunter, or his resources technically were those go-to hunters. And at this point, him bring out the gamekeeper, a lot of people loved it. I saw in chat that everyone's kind of going wild for it, but at the end of the day, you know what, there is a meta that is played, and B4U is just a step ahead, and even on the survivor side. So still living up to it's a 5-0 day here, Eli. It's either you get 5 points or nothing at this point. So the survivor side played a perfect game in game number 3, and what a way to end the grand finals here for B4U and solidifying themselves as the representative, getting both 5 points on both survivor and hunter side. But we do got to give, you know, shout outs to CH4, really putting up a great fight all the way till the end. A lot of people in chat were saying, yo, Sprinter and Ling, best hunters in NAEU, and that kind of proved how well they did perform here. They were really neck and neck in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the match stats here overall. Yeah, you see the first kite was able to get the down. I think it was the first kite was under 60 seconds, and then there was one point where he was able to kite a second time. But I mean, excellent job with Ling using those hooks to down the survivors, but ultimately that coffin setup was very good. Before he was able to set up a position essentially where they had the Cypher machine near the coffin was popped. That way he could teleport close, but not close enough to the coffin. Also, they were able to set up the coffin far away from Cypher machines just in general, which is a very good coffin location. And then additionally, Paul Blems was able to hide out long enough for the psychologist to get the heal off. And then at that point, it's too difficult of a position for the hunter to come back from, right? So even though he was able to get that down onto the Embalmer, the coffin setup is so crucial. And this is why you see Embalmer being utilized in situations where you need to get like a tied game or at least 1 or 2 survivors out the gate. Embalmer is a great character for that position, and we've seen Paul Blems countless times utilize this character very, very successfully, and he did it exactly how he was supposed to here.
Yeah, and speaking of successful, we have one of the most successful hunters, the winningest hunter of this, I would say, qualifiers. Sprinter with the best deduction, average elimination is at 4 survivors. That is insane, Eli. Not sure if we've seen a perfect game on a Hunter side as perfect as Sprinter did play it in terms of results. Again, there were some mishaps here and there, but you know what? The results speak for itself, and the numbers do not lie. Sprinter is definitely up there in terms of best Hunters of all time in NAEU.
Yeah, and we're also obviously very excited to see how Sprinter is able to do because every year we talk about, it's like, okay, you know, Sprinter does very well against these NAU teams that he plays against, and obviously that's very impressive. But then once he gets to the global stage, he's also able to continue doing well against these teams. So it's very important that he's able to continue this momentum and bring it onto the global stage. So I'm very excited to see if he's how he's able to go out against some of these best teams in the world and put up a performance there. And yeah, you see tied through the first 2 rounds, and before able to pull it out at the end here. Very, very good stuff here. And of course, Sprinter with a well-deserved MVP there with, what was that? 5, so 15 points essentially secured for his team. Yep.
Considering his lowest game or his lowest ranked game in the qualifier is actually a 3-1, that's still a win. So it's quite terrifying if you're going up against a Sprinter. But in this match alone, he played a pretty solid game, pretty perfect game, and consistent point bringer for his team. Also inspired them to actually get points of their own in that 3rd game for them to be able to get the victory overall, leading to a scoreline of 20-10. So we still have our interview portion ready, folks. Again, let your voices be heard in chat. What questions you want us to ask the potential interviewee. So we're going to interview one person from B4U, and I'm super excited to, it's going to be a surprise, but yeah, definitely, I'm sure that they are tired as heck because of how incredible this match was, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Long day, not only for us, but for them as well. Keep in mind, it's now, assuming I did the math correctly, 12:48 a.m. Eastern time zone, right? So I think that's right, potentially. I don't know.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah. So, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and get to our interview section now. Looks like.
All right. So let's see who we're gonna interview here, folks. And we have Schmitty from B4U. First off, congratulations on securing the victory. Excellent performance. First off, you must be on a high right now. How are you guys feeling now that you guys can call yourselves one of the teams to qualify and represent the NAU region of Call of the Abyss 7?
It feels amazing. I can't lie. We've been doing this for a long time, and this might be our last ride. So we are ecstatic. So we've worked really hard for this. Unfortunately, our survivors did not play as well as we wanted to, but we are super thrilled and we are excited and happy with it.
Hey, nonetheless, you ended on an exclamation mark in that last game. But Eli, you have any other questions to ask?
Yeah, so I did have a question about the survivors. So we did see in the first match you guys played, in the second match you guys played today, we saw Green start on the survivor side, and then we saw him get subbed out after the first round. We were talking about this on the stream, but we were sort of curious behind what was like the strategy behind the different substitutions on the survivor side.
Oh, that's a great question. Green is probably the best kiter in NAEU. He's very, very vocal. This is our first tournament together, so we weren't sure if we wanted to play all 3 rounds because the core, me, Roland, Leg, Paul, we've been together. So we just wanted to use this as a test run to see, to get him grooved in. Secondly, we chose to sub out Paul first round because our strategy along the lines of Green versus Hungria is phenomenal. And the arsenal Paul has is way better second round because Paul's very scary on second round on.
Oh, yeah. It definitely showed with that antiquarian kite. I would have to ask, you guys, you qualified at this, you watched the match of CH4 when they qualified for the grand finals, right? And you knew that you were going to go up against Ling. So did you guys prepare for the Hermit? How was the comms in preparing for such a dangerous hunter like Ling?
Yeah, so credit, we think Ling is probably the best hunter in NAEU. And we knew we were probably going to face CH4. I think this is the 4th time in a row we've played them. So yeah, we practiced against the number 1 Hermit in the server, and we practiced against the number 1 Gamekeeper in the server, knowing that he played both of those. So yeah, that was really our strategy. Our coach Aaron has really changed everything for us. Our coach has done absolutely everything and turned our survivors around. He's up day and night. So I credit a lot to Aaron in prepping for CH4, but we were prepared. And the first 2 games that we played versus Ling, both early and mid games, were very good. We just fumbled late games. So we're happy with how we played, but could have been better.
Yeah, we were talking about that on the stream, how we were ourselves a little surprised that Ling went with the Hermit round 1 in their first match, and he played it in the second round, and we were like, obviously B4U I assume is practicing for things like Opera Singer and potentially the Gamekeeper, which Ling has been playing, but they prepared for Hermit, but obviously you guys were well prepared for that match. An excellent job, I want to say, to if you pass the message on, excellent job from Paul as well. We saw him with the Antiquarian Kite and also the Embalmer play against the Gamekeeper was very impressive. The last question I have is just about going into this match. I think everybody's always thinking about how is Sprincer's condition, this and that, and obviously in this event it's exceptional, right? Almost a 4-kill in every single round. I was always wondering, and I think a lot of people watching are wondering, how does Sprincer prepare to go from an event such as NAU and go into a huge stage like the global event and prepare to play against these top teams?
I love this question. So last year, we should have beaten ZQ and GW, both of the teams we should have beaten, and it was our survivors that failed in the end. So going into COA, we know Sprincer won't be able to form in. These teams are very, very good, and hunters like Sprincer are going to be expected to tie. So our survivors do have to get better with that. Regarding Sprincer, Sprincer practices, I think, maybe 10 hours a day at this game. He also has China teams helping him improve and coach him up. So Sprincer, I think, can go very far. He already's made a name for himself, but in this COA specifically, I think he can make his name as one of the top 500s in the world.
I'm excited to see B4U on the big stage. And Schmitty, I have to thank you for your time and the excellent gameplay. Before you go, I mean, you have the floor and the mic. Anything you want to say to your supporters out there and the people that are watching? You have the mic.
I mean, thank you guys for all the support. I'm losing my voice. We've been playing, I think, 8 hours. This is exhausting, but we see you guys. We do appreciate all the support. Again, we're doing this for you guys. We wouldn't be doing this without you guys and the support and Paul's server and my server and the chat. So thank you guys. We hear everything. We see everything, and we really, really appreciate it. Hopefully we can make you guys proud in the global stage.
Schmitty, thank you so much. Well-deserved win and well-deserved rest. Cannot wait to see you guys perform on the big stage. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause in chat for Schmitty. Thank you so much. Hey. So there you have it, folks. I can imagine that. We should have asked what time it was at his time.
Oh yeah,
sure.
There'll
be so funny. First question.
Don't ask me what time zone math. I can't do that anymore. I gave up.
First question, Schmitty. What time is it over there? But yeah, you can hear in his voice. I mean, they really played their hearts out. I'm pretty sure that the comms are kind of insane with the intense gameplay that we saw today. And here we have it, folks. Today's results. We had B4U versus Ravens. They did advance. And CH4 versus QNY. And CH4 did advance. And the game number 3 happened in B4U versus CH4. And it was B4U to take it in such a close battle of 2 intense teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, what a great match, right? This is exactly the kind of match we were expecting, what we were looking forward to see. I mean, to end the qualifier event, it really doesn't get better than this, right? You know, you obviously hope the ending is going to be something exciting, a close match between 2 teams, and that's exactly what we got to watch here. It's exactly what everybody was hoping to see. And that's really just, it's really awesome to see it, especially considering that, you know, both these 2 teams, B4U CH4, have been going at it for such a long time here. And when it all comes down to it, like the game that really matters, B4U able to come out on top here and secure themselves a spot in that COAVII tournament.
So here we have the bracket, folks. Again, shout outs to all the teams that did participate. You guys have been seen, and hopefully we'll see you guys more in IBT and the other tournaments. But the 2 teams to advance to qualify to the group stage of Call of the Abyss 7 are Team Omni and Team B4U. So do give them your love and support and chant their names in the chat and wherever you guys are when you watch Call of the Abyss 7, because they will make their way to the big stage.
Absolutely. So that's going to be, the final 2 teams qualified here for NAU. We have our Southeast Asia teams in, we have our NAU teams in, and honestly, COAVII Abyss tournament, it's right around the corner. Because we did have our qualifier event a little bit later, it means that the COAVII tournament begins in less than a month now, right? So I think we're 4 weeks away, something like that. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. That will begin in April, and of course that is on the Identity 5 Instagram, Facebook, and other sorts of social media platforms. So if you want to see the schedule for that, don't feel free to check that out.
Yes, and don't forget to follow us on social media. Eli O, what's your Instagram handle again?
Eli_OIDV.
There we go. You keep track of his sleep schedule, and for me, it's at Spicy Potch. Guys, that does it for us here at the desk. You guys have been amazing. Thank you guys so much for tuning in at the start of the day. It's been quite the long day, so I hope you guys get your rest and prepare yourselves for Call of the Abyss, because group stage, like Eli said, is right around the corner. But that does it for us here at the commentators booth. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys at Call of the Abyss 7. Peace.
Thank you guys.